the echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the code, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, DI rush. A restless voice, the static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Zero also is streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Zero also is streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Hi dudes, welcome back. I see my green screen's fucked up again. Anyway, it is what it is. Welcome back everybody to another episode. Here we are. Hi dudes. We've got some slop on the bucket tonight. God damn. Censorship spreads across the globe. That's the first thing I was going to go over just briefly. Atlas hysteria grows bigger than they thought. Fuck, isn't that what we all want them to say? Professor talked with ETs. This video is going to go over later. I saw a bit of it actually with Michael Masters. Anyway, fuck. Welcome everybody. Hopefully everybody is well. The fiery Les Pauls, man. Fuck yeah. I love it. I love my favorite guitar. This is... I can see through myself. Anyway. Cheers everybody. Cheers. Yes, brothers. Absolutely. There we go. Yeah. My oh my. Scientists are investigating a puzzling underground anomaly near the Giza pyramids. Ooh, heck yeah, we'll definitely get into it. Cheers, man. Absolutely. There we go. It's a bit better in this light. Man, fuck, I just gotta get rid of this goddamn green screen. All right, well, a couple things to go over here. I'll pull that up. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Smithsonian. Okay. Oh, this, I think I know what this is about. I'll pull it up here for later, Nick. Thank you. Oh, first thing I was just reading about, which is, oh fuck, man. I'd rather just talk about aliens, honestly. It's what I prefer to talk about than talk about all this other stupid shit going on and censorship and whatnot. So for people that don't know, the UK just introduced a bill and what came into effect over the weekend, I think on Friday. It's an internet... It's essentially a censorship bill where you have to input your government ID to get onto pornography sites, but also any sites that potentially could have any adult content like Twitter, Discord, 4chan, some of these sites that rely on anonymity to have an experience. Anyway, so this is, I pull a lot of shit up from Twitter, so I've been seeing a lot of this, and this is something I saw that was kind of fucking funny, man. Kids are using photos of video game characters to fool the Online Safety Act age checks. I believe isn't that the Kojima's game there with Buddy from that zombie show? MPs who voted for it are so attached they've been outsmarted by the child in a PlayStation. Just fucking took a picture of his face. Estimating your age has been verified. Fucking Christ, man. People were having the opposite problem on Discord, where, grown men were being ID'd and then declined, saying you're too young. They're like, what the fuck? What do you mean I'm too young? It's like the 30-year-old man who, maybe without facial hair and in the wrong lighting, happened to look a little bit too young. They were getting smoked pretty hard there. So, man, I don't fucking know, man. I literally don't know. It's fucking craziness. Had to dug up for a while. Be back there. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for all the fiery guitars, Aaron. So this is essentially a summarization for people that have no idea what's happening. I think a month or two ago, Kiwi Farms owner Null blocked access to the site from UK IP, so he told his UK users to use VPN. I know this Russified UK stuff has been discussed for a while there. Has it been, Hendrix? Yeah. The US introduced a similar bill, and I guess there's a bill in Canada that hasn't made it anywhere that the Parliament's been talking about for a little while. So this is what's happened in the last week. Collective Shout contacts payment processors to get Steam and itch.io to remove adult games. Steam removes hundreds of games and creates an entirely new policy to lick the boots of payment processors. Day later, itch.io removes their entire adult game category. UK Online Safety Act comes into effect, restricting the internet for the entire country to protect children. Within 24 hours, UK creates a police task force to monitor political opinions of its citizens. Which I don't know if anyone was anticipating that was going to be part of it. Yeah. Pussified. Okay. Russified. Pussified. There you go. This is such an opinionated spin. Steam had a whole class of games that were promoting incest. Oh, that's fucked. Europe gets hit by age restriction in some sites too, and they find out the restricted internet is coming for them too. People find out American bill titled Kids Online Safety Act is introduced into Congress to do the same thing. Wikipedia is being asked to censor itself for the UK, which I'm going to go over that in a second. Search engines are now stuck in safe mode for certain countries restricting internet. Mouthwashing, a horror game on itch.io is removed thanks to payment processors collective shout. So this is, I guess, a culmination of all the shit that's been going on here recently. Yeah. You think this Chibi Reviews person is in bad faith? Very possibly could be. In regards to the adult game stuff from Steam, I don't really know, but I know about the age restriction stuff with the UK, and that was something that people were very concerned about. We remember that last night a little bit, where they introduced, well, they didn't really introduce anything. They simply just stated they're going to have a task force to monitor political opinions of its citizens now on sites like X, where people were getting very frustrated with the kind of unfettered immigration there, and now they'll know exactly who you are if you're on the site, if you're not using any kind of VPN or anything along those lines. So, yeah. Doing back, the UK can take a piss and step off the internet if it doesn't like what it is. It's a global take. I appreciate it, yeah. St. Terry predicted this, Golf. A lot of people predicted this is coming too, yeah. I mean, look through, God, the internet has shifted. Well, even Trump's presidency initially, the huge gains from people on the internet really pushing and organizing and getting behind that. And whether you like Trump or not, he was a populist candidate, and it absolutely helped in him winning and taking out the establishment. Not that I don't know how much better he is necessarily, but they did take out Hillary, and then, well, he lost against Joe the first time, but won the second time against Kamala Joe. Anyway, yeah. So, and the way compliance happens is through money movement prevention. This isn't payment process acting into bad faith. This is stopping incest cartoons from being put in front of kids. Okay. Is that the meme with Steam? Yeah. Everything in terms of control globally has to do with restriction of access to money. Bitcoin is not legal. We talked about this. Trucker convoy. Think about how they stopped it. When the rubber hits the road, banks win, brother. The more positive a title they assign to a bill, the more suspect of it I am. Dirmo, yeah. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's under the guise of, and listen, there, in regards to the internet censorship or requiring IDs, I think we all know there's probably a problem with pornography and young teens or kids getting on to sites like Pornhub. And what kind of effect is that having on everybody's brain? Probably not a positive one. The issue are there groups of people that are going to worm their way in here to introduce more draconian legislations? That's the real question. Yeah, it's been a reality for months. It's been tied to the UK harms thing in bad faith, if you ask me. Don't get me wrong. I'm against forcing IDs. Yeah. Well, I am too. Yeah. I also am, brother. Yeah. I'm just saying, in a bubble, Steam is selling games focused on incest, like Pornhub promotes all the step stuff. I mean, that's obviously like pretty light. I mean, you get onto 4chan and Jesus Christ, there's far worse things, right? But I guess they've also required age restriction or age ID identification for those websites as well. I mean, for people that aren't going to try and get around it. But well, in regards to this, massive VPN update confirmed as all UK web users hit by a major change this month. An update from a major VPN provider has revealed a massive spike in usage since new rules came into force. Censorship, just like that, all the users in UK will now have to provide an ID to VPN providers. Is that true? I don't know. VPN use isn't illegal, but the direction of travel is set. Platforms are being forced to block content based on Ofcom rules, including via VPN. This isn't just about child safety, it's about tightening control over what information UK users can access, more surveillance, more blocking, less freedom. I don't know. I think it's already something they do in China and South Korea, Glock. I think they do definitely in China. I know. Because people get dragged through the glass there all the time, their balls, for things that they say about the government, and then their social credit scores tanks and they can't get on the bus anymore. I've heard stories. I kind of knew a guy. My ex had worked for a bank, and one of the guys had come over there. His whole family still lived over there, but he had told me stories about that, and that's why he and his family were here. He's like, man, I just want to get the fuck out of there as soon as I could. Just nightmare. And on top of that, it was stupidly expensive. I think he lived, I forget which city he was in. One of the big cities. Yeah. Payment processors had to step in to make things happen because government aren't acting in good faith either. Britain, all I can say to this, man, I know it's not fucking good. It's not a good situation. I don't know if this is true. I have no idea if this is true. I mean, again, I just literally saw this when I was coming on. But generally, obviously, the stuff about the censorship is true. So, yeah. As of July 28, 2025, the UK Labour Party is purportedly considering a ban on virtual private networks following a surge in their usage to bypass restrictions imposed by the Online Safety Act. This potential move aligns with previous efforts by Labour to address concerns over online safety, particularly regarding the ability of children to circumvent age verification controls using VPNs. Yeah, listen, my bet is 100% on this has nothing to do with the kid. Undoubtedly, there'd be people involved in government who maybe have this as an intention, but there's clearly an ulterior motive here going on. Would be my bet, at least, if I was placing a bet. I don't know that, but there was a petition they put up that instantly required 250,000 votes to bring it to the parliament in the UK, and they addressed it yesterday or this morning, maybe even. And they just essentially said, yeah, that's nice. Sorry, we're not going to do anything about this. And they threw it out. And I was like, man, good luck to the government there. I don't know, like, it's not going to be a good situation if they continue this shit. So it's acting in bad faith, trying to force backdoors and encryption. The U.S. told them to fuck off. Yeah, the old world of control doesn't work when information can travel globally instantly, and all of this is just trying to grasp at those old mechanisms for control. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah. Good thing I left the West. Where are you at now, Glock? You left somewhere else? Yeah. Well, at least in America, there's still some freedom. Here in Canada, and I'm sure we'll follow suit, just like Australia. We'll follow suit with whatever the king needs to be done. Yeah. Oh, you're in Cambodia, right? You've told me that before, I think. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, listen, man, I know. You're not alone. I mean, there's tons of people that have gone all over the world away, especially out of the European nations, I know more recently. And I've talked with people too, people I know, friends who are there, and they're just like, man, I don't know, like, sketchy shit going on. Like, where do you go? I don't know. Colorado, go to some, like, New Hampshire, go to some live free or die state in America. The problem is you might get your car jacked at the drugstore late at night and get your brains blown out, but That's the risk you run for freedom, right? In the wild, wild west. That's why you carry a bigger gun in your glove compartment. That's how it works down there. London is the center for global financial crime and tries to extend that power outwardly with FSA laws. Epstein was friends with the prince, and that motherfucker's running shit. A bunch of pedophiles, brother. What's that? There's that meme. I love that meme. It's the turn this music down slightly now. It's that meme. It's like this picture in space. No, it's us in the galactic arm, and there's this little dot, and there's this line saying, "You are here paying taxes to pedophiles." Fuck. But it's for the kids, right? Yeah, obviously not everybody in government's a pedophile, but America's a debt trap used to fund global military industrial complex, brother. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's all fucked. I mean, at least they do have. There are still a lot of people within the republic there that believe in like radical kinds of freedom, but the gun thing is slightly concerning at times, as many people here probably attest who live there. It can be a concern. It's obviously a going concern, but even inner city Canada though, listen, I mean, fuck, the gun violence is kind of just as bad. It's getting there. So yeah. UK regulators threaten American companies with censorship. We will be monitoring Rumble's position carefully. The fuck is this, man? Like, shut the fuck up. Thank you for your email. We note your position that you do not consider Rumble to be in scope of the act on the grounds that you do not have a significant number of online users in the UK. The UK is not a target market, as well as your belief that there is no material risk of significant harm to UK users of Rumble. We've not assessed or reached any decisions on this matter or reserve our position in this regard. Further, the guidance note that we have already shared with you, it is for Rumble to assess whether or not it is subject to the duties contained in the Act and to the extent it is to ensure it is in compliance with those duties. We'll be monitoring Rumble's position carefully and will be in touch should we become aware of anything that contradicts the above position or any incidents in your service that cause us to believe the level of risk to Rumble's UK users is of concern. We'd strongly encourage Rumble to take the steps required by the Act to protect UK users of internet services from content that is illegal in the UK or potentially harmful to UK children. In that spirit, I would like to highlight an upcoming event that the Ofcom is hosting. The Online Safety Act explained how to comply with the rules to protect children. These motherfuckers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, anyway. I don't think that's, I mean, again, there are people that are going to be daft. They're involved in government, in the parliament. They would vote for this saying, oh yeah, the children. Not understanding the potential real implications of this and the intention behind. I'm not going to pretend that I know how this got introduced, who introduced it, if there is some nefarious group that's behind this, if the Illuminati or the Freemasons are behind architecting this. I don't know, but it's concerning rhetoric. We've been dealing with this rhetoric from idiots like Klaus Schwab for the last 5-6 years till he left, who has recently just been, I think he may have been convicted of sexual misconduct. Anyway, praising China and praising these systems of control, kind of like this one here, where they're just desperate to try and corral people's freedoms and freedom of speech. And it's just very concerning. Anyway, I'm not really surprised, but it's still obnoxious. So, anyway, here, Representative Jim Jordan was brought to his attention, I'm assuming by, I forget what the guy's name is who runs Rumble, but he probably wasn't very too happy. Sorry about this. I would assume he isn't very happy about all this. So, yeah, I just would fucking. To risk assessment program from Joshua. Hello, I'm pleased to inform you that I'm American and nobody cares about your wretched dying nation, including the people living in it. Kind regards, Joshua. Fuck. Is that the email you just sent them, Golf? Yeah. Wait, you should send them right now, actually. Or is that an email someone sent them? Oh, fuck, man. It's just nuts. It's just nuts. It's very sad because, I mean, UK is such a beautiful place and they have such a rich history. To see it devolve into this nightmare slowly, it's just very, very sad. You know, I know people from the UK, and I feel very sorry. Yeah, that's from the Kiwi Farms guy when they asked him to censor. Okay, that's very polite. I would have just told him to fuck off, but very, very polite of him. Although, you know, you never know, right? You can end up like Kim.com. I don't know if you guys, I mean, not that I really followed Kim, because I mean, he just kind of, I don't know the fucking guy, but he's a mega uploads dude, right? That got himself into a bunch of trouble in the States, and then he's from Germany, and then he fled to New Zealand, And then I think he thought the government in New Zealand was going to be like, yeah, we're welcome here, sure. And then they just instantly were like, fuck no, the U.S. wants you, we're going to extradite you immediately. And then he conveniently had a massive stroke that almost killed him. But that's effectively kind of what he told all the governments, go fuck yourself. See him the pirate, kind of like the Pirate Bay guy. But then, of course, the influence, and then they go and they influence the New Zealand politicians, and they say, you should really give us this guy, and they get him, and then, anyway, it's like a Julian Assange situation, kind of, and it's, man, I respected their courage. It's a hell of a mess out there. I don't know what, I really don't know what, like, people in the UK, I don't know what they're going to do, aside from literally causing a revolution over something like that. The problem is, again, like, the general public is just going to be so easily lulled to sleep over something like this, because there's no, for a lot of people, they're like, we're talking about the general public here, I don't imagine there's going to be any kind of immediate concern. They'll be like, oh, but what's the problem? Like, and you know, people publicly don't really like to talk about sexual things or their sexual habits, right? Or I don't go on the internet to look up pornography, right? They're fucking the hub, like every goddamn night. They got they got all this, they got their whole collection of shit, right? All their perversions. People don't usually like to open up about that kind of stuff. So they're gonna be like, oh, whatever, right? Meanwhile, late at night, they're gonna just be just tizzing out, right? That they don't want to put their ID in. Or maybe they will and they don't care. They're like, fuck it, who gives a shit? Anyway, the most concerning thing is, for me, that I saw recently, which is where this can go, is there was a lady who she's in prison right now or she got sentenced, I don't know if she's actually in prison for, I think it was 1.5 to 3 years, something like that, for essentially rhetoric online, I think on Twitter possibly, calling people out and maybe slightly excessively, but calling the politicians out for their stance on immigration and how things have been dealt with properly. Anyway, she got into a bunch of trouble over posts online. I think it was on Twitter or Facebook, maybe in both. And now she's going to jail. And it's like, whoa. Like, it's like, holy shit. And we had this with Canada through the whole trucker thing. There were people who were voicing their concern and support for the movement. And there was a video I remember online, I don't know where she was at, maybe somewhere in Ontario, where the police literally, she was posting this on Facebook, came to her door and said, hey, we're just looking to question you about some posts you made. Well, she's like, what? What are you talking about? Like, because they labeled it as extremism. And people that tend to have these more, otherwise really not right-leaning, it's just people who are critical of the government stance on things. They're labeled as extremists and as potential terrorists. And it's like, holy fuck, man. Like, anyway, speaking of which, researchers conspired to hide tests to dim the sun to avoid scaring the public. This is a fucking meme, man. Yeah. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, I'm gonna pull that up, Glock, here in a second. That's what I'm gonna talk about here in just a minute. This is fucking crazy. There will be no mention of the study taking place in Almeida. Andrew wants you to do an early breakfast tomorrow in advance of strategy meeting with Jess, and I'm fading already. Do you think you can manage the Hornet meeting without me? Essentially, TLDR, they were planning on doing something like this. They've been planning on doing something like this for a little while. And they wanted to kind of hide this was going to be done. Obviously, this is going to be something that's going to dim the sun and the entirety of the planet. It would just be in kind of local areas to test it. But they were just going to do that and then not make any kind of an announcement to tell people they were going to do it. And one of the architects of this is, coincidentally, the man himself, Bill Gates. So, can't make this shit up. Buddy's involved in gain-of-function research. Boom. Oh, well, that's convenient, Bill. Now we're involved with blocking out the sun for global warming, brother. You can't make this shit up. And then they didn't want to tell people about it. Anyway. I don't want to spend too much time. This is just an aside that I just pulled up here. But literally unfucking believable. Literally fucking unbelievable. Anyway. My blood pressure. I have a friend who's been screaming chemtrails for a decade, buying gold and silver physically. It has always been my tinfoil hat friend. Should like this article comes out and I'll lose all grounds to discuss these issues with them. Yeah, here, I'll post it in the... This isn't, I don't think, the political article itself, but this is in a kind of a summarization of it. That's it there. There was a post on Twitter that summarized it that I went over, and that's the actual article. Yeah. So anyway, you're not sharing this with him. He has nothing to worry about. Fuck. I mean, Just unbelievable, man. Not that this would probably really work, but there again, it's like we just underestimate how fucked some of these ideologues are and how invested they are into these narratives that, oh, well, this will fix it. We got to do something to fix it. It's like, well, I mean, again, yeah, it is slightly concerning. There obviously has been a general warming that's occurred. The issue is when you look at on a long-term graph from the ice cores that like here's our little time period. Here's like 1,000 years ago started doing this. Like, yeah, there are periods of climatic instability here. But obviously it's different now because back then there were, I don't know, a couple 100 million people. Now there's 8 billion. So if you have a period of serious climatic instability like 1,000 years ago, that's going to fuck crops up. You're going to have a lot of starving ass people. Guess what the global elite are worried about? They're going to worry about a bunch of people rioting because there's not enough food, right? So like it is concerning, but it's something I think that obviously we've contributed to pollution. Whether we've directly contributed to the cycle happening is very hotly debated still. And taking extreme measures like that is just unbelievable. Anyway, fuck, unbelievable shit. Yeah, it's probably made bank on silver now though. Well, even gold. If you bought gold back far enough, I mean, gold's made some moves forward. You know, like unreal shit. Here, Glock, I'll pull that up, man. I'll throw this over here. I'm going to talk about that in a second, actually, because that's obviously still a hot topic. We'll go for that later, actually. Why don't we just go over that now? That probably is more relevant. Let me just pull some of this stuff forward because I want to try and keep this together slightly. That's to do with her. This is to do with this. This is to do with this. Okay. Pulled forward. So, yes, this is big talk. Yeah. Yeah. He's mostly can only afford silver. He's a brokey. Oh, yeah. Fuck. Got a hold of his Nan silverware. Just melt all the silver spoons and knives down, right? Fuck it. Fuck it. I mean, what else are they gonna do though? Sitting in that cabinet, honestly, they're not doing anything. You don't ever eat with the silverware now. Just melt it down and sell it for Pokemon cards or something, right? You can play with the Pokemon cards at least. You can look at them. You can put them in a case on your wall and be like, wow, look at that, right? You're not gonna see the silverware. Possibly hostile alien object could arrive in November 2025. Wild research paper says. So this is Avi Loeb's paper. A team of researchers has presented the wild theory that an interstellar object might be hostile. Alien technology that could reach Earth in fall of 2025. The findings were reported by the New York Post, which sensationalized the article, which wrote that the inflammatory paper was published on July 16th on the preprint server Archives. I always mispronounce it. I use that site all the time. It's a great resource. You can kind of follow along fun little things. You can see what people are hypothesizing about. Yeah, they'll bust farmers for buying grow lamps. Jeremiah saw this. All right, yeah. Jesus Christ. Soon, brother. Soon. So, TLDR on this. Again, here is a summarization of all of the hysteria that's been created. Possible hostile alien object. That's Yahoo. Possible hostile alien threat in New York Post. Hostile alien spacecraft to attack Earth this November, Hindustan Times. News 18, is Earth in danger? Mystery object may be hostile. First Post, interstellar invader. Is Earth in danger? Lad Bible, potentially hostile alien threat could attack Earth in the coming months. This is International Business Times UK. Harvard scientists, alien object speeding towards Earth. Now that, of all of them, like, shame on them. Unilad, shocking new study reveals possible hostile alien. This is all a meme here. This is what Avi had actually said, right? So again, this is it was a hypothetical scenario. So they put out this paper, and they were simply just hypothesizing on, well, what could this hypothetically be? Because we don't know yet, right? It's still kind of too far out. All evidence points to this being an ordinary comet that was ejected from another solar system, just as countless billions of comets, if not trillions, have been ejected from our own solar system. Well, sorry, in total, yes, it would be trillions in total in the galaxy. Added Samantha Lawler, an astronomer at the University of Regina in Canada who studies solar system dynamics. In fact, even Loeb admitted in his blog that his alien spy probe theory is a bit far-fetched. By far the most likely outcome will be that Atlas is a completely natural interstellar object, probably a comet. Yes, of course, but there is always the chance, right, that it is potentially something alien. And that's what's interesting about interstellar objects. They're not from our neck of the woods. They're from other solar systems, or they're free floating out in the galaxy. And so they could potentially be a probe. They could be. It's not a crazy thing to think. What's more likely, that there's trillions of comets, or maybe that there's a couple dozen advanced civilizations in our local neighborhood? Probably a comet, right? But the only weird thing about this, which is why everybody probably started carrying on with this, is Avi said there was a 0.005% chance, a 1 in 20,000 chance, that it would have naturally entered into its current orbit. Now, although that sounds impressive, when you factor in there are potentially trillions pieces of debris out there floating around, like comets and asteroids, well, that's not quite as impressive, I guess, right? So, I read this paperback when it came out. I think the day it came out. When was the 16th? Wednesday. It would have been like Wednesday, Thursday, 2 weeks ago almost, is when we read this paper. And said, okay, interesting case. It could be an alien ship, and these aliens could be hostile. This is a whole Dark Forest meme, right? We were going over last night a little bit, which is the second book to the Three-Body Problem. But it's the idea we're in a dark forest, and well, we shouldn't light the campfire, right? You shouldn't light the campfire when you got hostiles all around looking for someone to light the campfire so they can run to it and attack whoever's at the campfire. Is that what space is like? We don't know, right? We know from interactions that other cultures have had in the past that it didn't really go well for the less advanced culture almost always. So then what should we do going forward with aliens? Is that how it works out there? I would point more towards ufology and be like, what's going on? I mean, I think we might already have some answers pertaining to this, but here is, for people that are curious, a live tracking of this object. I'll post this in the chat for anybody that wants to watch this. This is it. This is it slowly coming in. Every day you can watch it coming closer. The closer it comes in, the more we're going to learn about it, the more we're going to know. And so, is it just recently? Do I have this fucking pulled up? Shit, did I pull this up? Thought I did. Anyway, I'll just say it. They recently discovered that it's a bit larger than we thought it was. I think it's 7 miles. It's quite a large fucking object. Like, if this hit the Earth, this would be lights out. We'd be done. So 7 miles. That's about the size of the Chicxulub asteroid that hit the Earth that killed all the dinosaurs. Let me just see if I can pull. We should probably just double check on that. Atlas 7 miles comet. See if we can get the actual article on this. Yes. Ooh. Making it the largest of its kind ever seen. It's roughly 7 miles wide. That's pretty big. 11.2 kilometers wide. That's a Rubin Observatory, which is the new observatory. The Verisi Rubin is a new observatory that just launched, which has all these different capabilities. It scans this night sky. I think 3 times a night it can scan the entirety of the sky. So it's very, very good. And we're hoping to find Planet 9, actually, with this observatory. So what I'm going to ask it is, how big was the dinosaur killer asteroid? I can never spell Chicxulub. I'm far too stupid, yeah. Well, yes. Well, going to the beer store, I'll be back, have fun. I may actually ask for another beer to be brought down because it is a Monday, but I didn't drink anything yesterday, and I didn't really drink a lot on Saturday either. Second, can you bring me, see if I'll get yelled at, can you bring me another brew? Pop cap. On the beer store shit? Fucker, I'm not alone then, guys. Thank fuck. Okay, yeah, so the Chicxulub was 10 to 12 kilometers. It's about the same size as Chicxulub. I have glass. Okay, glass mama. Okay, wow, so it's almost the exact same size. So, would this, if it hit Earth now, kill everyone? Yes, it would. Yeah, we'd all be fucked. Yeah, so that was, we thought initially it was only like 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers, something like that. Yes. Okay. Well, we already have the answer there. Yeah. About 90% fatality rate if it hits. Yeah. This mass isn't that complicated. Yeah. Probably not every human, but civilization adding 99% mortality plausible. Yeah. So thank God it's not going to hit us. Or so the mathematicians have said so far involved with analyzing its trajectory. Now, what if, not literally everyone, but modern society ends, human survival drops to scatter prepared groups, grim as a British summer, Jim. My heavens. It's particularly grim this British summer as well, so hopefully not quite this grim, but itemized survival plan. Brother, there's get a bunch of liquor and a bunch of weed and have a big party. That's the fucking survival plan, I think. That's the only, it's to have one big, maybe do a seance at the end, see if we can contact the spirits, but prepare for our imminent arrival. Anyway, I should probably read this. I have not read this. I just saw the headline. Okay, so yeah, it's roughly 7 miles, 11.2 kilometers, so it's the size of the dinosaur killer. Which were captured before the extrasolar entity was officially discovered. It's barreling towards the sun at more than 130,000 miles per hour. It'd be interesting to know too, actually. Hold on. I'm just curious. Just a second here. How fast was the dino asteroid moving, they think? Oh, this could be worse. It could always be worse, right? Less than 24 hours later, NASA had confirmed that it was the third known interstellar object. Yes, an ejected piece of alien star system that is shooting clean through our solar system. It quickly became clear that Alice was a comet. And computer simulations tracing back its likely region of origin hint that it could be up to 3 billion years older than the Earth, potentially making it the oldest comet ever detected. Interesting. They've been able to uncover, but the comet's size that its coma until now, all they've been able to uncover is the comet's size. It was 15 miles across. Interesting. In a new study updated on the 17th of July, preprint to ArcFix, a group of more than 200 researchers was able to find images of the comet Vera C. Rubin's extensive early data set, revealing the nucleus' size. It's about 7 miles, which with a margin of error around 0.4. So bigger, larger, or smaller, larger, who knows? Fuck. Goddamn. So how fast was it moving? Oh heavens, no. Oh. So it was only moving at 720,000 kilometers an hour. Okay, so the piece of debris they think that hit the Yucatan Peninsula down around Mexico that killed the dinosaurs was a local piece of space trash from the early solar system. Now, hypothetically, this isn't going to happen, we're pretty sure. But this thing's from interstellar space, so it's moving far faster. So this is moving at 210,000 kilometers an hour. This is kind of math that's not really fun to do, honestly. You've got enough anxiety right now with fucking inflation, the price of groceries. Okay, miles wide is this new object. How bad? I think that might kill all life, yeah. It might be fucked if it hits us, guys. Is this what's been foretold? Hold on, just while I pour this beer perfectly. Is this, maybe this is what all the psychics have been talking about. Maybe it's not Nibiru, maybe it's this fucking object, you know? Oh shit. Oh, look, I said that, and now I may have just fucked it up. Hold on, no. Settle a little bit. Oh my God, I did it, look at that. I'm a master of these fucking nerd-dingers. I've drunk enough of them, I should know. Let's see what the AI told us. This is our new seer, right? Our seer, our soothsayer, our psychic. We talk to the AI. Say, how bad will this be? Not bad at all. What the fuck are you talking about? Is it figure kilometers per hour, not distance? No. No, it's moving at speeds of 210,000 kilometers per hour. It is 7 miles wide. No, I misinterpreted. Yeah, anyway, I'll continue reading the article. Okay, so they used the Vera C. Rubin Observatory that just opened just a couple months ago. It opened. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Until now, only 2 other ISOs have ever been confirmed. Oumuamua, which is Avi Loeb's famous thing that made him. It was the object that made him famous. I think Avi may still bet that could have been some relic from some civilization. It was very oddly shaped as well. Right. Oumuamua was only 0.2 miles wide. So this thing is a colossal piece of space junk. The new study has also given scientists a good look at the comet's coma, helped to identify large amounts of dust and water, ice surrounding its nucleus. Not a disguised probe sent here by an advancing alien civilization, as some researchers have controversially proposed in recent weeks. Well, they don't know that either. That's the other thing. They're going to try and assert that this is absolutely not anything alien, but you don't fucking know that. There's all kinds of hypotheses out there. Hypotheses that if this is a dark forest and other civilizations think that, if you were looking to spy on somebody, right, you might disguise your probe or even hide your probe in the tail of a comet, which is kind of the whole comet Hale-Bopp. The reason all the people, the Heaven's Gate cult, killed themselves, drank the Kool-Aid, was because a remote viewer looked at Comet Hale-Bopp and said, there's an alien spacecraft behind it. And that's what did it for them. They were like, oh, that does it. That does it then. Time for us to leave. I know, I don't think that there was, but honestly, we don't even fucking know. How will we know? We wouldn't know. Maybe there fucking was. Not that that was the right action to take to drink all the Kool-Aid, but... So they're giving us a good look at the comet's coma, right? And the Vera C. Rubin, it's located in Chilean Andes. We know about that. I've gone over that here. Right. Anyway, so far, Harry Baker, bless brother, for compiling all that. Yeah, fuck. Well, we kind of presumed as much. Extinction level worse than Chicxulub. I don't know if I trust the math, but this is just obviously a rough idea. Kinetic energy, so stony versus comet-like. So obviously the stony one's going to be worse, I think? No? Yeah, it's far worse. If it hits global outcome, civilization ends. Not literal sterilization, though. A 200 to 300 kilometer diameter crater. Continent scale firestorms within hours. Hemisphere wide ignition likely. Basin scale tsunamis. Coastlines erased. Multi-year impact winter. Ozone loss. Yeah. Unless it passes within a few Earth radii, gravitational tidal effects are negligible. Yes. Yeah. How bad if it hit Florida, man? How bad if it hit Florida? No, nothing against Florida, but yeah. TLDR, we're fucked if it hits. It's not supposed to hit. It's supposed to go around the sun, and then it's supposed to come around, and we're supposed to be on the opposite side of it, effectively. It's going to come, I think, within about the distance of the asteroid belt away from us, which is pretty far away in terms of like a solar system, galactic scale. No, that's pretty fucking close. But in terms of like actually being a problem, we've had smaller pieces of debris fly right between us and the moon. Like, and that's obviously there's still the distance between us, but goddamn. So I mean, everything catches on fire. Yeah. Yeah. Unsurvivable blast, 500 to 1,000 kilometers plus. Everyone's dead. Tsunamis, tens to hundreds of meters high. Okay, if Atlantic strike multiple ways, 5 to 30 meters possible. Arrival 5 to 10, 12 hours. Bay of Fundy amplification likely. Knows where I'm at. Thank you, brother. Anyway, okay, there we go. So yeah, pretty much, yeah, everybody's fucked. Yeah, well, that's a good TLDR. Interesting. Well, your fuck can't slow it down with a rocket. Really? To stop an asteroid 7 miles wide, traveling at 210 kilometers an hour, you'd need to stop it in a day. You'd need over 43,000 Saturn V rockets. Yep. We'll be able to see with the naked eye. I think so, Moonlight. Yeah. Yeah, we should, Glock. Yeah. Yeah, we should be able to, we definitely should be able to, at night. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Something going that fast, that's that big. Oh, yeah. I wonder if it could, Could you visualize, let's say it's at the distance of the asteroid belt away. Give us a visual representation of it in the night sky in an image. How big will it look? How big will it look at the right angle? Start packing, yeah. Brother, Project Bluebeam Christmas. Project CE5 Christmas. We're going to start actively, genuinely trying to communicate with the aliens, not getting fucked up on Saturday night and just memeing with Galen TV up by the water. We're going to actually legitimately lock down and try and figure out how to talk with them and be like, guys, now is the time. Yeah, all that money and time spent on underground bases in case of a catastrophe. Yeah, man, in case of a catastrophe, yeah, no point, man. You'd be fucked. Like, it's one of those events like that would be a sterilization event, I think, in the oceans it had mentioned as well. Turns the oceans to acid. Everything's dead. I don't think we've ever had anything hit us like that before, ever. Except like very early on, maybe during the formation of the planet. But nothing has hit us. It's a problem with interstellar objects, man. That isn't even that fucking scary. I mean, there's other scenarios. I've gone over here before. Hypothetical scenarios. You want to fucking scare yourself? There are. So that's moving at 137,000 miles per hour or something like that. That object, the Atlas object. There are rogue planets, brown dwarf stars that are, I don't know, the size of Jupiter, that are moving at, hypothetically, tens of millions of miles per hour out in the galaxy. I think one of the higher estimates that someone did the math on in some astrophysicist was like 52 million miles per hour. Some of these rogue planets may be moving at. If that went through our solar system, it would destroy everything. And it would just be bang, gone. That's what's flying through our solar system, our galaxy, sorry. Those objects, there's potentially over 1 trillion of them. Not all moving that quickly, but that'd be the upper end. Again, that's the kind of shit you don't want to go on like Fox News with Jim Cramer and tell. Although Jim we wouldn't want Jim's opinion on that, because if Jim said, don't worry about that. Maybe it'll happen, I don't know. Hale-Bopp was 18.6 miles and 120 million miles away. Is it that big, man? Fuck. I didn't know it was that big. That's huge, yeah. God damn. Don't they self-destruct at such a high speed? The planets? The planets don't unless they hit something, I guess, man. I had a brown dwarf accident in my pants. They moved pretty quick. Brother, holy fuck. Here's a visualization. Apparent size. Okay. I can't see it, though. What the fuck? Moon. Invisible to the eye, unresolved even by big tel. What? No, it wouldn't be. You'd be able to see that, wouldn't you? 1.5 AU. Would it be invisible to the naked eye? I thought you'd be able to see that. Maybe it would be. I don't know if I trust the math here on that. I would think you'd be able to see that. That doesn't make any sense. Near opposition with brightness magnitude estimate. I don't know. You can't trust any of the math that it's doing here. It's been getting, O3's been getting better. We had a gaslight us the other day again where I'm like, okay. Anyway. So you can't, I guess maybe you can't see it. I don't know. That'd be surprising that you can't see it. Well, we definitely, if it came close to us, if it was going to hit us, we'd be able to see it at some point. But anyway, here you can track it for fun. So, Garlic Press, what's up? You should all go to the other side of the planet not struck. Humans should go to all the other side of the planet not struck. Wouldn't matter, man. Yeah. What happens if an object like this hits the planet is it would ignite definitely over the target area, but the entire atmosphere would just turn into fire. Yeah. So if it was going, if an object like this hit it with that much force, you'd have global firestorms. Yeah. And you'd also have global earthquakes too. You probably have like 10 to 11 on the magnitude earthquakes globally. It'd be that's how bad the Chicxulub impact was. Not quite that bad, obviously. A little bit less because it wasn't moving that quickly, but it would be really fucking bad. The funny thing too, we've gone over here many times, is that during the end of the Younger Dryas, there was an event that was not quite to this degree, but up there. And there were stories all over North America from native tribes talking about how the sky turned into fire. and rained down on them. And only the people who were prepared for it, who were literally laying in bogs in the water, survived, because everybody else burned alive. And all the megafauna burned alive too. So it would strip the wood area. Definitely over the immediate area. For people that don't know, again, around that time period in Siberia, which is not North America, there was a mass die-off of the megafauna there too. Like a lot of the mammoths, they were not mastodons, mammoths there, were instantaneously frozen. If anybody's seen the movie The Day After Tomorrow with Jake Gyllenhaal and all that crew, based on Whitley Strieber's book, that scenario was something that probably was a result of a comet impact, or something even more terrifying, which we don't really want to get into again. But a comet impact, if it hits that local area, or it hits enough of that local area, would essentially blow the atmosphere away, and the coldness of space could descend down to the planet. Those mammoths were frozen almost instantaneously, was the assessment back in the day when they looked at them. So you're freezing a lot of meat instantaneously. You need literal like the coldness of space is the only thing that would do that. So the hypothesis was something stripped away the atmosphere, and a comet would be a really good contender for that. So I can't search brown dwarf now without ID, bro. Fuck, brother. Get that VPN going. Or just punch that ID in and be like, you guys want to watch what I watch? Yeah, bogged. Chat, what's up, dude? Anyway, so that's the fun news in regards to that. I can't imagine that they would be. Let's just think. Now this is, I don't know if they'd be able to control everybody. I've gone through this before with Nibiru people, right? Like the real Nibiru people that are convinced it's going to kill everybody soon, right? Over the years. So do we think that the government, if this turned out it was on a collision course with Earth, let's say, do we think that the governments around the world would be able to corral all the scientists involved without sounding the alarm? I have a hard time believing they would. But there are incidents like the Manhattan Project where when something's important enough, you just threaten them with death. And this funny thing happens when you threaten somebody with death and they know that you have the potential to do it. They tend to shut the fuck up. But this is a little bit different because this is the fate of humanity on the line. And I would hope that if this did have a trajectory towards Earth, someone would say something. Now, I'm not capable enough myself to go through and do the mathematical calculations and check the math on this thing and do the due diligence and say, okay, did they do this right? Is this right? Is the trajectory actually going to set it about however many, like an AU, or what is it, 2 AUs away with us, whatever it would be. Astronomical union is about the distance from the sun to the Earth. So it wouldn't even be an AU away, honestly, if it was in the asteroid belt. Maybe just barely. So anyway. You say no way, Shy. They wouldn't be able to hide it. Yeah. If remember, there was a vegetation found still in the mouse, a frozen mammoth there. Yes, there was. Yeah. Yeah, they froze instantly. Yeah. However that happened. There's been all kinds of explanations put forward, but none of them have explained what had happened. Aside from the fact the atmosphere got stripped. So. Interesting. Yeah. On YouTube, Giron, if given the time and tools, would we be able to calculate it? Would you be able to calculate it? No, brother, I'm not nearly smart enough. Yeah. I have a philosophical background, brother, not a mathematical, astronomical background. That's the difference. I'm just here to ask the questions. I'm far too stupid to figure out the answers, right? We're just here to be like, what if, right? What if this? What could this? What's the potential be? Oh, maybe, right? Yeah, no, yeah. We could feed it into Wolfram. You could possibly get ChatGPT to use Wolfram to kind of double check the calculations, but you would need somebody competent again with high level, astrophysics to go through and double check. I mean, honestly, Avi seems to be a pretty good guy. That's kind of what we get back to with all this. Avi seems like a good guy. I feel like, and he was just calling on whistleblowers to risk their life to tell us the truth about everything. I would hope Avi himself has the courage, if this actually ended up having a trajectory with Earth, that he himself would have the courage to tell us all the truth. Yeah. Cellular automata. It would fry us, brother. Being in a bunker would probably just be like sealing yourself into a pressure cooker turned on high, Shy. I would imagine it would be in this scenario, honestly, man. Yeah, it probably would be. I mean, like, well, we can ask it here. Would being in a bunker help if this happened? It would help if you were like, so all the bunkers are built into, oh my God. What the fuck's the word I'm looking for again? They're built into hard rock. Oh God, my fucking brain, man. The beer. They're built into old rock. That's all my brain can pull out right now. So in the event that anything bad were to really happen, you're not going to get a lot of movement going on. Like they're not going to like the earthquake. You'd be safer in the event of like massive earthquakes or something like that. So they did that intentionally, right? Yes, but only if it's properly designed, stocked, and sited. So actually, you may be able to. The issue is that the atmosphere's fucked. You have a hard time going outside. Here we go. Yeah, HEPA plus acid gas. Ability to fully seal. So I mean, you're looking into this would be like government level memes here. Surface dwellers nail well-built, well-stocked bunkers. None, zero. Small communities fear best. Really? Interesting. Key failure modes, running out of fuel, filters, medical water, contamination, CO2 fire, security isolation. Yeah, there's a lot of issues. Yeah. Bedrock. Thank you, Esther. Thank you. Thank you for having a brain that works right now. Yeah. It's so very, very interesting. Very interesting. It's like that movie. What's that movie again? It's the what's it called? God damn it, with Gerard Butler. Anyway, there's a movie he was in recently. Greenland, right? Because they go to Greenland to survive. Because there's a similar scenario that plays out where an object, I think, similarly sized to this ends up hitting. It's about the size of the Chicxulub. Oh, this is way faster. But about the same object that killed all the dinosaurs strikes. And they go down and they survive it. And I guess hypothetically you could. The issue would be, like with this one, I guess, there's a potential that going that fast, it could end up turning all the ocean to acid. And then if everything dies, we're completely fucked. But we need to go off planet. So much energy in a collision would probably just push the tectonic plates around like ice sheets around breakup time. Oh yeah, there could be serious like mountain building, brother. We could have live mountain building going on. All the catastrophists of times past who raised the question, well, did it take 300 million years to build this mountain, or did it happen overnight after a catastrophic event? You could probably see something like that happen as well, or like a new version of the Rockies form somewhere in the middle of the United States or along the New Madrid fault line. You're like, oh, like that would be the event that something like that might happen with. But even that, I don't know. But anyway, fun things to think about. There are other things I was going to go over here as well. So maybe we'll move on to, well, there's something kind of similar, although it's not necessarily pertaining to this object, but I'll probably be going over this for the rest of the week, I imagine. There's going to be more updates. Abby kind of started a shitstorm with this. Memes aside with it impacting us, which there doesn't seem to be any indication that it's going to, unless it magically changes its trajectory. His concern is mainly around it being an alien object, but maybe the aliens are behind and they're steering it. They're like, let's kill all those Earth people. Hand of God, right? Do things just happen? Is it all just accidental, or is there some intention out there we're not aware of? Zach, what's up? I don't know. The next thing I'm going to go over here, well, it's actually, so its arrivals in 2025. I don't know how this happened, but there are people out there who are maybe conflating this. I thought Avi in an interview had maybe mentioned offhand something about 2027 himself. But Jeremy Corbell obviously made claims on TMZ 6 months ago that I have zero doubt that a lie is coming. The lie is going to be that there is a craft slowly making its way to us here on Earth. That 100% is the lie you were going to be told. Supposedly, after he said this, Jeremy said, no. This is a hypothetical scenario that TMZ cut out of context to try and boost ratings for the show. And he's like, that wasn't supposed to happen. I was like, brother, you sit down with a group of people like TMZ who make their living off cutting people out of context and making money off. What the fuck do you think they're going to do to you? When you say something like that, give me a fucking break. Give me a double black IPA. Get the fuck out of here. God damn it. In the Bible, God promised not to destroy earth by water again. That's often interpreted to mean it'll be by fire next time, bro. Ectoparousis, I think is what the Greeks called it. Ectoparousis, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Destruction by fire. Destruction of the world by fire is what the Greeks called it. That's what the Egyptian priest told Solon, Plato's great uncle, in the Timaeus, that periodically the world's destroyed by water, cataclysmos, I think, and by fire, ectoparousis. Periodically, that happens. Over and over and over again. That's what the Egyptians believed at one point, I guess, according to Plato. The comet were near Saturn, 1.3 billion kilometers away, and heading straight for Earth. We'd have approximately 284 days to prepare before impact. That's pretty good, though. Yeah, it's a couple, well, is that right? It's supposed to be here in November, though, isn't it, Aaron? Where the fuck is it right now? It's a good question. He wants to be the one so bad. It's like, oh my God, I know, I can't even fucking... Is he talking about this? Well, that's what we were just talking about, Wayne. Yeah. Oh, this they are milking. This is just released today, I guess. Tonight. Just literally just a little while ago. These motherfuckers are milking this so hard. Scientists give chilling update on the mysterious interstellar object racing through our solar system as they warn it's even bigger than we thought. Oh my God. They just revealed how big the object really is, which is what we were just talking about. It's too big. It's it's 7 miles across. Yeah. Well, there's the Daily Mail. Thank you, brother, chiming in, just reminding us of this meme. I would love to see the shock wave when it hits at the moment and created vapor plasma cones around the object. Yeah. Listen, if there's a way to go out again, do you really want to be like laying in your bed with all your family, your grandkids around you, and being like, it's time for me to go? Fuck that, brother. I'll be on a Harley. Maybe the whole family's on the Harley. We're just fucking ripping towards this wall of fire. It's like, if this is a simulation, that's way more exciting than like laying in bed just like a skeleton just waiting to die. Fuck that. Like, goddamn, go out on that bike flying towards that wall of fire. That's way cooler. Nicolas Cage way, Ghost Rider style, Zach. Ghost Rider style. Wall of fire, just instantly evaporate. Fuck yeah. There you go. Why are all these sites talking about you? Because they're desperate for clicks, man. They love to stir the pot like this. It's after a hard day's work, people, after they have, not that I necessarily had a hard day's work today, but after they have a nice beverage in their hand, they're like, yeah, you know what? Fuck all this. I just don't want to go back to work tomorrow, right? And so they read this, they're like, yeah, okay. Don't look up. They chose to sit at home. They did. They chose to have a dinner, Wayne. A nice dinner, and they had some wine. And that'd be, maybe before it happened, I'd be down for that. But, you know, I'll be driving straight into that goddamn thing. Head on. Fuck yeah. Blasting Aussie or something. Blasting some Aussie. Shot in the dark. Blast shot in the dark as you fly towards the wall of fire. That'd be badass. I would find a surfboard and just wait for the biggest fucking wave to surf the rest of my life. That'd be fucking sick too, man. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Yeah. So, is there anything to this? Does anyone remember this? All of a sudden, this talk about Atlas being a hostile craft. So, for people that may not remember, we've had a couple objects mentioned that are similar to this over the last couple of years. I forget what the term was. The name of it was again. Fuck. It was all over like kind of alternative media maybe 10 years ago. But there was another comet that was coming by, and it was going to come fairly close to us. And people were convinced this is Nibiru and blah, 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 blah. And nothing happened, right? This is a little bit different because it's an interstellar object and it's moving much quicker and it's much bigger. And then Avi kind of started this hype train and stirred the pot with these alien comments. But this is what Jeremy said. Your government now wants you to know one truth, and that truth is that UFOs are real. They've already told you so. Sometimes when you want somebody to know a truth, it's so you can set them to believe a lie, and that's coming. I have zero doubt that the lie is coming. Specifically, you want to say it right now for real. If we tell the lie before it's told, they can adapt. That's the real thing. I'll tell you privately. I won't really think about it if you want to put this in the show for real. That's a real thing I'm telling you. UFOs are real. They've been here a long time, and that's the truth, but the lie is coming. All indications, like all of them, is that their lie is going to be there's a craft slowly making its way to us here on Earth. The lies they're going to want you to believe. It's nuanced, how they explain that, the nature of that threat, but that 100% is a lie you're going to be told. And then Jeremy turned around and said, this is all just a hypothetical scenario. Was it though? I don't know. Maybe there's something to it. This is a conspiracy. I don't know. Maybe. Based on the latest global observatory reports, the interstellar object is currently located 670 million kilometers away from the sun, placing it inside Jupiter's orbit. Is it at Jupiter right now? It is located 520 million kilometers from the Earth. Is it already? Okay, it's in within the solar system then. Okay. It's going to be here around November. Avi had said in one of these interviews, I think this one here, which I had it pulled up, that maybe you should cancel your vacations after October 29th, just in case this is an alien craft. Told us so. Yeah, NASA has been gaslighting us since forever. Interesting. Why on earth would they need a lie as big as there's an alien ship coming to attack us? What would require such an outlandish claim to distract from? Well, there's a couple options, I guess, but we'll wait to get closer to the date before we start going over those. But I don't know. Me personally, I'm always, as someone again who's been embroiled and involved behind the scenes in the whole Nibiru thing for years, literally years, and talking to people for years about this and pastoring people for years about all this. I've kind of been through this before a little bit, where there's claims that this is going to kill everybody. It's arrived, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, I do tend to bet that if something like this was actually a dire situation, there would be more people onto it. There are a lot of very competent people out there, and we would probably I would imagine we would start to see, probably even before this even happened, if this is a real threat, posts on sites like 4chan. Although the UK has just dealt with anonymity, interestingly enough, on sites like 4chan. And they've been trying to get rid of anonymity, and there actually seems to be a pretty big push right now in the West to get rid of anonymity everywhere, which is extremely interesting. Is that just a coincidence? But I would imagine we still have people posting anonymously about something if this was genuinely a threat. It's a hypothetical alien craft. It's not actually an alien craft. And it doesn't appear to have any kind of actual trajectory towards us. So, for the most part, this is a meme. We're memeing. This is not something I think for the most part to concern ourselves with. There's all kinds of people that they're always trying to claim all kinds of crazy fucking things. So, yeah. Yeah, Dumbass at Jupiter. Really respect Jupiter for protecting us and cleaning space. Yes, absolutely, Zach. Yeah, it's helped us many times. It's literally why we're still here. So, unfortunately, this time now, this thing is going to come into the inner solar system. So, you want to believe, Wayne? This brother, I listen. Let me tell you, right? Like November, I don't have to worry about paying the credit cards off anymore. It's like, you know what? Like, fuck, bro. Let's just go. Right? Let's just go. Maybe this is when the aliens finally come by and pick us all up, or pick the chosen ones. I haven't really had any communications myself. I'm going to assume I'm not one of the chosen ones, but maybe some of you out there will survive, right? Maybe you can put a good word in for me. If you're the ones that are going to fucking live, you can say, hey, there's this idiot on the internet named Jim, and he's just memes about you all the time. Can you please pick him up? So, hey, is that why I'm here? Possibly to some degree, just in case there's the chosen ones watching. Because maybe this will happen at some point. There is talk throughout ancient history, and I do know a little bit about this, of periodic catastrophes by water and fire. And it seems to be related to a comet, or comets at least. And so we seem to be having problems periodically with this happening. Obviously not extinction level, but hey, listen, now I don't know how to farm. Even if this is an extinction level and it's just kind of bad, that would be bad enough for me. We don't have internet. If I can't get a hold of a nice German brew once in a while, that's a bad day, right? So I don't want to be out in the woods with ticks and shit by myself. So in my family, and we don't know what the fuck we're doing. So Russell him up. Yeah, brother, they know where to find me. They know full well. Yeah. Aussie Lemmy Hellraiser. That'd be a good one too, actually, man. Yeah. Floating potential destructive alien objects into public consciousness would maybe set groundwork for Project Blue Meme, Dermo? Well, that's a question, man. Me and Galen TV were talking about that last night for people that weren't here, but there is a conspiracy on 4chan that started 7 months ago, where this guy in that's not Tasmania. Fuck. Northeastern Africa. Tunisia. His family had run into this American man, this older guy in the 60s, who worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency. And he went there, he built a underground bunker into a mountain. And obviously, while he was doing that, everybody in the town was like, what the fuck? Who is this guy? And so his family ended up befriending them, according to this guy's story, right? There's so many schizos on 4chan, you have no idea. Some idiot could just be concocting this and he lives in Florida. Who knows? But according to his story, this is what had happened. And this guy, after his family befriended him, ended up openly telling people around there he got close to that, hey, I saw documents while I was working at the DIA pertaining to the global elite that they are aware of some impending catastrophe that's going to happen. And I'm living here for that reason, because I'm very concerned and I believe that they believe what is going to happen is going to pan out and occur. So, I don't know. There's so many stories like this, so that's just one of them. But is this a part of some grander scheme? It always could be. I mean, listen, Abby's talking, well, could this hypothetically be aliens? I'm going to say, well, I would trust at least that this is a real object. Could this be used as some kind of an excuse conveniently for something else? Maybe they try and use this. Maybe they try and stir the pot. I mean, clearly all of the different media outlets have been doing this anyway. I know they're desperate for a story right now because the only thing to talk about has been Trump and Epstein. So maybe they're looking to change the topic and get some more clicks and views. Maybe there's an ulterior motive, though, behind that. Who knows? Have you seen him? He knew all of this before. Our not Lord, but might be Savior poster. Fuck it. We started to get onto it. We didn't quite hit the nail on the head, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's definitely there's some things about it that make me say, this is interesting. I mean, you know, like, for instance, not that it's related to this in any way, but the Nibiru crowd. So when I say the Nibiru crowd, I don't mean people who read the 12 Planets Zechariah Sitchin's book. I mean people who follow people like Nancy Leader. Oh, there's another guy who was involved with publishing the Colbrim Bible. Michael Masters, I believe is his name. Maybe, no, is that the anthropologist? There's another guy with a similar name who was also a proponent that there's going to be this cataclysm by this giant comet planet. And their whole meme is that it's going to it's hiding behind the sun, or it's being obscured by the sun, or we're not going to see it to the last moment because of its trajectory around the sun, and blah, blah, blah. And that's a real thing, actually, with comets, right? But then that usually only takes, like, I don't know, a couple weeks at most. And this has been going on 20 years now. And then it turns into the aliens are hiding it. It's like, okay. But the idea that it's going to be obscured for some time behind the sun is a meme I've heard before. People, again, it is a real phenomena, though. And so, is this something they're going to try and use to spook people? Or there's always a potential there, man. They could use this to throw people into a frenzy. I don't know. I hope not. I hope there's nothing bad that's going to happen. The only thing I could think about, which I don't think would happen with an object that's 7 miles across, would be its tail, because we go through something called the Taurid meteor stream twice a year, right? Which is a stream of comets that are left over from the creation of the solar system. And every year we get, people might know, we get, a shower of comets that come down, and yeah. And so you can see them in October, and there's another time in the spring you can see them again. But twice a year we go through the tail of this comet stream, essentially, right? And it doesn't cause any serious problems, but in the past, maybe it was a little bit more dense, and it did cause problems. It caused possibly the Younger Dryas. It's like Graham Hancock and the Comet Research Group's theories right now. It's like, what caused the end of the last ice age? Was it Was it just some random interstellar object? Was it just a random comet? Was it something like the comet, the Taurid meteor stream? Potentially. That's one of their hypotheses, right? That they've brought up before, and we don't know. So could we end up going through the tail of this thing? Could it end up causing like some kind of debris? It wouldn't necessarily be world ending, but maybe it could take out a couple cities, and that could definitely happen. Let's say you know about some impending catastrophe and you know its cycle. You must think you're chosen and commit to ends justify the means, and you must not alarm everybody. If it's like big bad, Wayne, yeah, I could see that. If it's something that they know is going to end up completely either destabilizing or potentially ending civilization, yeah, I would imagine that'd be top priority to cover that shit up. And would the government be capable of covering up a secret like that? We do know they have been in the past, yeah, able to do that. Well, actually, there's 2 instances of such, those instances we know. There's one, which is the Manhattan Project, and 2 is potentially the research into the back engineering of these vehicles they may have recovered, which would be the gravity research in particular that the physicists were involved with in the 50s that went dark and just supposedly went nowhere, but now we're thinking differently. I would alarm everybody we might survive. Is this true that Atlas tail towards the sun? Essentially what it's going to do, Zach, is it's going to come around. So we're going to be, as it comes around the sun, we're going to be like the opposite side of it. So we're not going to be, honestly, there's going to be no threat of it hitting us, but we could pass through the tail of its debris. But I mean, again, an object 7 miles wide is absolutely nothing in terms of a debris trail. So it's not really anything to be even concerning ourselves with. I mean, it's, now if it was the size of us and it went by, then its debris trail might be something we might be worried about, but I don't think. Now if it hit us again too, yeah, I'd be fucking worrying, but I'm just trying to hypothetically think what could be concerning about this, you know? Yeah. Who knows? If you follow the money, you can see huge cover-ups too. Well, I have something in the bones you posted, man. Just today or yesterday. I went through it. It was the Reddit post. No, where was it? Oh, right here. A deep dive into DUMBs, or deep underground military bases, including the connections to the mystery drones that we know Trump and the Pentagon lied about, the breakaway civilization, UFOs, UAPs on Medium here. I don't know who this is about, but it was fairly interesting. Just talking about, you know, kind of UAP programs and just dumb programs and misallocation of funds, and kind of what that lady had brought up who was on Danny Jones' podcast recently, that there's absolutely a network of underground military bases that they've been working on. And there's an area where they reside, which conveniently is in kind of the more survivable areas. They kind of are around, they're in the bedrock, right? Like around Colorado, that kind of area. You can literally see here, actually. The Colorado airport is actually underneath the Colorado airport is almost certainly a deep underground military base. And a continuation of government facility, potentially, I've heard as well from people who supposedly know what they're talking about. That in the event of some kind of catastrophe under the Colorado airport is actually the continuation of government area. So that's where the White House, where they all go. Some people are convinced on this. I'm not going to pretend that I am the expert on this and absolutely know one way or the other that it's true or it's not. But yeah, it's been talked about a lot, and there's tons of them. And so why have they been doing this? I mean, is it because they know something's going to happen, or is it because they're just trying to be preventative? Some people would argue that it's gone beyond just them being just some kind of preventative measure, that the excess and really to the detriment of the U.S. economy might speak to the seriousness of this situation, that they've been aware of something that's impending. And then you get into straight woo. So, and then I don't know how much that's objectively worse. So, yeah. I would go to mall, do my shopping, probably Italian cheese and wine, and tell everyone who can save our ass. So that's very courageous, Zach. I appreciate that you would try and do that, actually. There are many people that just wouldn't. They'd take that nice Italian cheese and wine and they'd fuck off into the sunset with it and say, good luck, everybody. They wouldn't say anything. Yeah. Yeah. I think you're on a pile of money and power. It's different. Yeah. I think the way they would look, honestly, a good test run for this would probably be the movie Deep Impact. Deep Impact, I think, actually is probably a pretty good I don't know, obviously. I'm not the fucking expert here in all of this. But I feel like Deep Impact would be a pretty good idea how this would pan out. Now, obviously, Deep Impact, for people that are familiar with the movie, there's a leak that gets out between the president and his secretary of whatever the fuck. And they're talking about Ellie. And then this journalist gets a hold of that, or, you know, gets a hold of that information somehow and says, oh my God, the secretary resigns because of this woman, Ellie. And he gets caught talking about it with the president. Oh my God, like this drama-filled meme, right? Spills the tea on, who's Ellie, this woman? Turns out Ellie stands for Extinction Level Event. And they come to find out this comet is going to hit and kill everybody. And then at the last minute, it doesn't, but it still causes a bit of a mess. But anyway, I think that would, you know, there definitely would be controls put in place. I would bet by the government in the event of something like this. And we probably underestimate again how impactful and influential a threat of death would be to everybody involved, all the experts. It's one thing to think about it. It's another thing to deal with an entity like the military industrial complex in the US and just run up against it and have them literally tell you, if you speak about this, you will die. And not just you, but we might have to end up terminating your family. I mean, that's a whole nother... there'd be a lot of people that just wouldn't say anything. And especially if that, and we know that works with the Manhattan Project. So, and we're presuming that's worked too with the UAP cover up, at least in regards to specifics into the anti-gravity research or gravity manipulation research, because we don't have any specifics there. And so a lot of the experts that would hypothetically have been involved with that have literally said absolutely nothing to anybody out in the general public. Not even their family has even reiterated anything they may have told them. So, and we're pretty convicted now that was something that was going on. So they can't keep secrets. So if they knew something was coming, and if they were convicted in that it was going to be bad enough, then I think they may be able to keep this secret for a while. Be my personal bet, but I don't know. Kind of like the huge threat of non-existence hanging over my head. It's causing me to go full on into what I want to do right now. It is that interesting phenomena. Yeah, Morgan Freeman, he wasn't God this time, but president, close enough, right? Yeah, Wayne, it's something with this kind of stuff, and that's why people get addicted to it, I think. And there's definitely communities of people out there that are waiting for the end of the world, whether it's like Heaven's Gate cult, or it's other UFO cults, it's Nancy Leader's group of people she has together that are just waiting for Nibiru to kill everybody, essentially. It's this immediate relief of like, oh my God, I don't need to worry about work tomorrow. I don't need to worry about my credit cards. I don't need to worry about my debt. I don't need to worry about blah, 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 blah. Like it's all these other things that just fade away in the instant, where it's like this, it's almost like for a moment, even during watching catastrophe movies and thinking about this, all of that stress fades away. Because most people live stressful lives. And so it's a lure to it, really. Right? There's an allure to it. Maybe you feel like you should be doing something with your life. There's something you have to do that's very stressful. And this is a form of escapism too. It definitely can be a powerful form of escapism. Yeah. But I mean, obviously when this goes down, it's gonna be kind of difficult to deal with. But yeah, this is the worst love story with Frodo. It is. Yeah, had a ticket to shelter, leaves to save his girlfriend. What a dumb move. He did survive though in the end. Spoilers. Yeah. To be fair, they probably keep working the problem up to the last minute, and they would need everybody showing up to work to do that, Jeremy. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. And I think that's also one of the motivations, yeah. Listen, you got to have those guys making sure those nuclear reactors, which are all over the east coast of the North America, really, entirely North America, you got to make sure they're coming to work and making sure those things don't melt down. Because the second something like this event takes place, something like this happens, they're all going to fucking melt down. It's going to be a disaster. So there's other unfortunate ramifications with an event like this in the modern world that we're not anticipating. Or that they're going to be there to shut them down in anticipation of this safely, so there isn't contamination everywhere. We've created some potential issues, and then you know in Germany they shut all the nuclear reactors down. You're like, that's interesting. Why are they so concerned about nuclear there, right? Why are they so terrified of nuclear reactors? Interesting. What do they know? It's like, you know, the politicians and global elite are just hell bent on, we should no windmills. It's like, guys, that's not a good alternative. What do you mean? What do you know? Why are you shutting them all down, right? Anyway. Yeah, the traffic was so realistic. Bikes make sense. It does. That's literally what happens, Zach. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. That's the only issue with nuclear is that in the event of a catastrophe, it's devastating for the local environment. And I mean, again, this is things you just probably people don't need on their plate. But if you look at how many nuclear reactors are along the east coast of North America, it's fucking terrifying. There's a lot. And like the one in southern New Brunswick here, which powers New Brunswick, and this is the only nuclear reactor in Atlantic Canada. It's only equipped to sustain like a magnitude 6.0 earthquake. It would not sustain a comet impact or even any kind of somewhat large earthquake. They didn't build it to sustain that. So kind of like Fukushima, they were like, oh, well, you know, like there hasn't been a big earthquake in a long time, right? Like we don't really need to like re-equip this thing with stuff that's up to date. And then all of a sudden, boom, out of nowhere, giant earthquake, giant tsunami. Oh, fuck. Right. So anyway, yeah, fun memes, lots of fun shit. Hopefully this doesn't happen. I don't know. As I've memed on this many times, right? Yeah, like with the whole Nibiru thing. That's more kind of like, do I have the fucking image up here? Oh, bless. That's the other one, but anyway, close enough. That there's a real narrative throughout history that we do sustain these periods of instability, I think. Genuinely, there's periods of instabilities here on the planet. Now, we don't know what causes those. I mean, it probably would make sense stuff from space. It cyclically comes around. It doesn't need to necessarily be a comet-sized or planet-sized comet, but just shit happens, right? And so it's just life. What can you do? Please stream your meltdown. I will have a shot every time you change color. Oh, fuck yeah, absolutely I would, yeah. Oh, listen, I'd be more than a couple shots in at that point. Yeah, I'd be a shade of red probably permanently throughout the entirety of that experience. That or we'd be running the fuck away. Which we could probably get away, honestly, thankfully, because of where it's located. It might even fall into the sea if it's bad enough, and then we don't have to really worry about it. Well, the sea life, you'd have to worry about it, but fuck the sea life, you know. Yeah, we're the most important thing here. Let's just be real here for a second, you know. Like, I love the whales, I love the dolphins, all the turtles and stuff, but let's be real. Like, if we had to pick between whales, turtles, and dolphins and us, like, we're picking us every fucking time, right? Like, we ultimately, as interesting as they are, they're almost always food in a worst case scenario, right? So it's like, yeah, that sucks that they got cooked with all the radiation under the water there, but better them than us. That's my whole philosophy on that, right? That seal is just a fisherman barbecue with friends from out of town. That's effectively it, brother. That's kind of actually the TLDR of it, actually, yeah. It's, I forget, it's Awanis. It's about, well, actually, this may be Babylonian, I don't remember. So Awanis, and I don't know if it's Enki or Enlil, and then Anu and all the whole crew, and flying on a flying disc, and whatever the fuck that actually means, I don't actually know. But, anyway. Maybe that's where we're going to end up at some point, is we're going to come to know these deeper truths about reality, and that's why they're so concerned about, maybe we're just in the precipice of that. Maybe that's why these governments are so concerned about corralling anonymity online and free speech, and they're worried about people banding together and being like, oh my God, we're gonna find out something dire, and that's why they're so worried. I mean, wouldn't it be funny if that's what it was all about? I don't know. Crypto terrestrials. Maybe. So this, I want to play this clip because I meant to play it last night and we didn't. It's Fox News memeing with Michael Masters. Yeah. Bitcoin will finally take off. Brother, listen. If right before the end I get a nice couple cases of natural wine, right? Nice couple cases of some good fucking organic brews. Couple nice Cohiba cigars, Cuban cigarellos even, you know, a nice little bottle of brandy or scotch. We're going to be all set, right? And then we'll find the meat. The meat will be around. There will be meat everywhere probably. We'll find some nice meat. There'll be all kinds of meat all over the place. So we don't have to worry about the meat. Yeah. Literally and figuratively. Well, yeah. It might, yeah. Spassi, yeah. Whatever. There'll be meat everywhere. We'll have a good time. Yeah. We don't need to worry about it. Yeah. The fucking wine. What's Bitcoin? I'll play this little clip.
This might be living among us, right here on Earth, disguised as humans. And all the UFO sightings we hear about, those are just spaceships from other planets coming to visit their alien friends here on Earth. So who are these aliens living among us? They're called...
This was a feature Fox did around the Avi Loeb claims, but then I guess they can only get a hold of Michael Masters, so they start talking about
crypto-terrestrials, They're highly advanced, incredibly deceptive, and they're capable of hiding in plain sight. There are several theories on the origins of these crypto-terrestrials. Some speculate an advanced ancient civilization was destroyed, with only a few surviving in secrecy, possibly in the base on a moon. And we don't know for certain where these crypto-terrestrials are from, or even if they exist, but one thing's for certain. Many believers think that the government knows more than they're letting on. A Pentagon official came forward this week revealing their 7-minute encounter with a glowing turquoise UFO, which gave off enough energy to power a city. That official isn't alone. More UFO whistleblowers are breaking their silence and exposing what they've seen. Watch.
My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude. It's rotating. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
that's Ryan
dude.
Graves, yeah.
Oh, look at it fly.
The biological anthropology professor who conducted this study, Michael Masters, joins us now. Okay, professor. Have you seen one of these, what are they called, crypto-terrestrials living among us?
I've not seen one personally, no. And actually, the study is a very conservative approach to this question, as you did.
It's not what he said in an interview later, but
A
anyway.
great job highlighting in your intro piece there. This is a real phenomenon, and we need to take it seriously, and we need to start asking the questions about what are they, who are they, where are they coming from, potentially when are they coming from, and even could they have set up shop here on Earth in the past and be living amongst us?
Wow, you say it's a real phenomenon. How do we know it's a real phenomenon?
I mean, if you look across time and space, these have been reported for millennia. And even if you don't want
Yes.
to take that at face value, look at the cockpit videos, look at all of the reports by military, police officers, whose testimony we can certainly take seriously because they're trained to identify things that are a threat, and they're trained to identify things that are unexplainable. And there's so many cases where they do report just that.
So the difference is we all see these things or hear about them visiting, right? In the spaceship or there's a sighting. But this study
Chinese
takes it
lantern
a
brother.
step further. It's saying they're living among us. Does that mean like Gutfeld's an alien and he's just disguised as a cable TV host?
Oh, man.
It's certainly possible, and I would look into that because you never know. But we should take the question of UFOs seriously. What we're trying to do is offer a grounded scientific approach
what
to
a
some
dank guy,
possibilities about what they might be. So, yeah, there have been other proposals as well. Me personally, I've written 3 books about whether they could be future human time travelers coming back to visit their own past, and in the same way I would as a biological anthropologist if I had access to that technology. And that is one of the possibilities we include in this.
Yeah, that's not the whole interview. Anyway, interesting. Yeah, I mean, aside from the condescending tone, but I mean, again, there's still slight amount of stigma around this kind of topic. But I would agree. I would agree that the preponderance of anecdotes is something that speaks to at least the presence of this phenomena here, whatever that is. I mean, obviously, a prime contender would be extraterrestrials. And one of the issues is that we've supposed they would interact with us in a way that we would think is like, you know, appropriate. But again, who the fuck are we comparatively to some civilization that's a million years ahead of us? I mean, we're just monkeys in the zoo, right? And so to kind of highlight that point, is a post by Mick West that I wanted to pull up here, which is going to kind of the opposite end of the spectrum where, I'll just read what he said. With no meaningful physical evidence, the modern ufology movement reverts to its state in 1896, repeating secondhand tales from men of undoubted veracity. Nobody's veracity is beyond doubt, especially when making extraordinary claims. But unlike 1896, we now have billions of cameras. Let's see the evidence. So again, but the problem is where Mick goes with this, always, right? So you could say that is not a big ask. You could say, well, okay, there's a phenomena. What's the issue with just capturing it on film, right? So this is when you get deeper into people's brains, their psyche. So what's the issue with why can't we just capture them on film, right? What's the issue? It's like, well, again, you're in the zoo, right? You're stuck inside the enclosure. You're a monkey, right? So what prevents the monkeys from understanding that they're literally in a zoo right? Did they understand they're in a zoo? Do they understand that people pay money to come and look at them as some kind of an exhibition? No, not really. They don't. And so that's our problem as well with contending with this phenomena, ultimately, is the limiting factor is our ability to understand the complexity of it, right? How complicated is objective reality? How complicated objectively is this phenomena? Is it beyond our comprehension? And to some degree, it appears that it may be. And so, and now I understand, for instance, him saying here, men of undoubted veracity, saying no one's beyond doubt. There are people, though, that you run into, and this is something that's important, that people just are operating in a vacuum where emotion is completely useless, or human interaction as well with people is completely useless when you're dealing with someone who's had a firsthand witness of one of these objects or one of these encounters. It's extremely valuable, right? Because we are people. And we ultimately don't know without any physical evidence whether or not somebody actually saw something. But there are some people you will run into that are just no bullshit. And when they tell you and they look you in the eye and they say, this happened to me, just completely hand waving that and saying, well, this is objectively worthless because they don't have physical evidence, is childishly naive and is unacceptable, honestly. And so that's ultimately where I fall off with people like Mick, where they're trying to say that these accounts from people are just objectively worthless because there's no hard physical evidence, and that it doesn't speak to any. It absolutely speaks to the phenomena. It speaks to the phenomena in that potentially they're in control of our ability to collect evidence of them. They're that advanced. If they don't want to be captured on camera in high resolution, they won't be, right? I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing we're not understanding. We're not, and this is a problem. Again, Mick is very literal person that's very grounded. Maybe he's lacking in the field of imagination because unfortunately, when you're dealing with something that's a million years ahead of you, you're going to have to try and think a little bit more abstractly to try and reckon with it. And he may not have the imagination necessary. Honestly, none of us may, to actually wrap our heads around what we might be dealing with here. And the potential ability they may possess as well, right? Where if they don't want a picture taken of them, no picture is taken, right? They're underestimating how complicated this is. The people that can think critically, Mick, he's good with computers and he's good at trying to figure out like where something was in the sky at the right time. But when it comes to this level of abstraction, he's not good. It's just, I will literally hand wave some of this stuff myself because it's so bad. And I think most people kind of intuitively can discern that anyway when reading through this, and they're like, "Oh my god, bud!" Like, yeah. Maybe they want to stay one step ahead of being filmed. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we thought any kind of tech is magic in ancient times. Exactly, Zach. Yeah. The double slit experiment proves that matter behaves differently when observed. It does. The aliens could have turned this into a device and lets them know when they're being observed. Absolutely. I mean, there's all kinds of, oh my god, and that's just like scratching the surface too, right, man? I mean, it's like, anyway. I think what's important, and this is something again, and this is something that they don't learn because at the end of the day, these people are like ideologues and they already have their mind they already have their mind made up. They already have this ideology that like, okay, all of this is something that's explainable and it's nothing crazy. And this is essentially some kind of new age, like witch phenomena. It's like, no, bro. No. This is very different than that. You have anecdotes of people like Jan Hynek, who were astronomers that were very grounded, kind of materialist types of people, right? Who are like, yes, there is a material world and it's absolutely solid and we know that it's real, and no, we fucking don't, pal. Sorry, you're not living in the 21st century anyway. But Jan Hynek was a kind of similar type of character like that, like an accredited academic, which Mick is not. Not that they're not going to really, parade around that bullshit. But anyway, he was ultimately convinced in the end that there was a phenomena in dealing with people who have had firsthand encounters, who didn't want any kind of attention whatsoever and just genuinely didn't want any kind of, they wanted to remain anonymous ultimately. And him and Jacques Vallée talked to enough people who had seen these things, had experiences over the years, like hundreds, thousands, where he became convinced that there's no way these people are all lying to me. These people are clearly not mentally ill because I've spoken with them and can see that they're not. They're perfectly functioning people. Most people are not mentally ill anyway. Most people do not have hallucinations. So then there must be a phenomena that's happening that we can't explain. So then it's like, what of the two scenarios is more likely? Everybody's lying and they're all hallucinating, right? and I'm right, or no, they're not, and there's a phenomena, and I'm a fucking idiot. Well, probably option 2, in my personal opinion. I watched a YouTube video of an experimental aircraft recently. The comment section was nothing but a debate about if it was real or not. Photographic evidence isn't what it used to be. Absolutely not, man. Yeah. Well, the advent of AI too. Yeah. Yeah. There was a Black Mirror episode that you can block someone in real life. When you see them, you only see blurry, foggy space. Maybe they can do that. Listen, I have read these anecdotes myself over the years on like Above Top Secret and Godlike Productions and other forums where people, I'll never forget, and I can't remember the post. I feel like it may have been on Above Top Secret, but there was somebody was telling a story of them seeing a UFO, and it wasn't even just a UFO, it was a literal fucking craft. And it maybe even been a black triangle. They literally saw it up in the sky. And this is back, I don't know. This would have been like in 2006, 7, 8, somewhere in that time span, where you had like a Motorola Razr or something. So the cameras on these phones are pretty abysmal to begin with, especially at night. But they had, it was obvious enough that they thought, okay, shit, I'm going to get a picture of this fucking thing and we're going to prove that this is real. And they took the picture and looked at it and nothing was in the picture. And they looked up, and I think in the story, if I recall correctly, there was another witness to this. It was still up there and it didn't show up in the photograph. And they were like, what the fuck? Like, these were people, I think they may have been people who had an account on the website, but you know, they were just like, what in the fuck is going on? Again, well, we're dealing with something that's a million years ahead of us. All bets are off. That's the problem, is all of these assumptions here, right? I mean, I just tend not to pay too much attention to him when it comes to this level of abstraction anyway, because I don't really value his opinion when it comes to these things. If there's an object that someone captured on film somewhere and we want to know whether or not it's a balloon or it's a drone or it's a star, I'll go see what Mick had to say about it. When it comes to this kind of stuff, he's unbelievably bad. So, anyway, everyone has their thing that they're good at. So, Aaron, what's up on Kick, brother? Yeah. Anyway, this is something. This is another incident of this, I think, where he had kind of drugged this guy's balls to the glass a little bit. So he's just been. Who's he? He was involved. He wasn't involved. He was just promoted recently to some position within the government. His name's Matt. What's his name again? Fuck. Here.
2020 called Phenomenon. I was watching
Matt Lawyer is his name. His YouTube channel, but he was involved in Space Force. He was a pilot. And this is him going over an experience that he had. And of course, you have these hardline materialists who aren't living in objective reality anymore because the material world isn't quite what we thought it was since the age of quantum physics and quirks and quarks and muons and all these other weird phenomena. But anyway, 80-year-old Air Marshal came out here this year. He was head of the 16 plane. They all saw a light orb turning around their planes. Oh, Jesus, really? Kind of like a Foo Fighter. Yeah. Interesting, Zach. Yeah. Yeah, this is him telling an interesting incident that did happen. Now, obviously, if I recall the clip correctly, because I had watched it a little while ago, I think you might bring Jesus into this or something. But
I was watching a documentary that was done in 2020 called Phenomenon. I was watching it with my wife late at night, and it was probably 45 or 60 minutes into this documentary. We had air traffic controllers talking about a phenomenon that they occasionally see at their airfields. It's not common, it's rather rare, of these balls of light that seem to zip around the flight lines and be able to defy the known laws of physics incredibly fast. And they were like big orbs of light, orange or yellowish in color. And I paused the film and I remembered, as odd as that sounds, that I'd seen the exact same thing in high school when I was in the mountains in Arizona. And I told my wife, I said, I've seen this. I know exactly what they're talking about. And she said, no, you haven't. I said, no, I really have. And she says, we've been married for 10 years. You've never mentioned this once. And it's true. I hadn't mentioned it because it was one of those things I'd never understood. It was a very peculiar experience.
It's a beautiful beard.
Another girl.
He's like the Henry Cavill of UFOs, this guy.
When I saw this. And so I said, look, come with me. We're going to go to Facebook. We're going to go online and we're going to send a message to this girl I've not reached out to in 20 years. And I'm going to say, hey, remember me? Remember that time we were in the Tucson Mountains, which is exactly what I did. I said, do you remember that thing we saw? And I didn't say anything else. And she responded back immediately, and I was like, "Hey, be careful, my wife's here with me. I don't want you to embarrass me." And she said, "Yeah, that big freaking ball of light UFO thing that we saw." And my wife was surprised that, in fact, it was just as that documentary phenomenon had depicted it. And what I shared with my wife thereafter, and had always been puzzled about, was that this ball of light that we saw descending down over our head got close enough for me to look at it and into it, and it seemed to be buzzing with life, but it wasn't man-made. It was very well organized, very spherical, and it seemed to be very conscious of the two of us that were sitting there in the Arizona mountains, like it was observing us. And it was a distinct impression that I had, that I was being watched, observed, that there was a level of interest from the orb to us, and it frightened us. And so we got up and we ran to the car and we ran away, and that thing zipped up and disappeared in the sky.
Ball, light, fire stalks, U.S. fighters, and night assaults over Germany. It's a Foo Fighter memes. Yeah, back from 1945. There was another clip that he had talked about how, and this is what Mixie had, did you watch the whole thing, where he had said that, well, why couldn't there be some kind of an incident like what had happened in the New Testament with Jesus, where he arose from the dead again, and how maybe there's some crazy alien technology that could have possibly facilitated, I think it's effectively the TLDR, this kind of awakening or resurrection that occurred. And, you know, it's again, like, how literally are people going to take things? I mean, you're going to look at the world we know now, and we haven't seen any incidents of this kind of shit happening in modern times. So therefore, could this have happened in ancient times? And I mean, obviously, I tend to kind of just, you know, I don't know if it's something that I take the story in a different light. I don't really think that's an important part of the story. Personally, I would bet as well that's kind of a manufactured piece of the story. But he said, yeah, why do you obsess over it? I just find it interesting. The analysis is fun. Puzzles. It'd be great if someone paid me to do fun puzzles. I think it's more of the fact that, again, he's a part of a community when he kind of berates people. So Debugger McWest is literally capable of simply saying, wow, that's a very, very interesting UAP encounter by a former F-15C fighter pilot. He'll just try and explain it away constantly. It's the attitude too that comes along with it, and the tone, and it's presumptuous nature of it as well at times, where, well, this is obviously this, or this should be this, or this is probably this, or we don't know that, right? I understand maybe the critique of his other comments where he was kind of getting into the Jesus talk about some of the stuff, and it's like, you know, I believe that he was resurrected, and it's like, I don't care at the end of the day. Like, we got the objective truth. Was he or was he not? I don't know. I probably would bet that he wasn't, but at the same time, you know, coming into people's own experiences and simply just trying to hand wave them and explain them away tends not to really go over well with people. But anyway, this isn't the side end on how I got into talking about this, but yeah, it's words mean nothing to me. It's over. Phoenix Lights, lava folding in itself. Kaz Clark barrels looked like white fuzz on old TV folding in itself with intent. This guy memes similar themes. Yeah, that's actually a good. The Kaz Clark thing's interesting, man. Yeah. We were just talking about her incident again recently. But anyway, this is another meme. Over to the memes, yeah. It's going to trickle, it's going to be a trickle of old guys who no longer have a job or retirement benefits to threaten and are concerned about the threat against the last couple of years of their life. Coming forward telling stuff, yeah. Downside, they won't have access to piles of documentation, Jeremiah, yeah. We've had some of that already, right? I mean, we had, like, Edgar Mitchell was a pretty big name that came out and openly spoke about not just the phenomena, but the back engineering program specifically, and that they were relegated to these, aerospace companies, these black projects, and the funding was dark and nothing that Congress had any oversight over. And then a lot of these materials have been relegated to these aerospace companies, and there was no ability of any oversight because that's the way it was intended. And I know, so Ed back in the mid 90s had literally told people that on TV. That was what was going on. And it wasn't until 2023, like literally almost 30 years later, that we got a government insider like David Grush that literally confirmed that, although we don't have any documentation to state that definitively, but we had his reputation on the line essentially stating as such that that's what had happened. So we've kind of we've had this for a long time. That's why people come into this, and I'm not saying yourself, but other people I've known have come into this and like, oh my God. I'm like, no, we've had people saying this for a long time that are no joke. Like Ed Mitchell had a PhD. I think he was a chemist or biologist. He was a fucking astronaut. I mean, and he also had told NASA to go fuck themselves. He got fed up with him. So like, this is a pretty courageous individual, very accredited, very intelligent guy who was all in that there's a phenomena here engaging with us and that it's well documented throughout history, even ancient history as well, actually. And that he had gone into detail as to like how this was being run. He was friends with Werner von Braun, for Christ's sake, who was a Nazi who started the kind of missions to send people to the fucking moon. Like, there's all these crazy stories with him and Werner von Braun, and that they showed Uri Geller actual crash retrievals, like parts of them. Like, there's been other people out there too over the years that have been involved with this too, like ex-astronauts, people that had contracted to work at NASA. There's an endless list of people who have put together that there's a genuine conspiracy that's been going on. So we've kind of already had it. The issue is like, yeah, where's the documentation, I guess, right? Yeah, paperclip, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some pretty disturbing stories out of him. I heard that not that long ago, but Werner von Braun, that they had like strapped people to rockets or put them in the way. Like, there's some pretty dark shit that he was involved with, whether intentionally or unintentionally. He was involved with it. So anyway, you saw what Buzz Aldrin said, you'd be a little crazy as well. Well, the monoliths, brother. There's a couple of them, man. Actually, I got something up here about that. I was going to go over this in a minute, but where was it at? I don't know how true this is. Again, I have no fucking idea. Rumors are circulating, and by rumors, I don't know who this is from, that China's Chang'e 2 orbiter captured structures in the moon and may release a high-res images soon. Sources even claim NASA bombed certain lunar sites to destroy whatever was there. Still not confirmed the validity of these reports. I don't know. I take this with a bucket of salt, but this is another claim that's been out there for a while, that there are structures that have been on the moon. I've heard that before, that NASA may have bombed. I mean, if that's the case, then Jesus Christ, they better just head for the hills right now, because people are going to pull them out of their office and prosecute them. But would they go to those lengths to cover up evidence of something like this? I don't know. If they were told to, who told them to, and where did those orders come from? That's obviously going a bit farther. Were there actual structures in the moon? I don't know. I would say at this point, considering Mars, I don't know if I'd be surprised if there would be. At least that's just a bet. That's not based on a lot of solid evidence. It's more an intuitive bet, I would say, is how I would frame that. I would place an intuitive bet that there are. That they're unrelated to anybody outside of the solar system, let's say. And that might be another meme that gets uncovered, hopefully soon. Listen, if China's done with the asshole Donald, that might be one way to kick him in the nuts, finally. Just drop him to his knees. Is just release something like... Do you want to start a fucking shitstorm for people in the West, China? If that's real and you actually release those goddamn images, that will create a colossal shitstorm globally. Yeah. For all mankind, pictures early NASA free. Well, yeah. Nazis are on the moon. Got it. Well, not Nazis. No. Maybe another civilization was on the moon. Maybe you could say Atlanteans, but it might even be a little bit different than that. That's maybe my personal bet. They might have been on Mars and maybe in the rings of Saturn too, would be my bet. Although again, you could debate the quality of those evidences or that argument even. But it tells what happened if Russia was the first one who put man on the Earth. Fuck, there you go. Yeah. You know, Chinese lunar research is very serious. Rumors are rumors, but the Chinese are very active. I hope this helps. I hope that they continue imaging, and I hope that if that's true, we get some kind of definitive proofs. At the end of the day, I'm just here to watch the pot of fucking slop get stirred, and we just take our little bucket of it and come back here and do what we do with it. So just keep stirring it, China. Do it. Listen, I would love if somebody kicked this wide open with something like that. Again, my bet would be that it wasn't necessarily due to little gray people. Ultimately, we don't know, though. Maybe it is something that fantastical. I'm not sure. I don't claim to know, but yeah. Anyway, I think this is just a rumor. I don't know if who's he, content creator on here? Yeah. Host of the Beyond Top Secret podcast. He's probably talked with people behind the scenes who maybe alluded this to him. That's what happens. I'm a literal minuscule content creator, but I know that, you know, once you start getting a reach out into this ether, there are people that come to you, or there are opportunities that come to you to have conversations with people or be a part of conversations with people where sometimes you'll kind of give it insights into these potential windows. And so maybe he heard something floating around. That seems to be how he's worded this. So sent hints of rumor. I would love to see it. Either way. Yeah. My brain is evaporating. Summer. Fuck. I need fall to come. That's what I need. I hate summer. Imagine resources available to civilization around a satellite-heavy gas giant. Well, man, I mean, we talked about Norman Berggren before, which is kind of what I was getting to with all this, but Ringmakers of Saturn. Again, we talk about Buzz Aldrin. Norman's another anomalous character out there, that an enigma that has not been reconciled with properly because of how strange it is, ultimately, his claims. But Norman was utterly convinced. This was a PhD level engineer that worked with Lockheed for most of his life, Martin. He was deeply embedded within the military industrial complex. He was well involved, undoubtedly, with some of the conspiratorial shit that we've gone over here. I would imagine he was aware of it. He never really elaborated on that a whole lot. There have been very few interviews that have ever taken place with him. There's a presentation here of him doing a talk on his book, The Ringmakers of Saturn, back in the day. This is one of those arguments that he's made that, again, there won't be any hand-waving here by Mick or any of the other hardline debunking crowd to just push this out. These claims were made, and they haven't really been properly refuted in any way. They've essentially just stated that maybe he misidentified what he was seeing, but that's not really, again, if you're going to put a dissertation for something out, and you're going to do it very well, what you're going to expect from people, right, if you're going to use the equivalent level of brain power, is you're going to expect a dissertation that's of at least the equivalent one you put out debunking what you're saying, right? And the problem is that we've not seen something that happened here with Ringmakers of Saturn. Hand-waving on forum posts is not worth objectively fucking anything when it comes to these kinds of claims. It's an important thing to remember. And so there are still anomalies, there are still unknowns out there. And Norman undoubtedly is still a part of that group of people that we don't really know what to think of any of this. His colleagues didn't know what to think of any of this either, to be fair. Where, what does this mean, Norman? I mean, you're looking at the Voyager pictures of Saturn. What does this mean? Well, I mean, fuck. It means that there's a very large object, which he has remodeled here, that is within the rings of Saturn. And that's about all we can really make of that. Been long rumored we continued manned-moon missions because the occupants of the structures told us to. Daredevil. Interesting. Yeah, imagine the resources available to civilization around a Saturn. Oh, sorry, I read that bone. Sorry. Every world, they said, were written before they go to the moon. Yeah. For people that haven't gone through this work, I would recommend it. Now, it's an interesting read. It's kind of a heavy read at times. And to be completely transparent, it's hard to make out, honestly, what you're looking at times. There are some more obvious images than others that were captured. But this is the thing with this phenomena that I think maybe, which isn't that hard to comprehend, honestly. There's Whitley Strieber too. That with some of these evidences that may already be out in the general public, right? Let's say, for instance, with Norman's evidence here, right? So I believe it was Voyager, correct? I believe it was the Voyager missions that went by Saturn. They took pictures of its rings, right? They catch something anomalous in those rings, right? How do you hide that from the general public, right? What do you do if you want to hide that, right? Don't necessarily need to cover it up. You just don't talk about it. Just don't bring it up that this is an anomaly. Because what could that anomaly lead to ultimately? Well, a revelation to the general public that, what is that though? What does that mean? What does that mean that there are structures in the rings? What does that mean, right? Well, what could it be? And that's where Norman gets into interpreting the anomaly that he noticed, right? He's a fairly credited person that was obviously probably one of the few people that would be accredited enough to look at these rings and know if there was an anomaly or not in regards to an object with propulsion. And so at the end of the day, what is objectively worth? It's an anomaly. His work is an anomaly. He claims there's an anomaly in the rings. He claims there were these very large ships in the rings of Saturn. Well, he said ring makers building it. Undoubtedly, they would be mining it, is what they would be doing. But anyway, very interesting. Very interesting. Very secret, very quiet guy. Not a lot of interviews at all. Didn't really like to talk about any of this. Yeah. If anybody's curious, all praise to the giant hexagon storm. Yeah. Ignore it till it vanishes. So why the little black box is for prayer? The Jews, why the crazy Mecca, black cube, Muslims, why the hexagonal pole shaped on Saturn? Was Saturn somewhere different? Was it a sun? The gods came from there. I want answers, Jim. Maybe it's just another solar system meme from a civilization that was on Earth in the past that had a deeper understanding of our solar system than we like to think, right? So potentially there was visitors here in the past that were not from here, and they happen to also have something to do with us. And then some of these memes have been telephone gamed through cultures in the past, right? So you could think the black cube, the black hexagon, that's also on Saturn may have been a meme that was telephone gamed and memed through some of these older cultures by the civilization. You could think of it kind of like the Dogon tribe, potentially, right? Having knowledge of Sirius B, that a similar information was told to them, and then this became some kind of a ritual for them, right? Kind of deep astronomical knowledge was conveyed intentionally to them, maybe unintentionally, and it became part of their myth and legend. And so then this became telephone game through these older cultures, whether it's the cube at Mecca or some of these other similar kinds of references to Saturn through occultic memes. But ultimately it goes back to a group of individuals that maybe knew full well what Saturn was and what it looked like, and maybe they'd even been there, who knows? That's a hell of a pill to swallow. But I mean, that's kind of where, if you want to take it there, some of this shit may end up going, right? The problem with all of this at the end of the day is, what don't we know, right? So this is a pretty data poor environment that we're in right now. These are interpretations by a select few group of people. What are they objectively worth? At the end of the day, though, irregardless, we're in this data poor environment. We don't really have hard data on any of this which way or another. But is this an objective truth that we've hit on to? And not just me, but like people like Sitchin and others, even Normand, among others. Is this something that we've hit on to here that we just don't know? Like, how strange is objective reality? There's a presupposition a lot that always it's something that is going to be easily digestible by us. And that also at times is also to our great detriment, because we sometimes will look at structures, even megalithic structures, and suppose that, oh, well, of course this culture had something to do with it, when maybe really they didn't, and even they've stated such that they didn't. And it will, that kind of childishly naive, or there's another term I'm looking for here, but they're always just trying to put something into a bite-sized piece that we can swallow. And why is that? Because it's for convenience sake. It's because it's something that is convenient for us. It's not too anxiety-inducing. It's not too shocking. And it kind of conforms with the existing narrative that's out there that everything fits and we've got everything right up till now, and there isn't any kind of great readjusting that needs to be done. And we don't need that kind of anxiety-inducing scenario onto us. And it's that ultimately is just childish, I think, by groups of intellectuals that do that. They lack courage, they're cowards, and I think ultimately they're pathetic. But at the end of the day, yeah, maybe that's what's kind of going on with all this. I don't know, but this is the argument, I guess, against that, the narrative that this is all just misinterpretations and everything's okay, everything's all right, we figured everything out. No, it's not. No, we haven't. And there's all kinds of indications this is far stranger than we'd like to think it is. And objective reality may literally shock us into a fucking panic attack. And that may just be what comes of all this in the end. And I don't know when that will happen, but it seems to be a slow unveiling of things. But Norman undoubtedly is a part of that, I would say. But anyway, yeah. Can we establish that church as a community? Maybe, brother. The Saturn Storm Cube Church, yeah. That's not telephone gaming. It's specifically what memes are and memetics. Watch the TED Talk. I guess, well, hence the usage of meme there. I guess, well, yeah, it would be memes. Would be a better way of putting that, yeah. It would be memes. Telephone game and that, I guess with memes that happens as well, but telephone game more specifically because of how perverted it's become, where there's an occultic tradition around worshiping a cube. But initially, this was literally just an astronomical symbol for Saturn. And we obviously didn't have telescopes that could see that, but another civilization did. That's how they represented the planet. Similarly to the Dogon, where, you know, kind of meme. So yeah. So reality is shaped by collective consciousness. It's not a giant leap to think reality used to be different before Younger Dryas. Interesting Saturn conclusions, brother. Well, you kind of, essentially, yeah. That this used to be something that we knew about collectively, people here, and then, yeah, got kind of memed through history, yeah. Yes, I had no idea about Anunnaki before I came here. I played Assassin's Creed before, and I still play now. But now I realize the whole story was based on the Anunnaki retelling. Yeah, essentially, out of Mesopotamia. I wonder how this can be so in plain sight and we ignored. Good question, Zach. Yeah, I mean, it's something that we just I don't personally think there's a conspiracy around this. That's my personal take. I personally think that this is just something that's so obscure that most people have missed it. And that happens through history. I mean, there are all kinds of threads that we end up pulling on from people who literally just have an intuition on something. Sorry, even the cuneiform that is written here on these cylinder seals, it's a miracle we ever even learned how to interpret it. Right? Like, it's a miracle we learned how to interpret any of this language. I'm looking for a cylinder seal with cuneiform on it, but it's a miracle that we learned to interpret any of this language at all. And the only reason that we did was ultimately because we had people who just pulled something from somewhere, like they figured this puzzle out somehow. Whether they had a dream and they figured out. I mean, so that's why, again, there's just such, it's so fucking obnoxious. It ultimately is rooted in materialism. And that is ultimately, I think, the root of all of it among kind of the intellectual elite on the planet right now and in the past, where this is a very negative effect on our understanding of objective reality, where we're always constantly trying to boil things down to, well, but that's not possible because everything's just an atom, or you can't have psychic powers. That's not possible in our world. It's like, listen, they haven't kept up with the literature in other disciplines, right? That it is, unfortunately, potentially a possibility, right? That people do have these precognitive events, and that is how we gain information on locally, not just at the senses. Right? I mean, obviously, this is an ideal way to acquire information, to know with conviction that it's true, but that is not, unfortunately, the only scenario. There are other potential scenarios out there. So whether it's in mathematics, or it's in discerning cuneiform, or it's in Sitchin, Zechariah Sitchin looking at these cylinder seals and realizing that this is a celestial object and these are people from another world. All of the other academics were daft and stupid as fuck. And they didn't have that ability. What makes one artist better than the other? I don't know. That's an interesting phenomenon in aesthetics and philosophy. What gives one artist the ability to channel better art than the other? We have no fucking idea, right? What allows someone to see potential in something that others missed? We don't know what the phenomenon is. So similarly here, yeah, it's how could we have ignored this? I mean, how do some people, how do visionaries come? What are visionaries? We don't know. What allows people to see what cannot be seen in something? I don't know. Yeah. But this is an example of this potentially, yeah. War Tracker, Anunnaki. Yeah. Fuck. Anyway, yeah. And it's not to change the subject here, but there's just a meme again. Norman Bergen's just an example of this, TLDR. And delaying Sphinx and go back to the heavy just because we don't have tools good enough is bullshit. Oh, yeah, exactly. And that gets into another potential conspiracy. I know Jimmy Corsetti and others from Bright Insight have raised that maybe there's some kind of ulterior intentions here from these elite, that they're aware of this symbolism. And undoubtedly some of this kind of symbolism has been parroted through occultic groups, and even the Freemasons, they use some of this stuff, and the builders, the ultimate, you know, the builders, the holders of ancient knowledge that have encoded within the ancient structures. And where does this go back to? It goes back to Mesopotamia. It goes back to Samaria. There's the long and the short of fucking probably masonry. Hopefully they don't come and attack me publicly. Not that I have a big enough audience to, but I would personally bet, and others are more intelligent than myself have come to these conclusions anyway. This is where this goes back to. It goes back to ancient astronaut theories and stuff. But it's communicated in a much more concise manner. It's not Giorgio Tsoukalos saying aliens with no context. It's much more precise. And the argument's much better, but it's concealed. And for a good reason, because people who can't think critically about things or abstractly they'll just ultimately come to the conclusion you're insane when you're digging deep into these kinds of things, because they're not going to follow the necessary steps along the way to know that this isn't something that's completely outside the realm of possibility. But anyway, it's still, honestly, I would understand why people would be critical of this initially, but as you begin to look at it more critically, as Norman did too, I think in the end, because That's very interesting. Again, I'm not going to watch it here, but I'll move on here. But he had an interview with Project Camelot. And Project Camelot was kind of a very woo-woo kind of channel, but that was a very interesting interview. And they'd even talked about how, I can't remember if it was a Mars rover or a probe. He had heard a story at either JPL or one of the other facilities out there, the aerospace facilities, that there was a video that they had been floated around, but had been recovered from one of these probes, where one of these rovers, I think it was a rover or probe, I'll just say either or, had been recovered, but not by us. And there was a last image or video sent back from it. And it was of these people that were incredibly tall, like 7-8 feet tall, walking towards it. And they were completely black, right? And I think people interpreted that their skin was black. They were in a suit. So there were some very tall people that recovered a probe that had been floating around this community from these aerospace guys and girls. And again, you know, there's another meme. There was a lady who went on our Bell show years ago with John Lear while John Lear was a guest there. And she supposedly had worked within NASA, and they were involved with one of the Mars rover missions. And one of the rovers was approached on Mars, she said, by two people in suits. And she said, "What the hell is this? I didn't know we have astronauts on Mars." And then as soon as they weren't like the main people involved in the mission, their feeds were cut immediately. And then the room was locked up above them where the main feed was being projected to the scientists and the upper brass. And then they put stuff up against the window. No one could see it in. No one could see anything into the room whatsoever after that. And I find those anecdotes to be extremely fascinating when you combine them together. And then what it might speak to is there is somebody on Mars, ultimately, is where this all starts to go. Same with John Lear. Oh my heavens. Mama bless. Am I to be tortured by this until I play that guitar outro, I guess? Possibly, yeah. You needed that. Okay, thank you. God bless. Anunnaki, how do we prove it? Perhaps the Caffrey Doppler thing is the beginning of the unraveling. Yeah, it could be, Aaron. Yeah, I think the prime directive is in full effect. We can't have the answers handed to us by the Nordics. We have to discover the secrets ourselves for it to be meaningful. Yeah, and I mean, if this turns out to be a true meme, right? I mean, this is kind of a more, this is more local to us anyway. This isn't really about little gray people from the far off. Yeah, Death Welcome. This is something more. This is our origin story ultimately, I think. And this is what this gets into. And this is what some of these guys have alluded to and memed on for many years. But it's been hard to sift through all the other shit in ufology. This is a different thing with Sitchin and with these guys and girls that have been communicating this over the years. So it's a puzzle I've been threading together, but as others have as well. But it paints a very interesting picture. But it ultimately paints a picture back to our origins, I think. But if I was more audacious, I'd put this together in a book, kind of like Billy, what's his name again? Billy Carlson or fuck. I was going to say Billy Harrington, but that's not the right fucking guy. Those aren't the right movies. Those are different fucking movies, honestly, the Billy Harrington movies. Billy Carson is the guy in Guy TV where he just kind of like fucking, yeah, fucking Nibiru, fucking blah, 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 Nibiru. The Sumerians talking about Nibiru. I was like, no, Billy didn't. No, Sitchin. Wrong book, brother. I'd have my own Guide TV special and it wouldn't be so poor, but I trying to have some integrity, honestly. I just don't want to actually fucking meme too hard. I just, so we'll just meme here instead, but a little more grounded. I'd rather honestly someday love to put this together into some kind of a proper dissertation, but with just, it's in a data poor environment. And that's ultimately why I'd be hesitant to do it. Hypothetically, maybe, but it just gets into conspiratorial shit too. Like we'd have to wait till something, like the Caffrey Project. Yeah. Billy Carson, Emerald Tablet of Thoth. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Potentially really interesting though, man. Listen, I mean, Billy brings up all kinds of interesting questions, but he just gets into so much slop. The problem isn't even that he gets into the slop. I love the slop. We all love the taste of the slop now and then. The problem is he tries to sell people the slop. I don't know. Whatever. I'd love to talk to Billy. I'd love to have a conversation. Billy, I watched his show. I watched his entire Joe Rogan episode. I was always memeing on him. I said, you know what? He's actually really knowledgeable about Mesopotamian history. I thought he was just kind of an idiot. I was like, hey, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to make a buck. Life sucks. Life can be hard. You're poor. Yeah, fucking sucks. Want to just make a buck off what you love. I get it, right? You want to be kind of compensated for that, but speak more carefully, maybe. I don't know. Slopsmith. Fuck. Is that what he is? Yeah. He wants a slop for everyone. He's a slopsmith. Yeah. Is that what it is? Yeah, it's the slopsmith. Whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, if this turns out to be a true narrative, he wasn't far off the base. And that's maybe how history will remember him. They say Billy was pretty fucking close. That's what they'll say. They say, you know what? Billy was kind of just off by maybe like half a kilometer, but comparatively to everybody else in academia, he's pretty fucking close. Right? He's pretty goddamn close, right? Just a little bit off. Maybe to people following him, we're a little bit off the trail as well, but he's pretty fucking close, yeah. On his tombstone. That's not that bad. It's better than what's on Flint Dibble's tombstone right now. Jesus Christ, I don't want that. That's brother, that's way fucking worse, let me tell you. So, because at some point, it's my personal bet, this is all going to spill out. And I hope it's when we're still alive. And it seems to be that it's going to be. But I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Buckle up, wait and see. Who the fuck knows what's going to happen. So, this is the other thing I was going to go over. It's somewhat quickly. This is the other big meme, which is proof of the other phenomena, although it may ultimately lend back to, maybe I should send Beatrice a message and tell her this, that this may not be little gray people from Zeta Reticuli, Beatrice. And listen, I know. Everyone tries to sell themselves as like, oh, yes, I'm a completely grounded. That's all crazy talk. I'm all about that. I know. Beatrice goes home and watches fucking videos on Bob Lazar probably. Listen, we're all human. We love that. We love the slop. Well, listen, we like to just kick our shoes off at the end of the day and just put our face in the slop. It's fun. Maybe she has a Guide TV subscription. I don't fucking know. Why the fuck not? We have no idea. Maybe some of the stuff on there is true. Maybe someone is talking to aliens. I don't fucking know. She doesn't know. But anyway, so maybe this isn't to do with the little gray people though, Beatrice. Who knows? But she put this paper out. This isn't the big find, but this is the preprint that they just put out recently. They've been trying to get published. This has been in the works for years, but aligned multiple transit events in the first Palomar Sky Survey. So this goes back to a couple of years ago when they were first in the news, where they were going through these sky surveys from the 50s, essentially, for the most part, and detecting these anomalous objects, these UAPs, when there shouldn't have been fucking anything. This isn't ice crystals. This isn't reflections of ice crystals. There's no debris up there that we should know of that's ours. So this is some other, if this is true, which it seems to be, that they're arguing that this is potential reality. This is somebody else's stuff that's up there, right? And there's a potential that it aligns and shows up and it becomes visible during nuclear tests. So then what does that fucking mean? Well, they're interested in those. Whose is it? We don't know. Not ours. Yeah. So we'll have to wait and see. But this is what I was going to go over here. Hendrix, what's this now? We found trillions of them all over the world. This casually drop. Oh, I have that up here actually, man. Yeah. This is, I'm going to go over this here too in a minute, actually. This is another thing. Yeah, this is the fucking, this all starting to come out, which is essentially what the TLDR and all this is. So, here's the summarization of it. Ultimately, all TLDR, just quickly for everybody. Essentially, there's really no explanation for this other than that it's potentially some kind of objects that are up there. And their hypotheses, maybe even the theory, is that this is some kind of alien satellite system that's been up there for a very long time, that's been monitoring us. And it becomes active and became particularly active during nuclear detonations because they're monitoring. Effectively, after that point in time, they're indiscernible from anything else up there. They're completely dark. So, yeah. But we kind of coming over this on Thursday and talked about it yesterday a little bit too. But that's essentially it. This is not the big daddy drop that people were waiting for, that she's been talking about, that is like the nail in the coffin. Supposedly, according to her partner that she's been working with through the Baltic Sea anomaly investigation, she recently came upon in the last couple of weeks a nail in the coffin to this, which is, I'm assuming, some high resolution capture or undeniable proof that these structures do exist. And so that might be coming soon, but this is laying the foundation here first, right, within the literature, that here's the anomaly, it's been documented, it's present. Now where do we go next? Hone in on it. And so they've got the foundation built up for, I don't know, right? Are they going to win a big prize? What's the prize? Your name's going to be forever recorded in the history books as discerning the alien phenomena here. Finding proof of the alien phenomena, ultimately. This exists, it's real. Here it is. Here's your physical proof. All the skeptics. Where's the physical proof of that? Here it is right here. Here they are. They've been watching us. Now, I would argue who specifically owns this, which might be a little more interesting. Stories of the Black Knight satellite and other relics from maybe an older civilization. That's something also we have to consider. But anyway, aside from that, we'll move on to the other talk here about this meme. I might go over this a little bit later too. But anyway. So, we found trillions of them all over the world. Richard Bandrock just casually dropped the real disclosure and no one noticed. In a recent NASA-affiliated podcast, yes, legit, not some fringe rant, aerospace engineer Richard Bandrock, who worked at Lockheed Systems and flight software for the Europa Clipper mission, started talking about materials recovered during classified research. He claimed they weren't just exotic, they were intelligent. Then came this quote. We were looking at very little things that seemed to deposit all over the world. There were probably trillions of these things, and they have all sorts of functions. We assumed they were everywhere. The ones that would work, we would never be able to find because they would cloak themselves or reconfigure. Not all of them are functional. Yes, trillions all over the world. He described embedded, self-modifying tech, some broken, some active, some invisible. He said they could cool their surroundings, try to reassemble if split apart, and vanish when studied. Then Hal Puthoff, sitting across from him, just nodded, no reaction, no disbelief, just confirmation. This wasn't a script. If it was a serious technical conversation involving people who worked with DARPA, NASA, and the Department of Energy. Implication is that the Earth might already be seeded with some kind of post-biological surveillance or sensing network. It's not future tech, it's already here. Everyone keeps waiting for disclosure like it's going to arrive with a press release, but the real story is leaking out in these dry podcasts where the people involved talk like the public already knows. Most of us don't, and that's the point. Rabbit, what's up, dude? So, that's a big deal. Full quote for anyone interested. Let's read through it. This little kind of snippets aren't really that interesting. We want all the slop at once. We want a full plate at least. I'll just give it little tidbits here. This is from him. Who is he here? I'm vaguely familiar with him. He's been brought up before in another podcast that Hal put off about 4 or 5 months ago where they said some audacious things. Okay. Is that him there? There's a picture of him with the beard that's blurred out. There he is here, I guess, without a beard. Okay. Here's the quote. Now, one thing I did notice when looking at some of these materials is that they were smart materials. Like, one of the things is that when these materials, you'd be looking at them and trying to reverse engineer them, they would turn to dust, and they would do it within a minute or two. Then you could take the dust, send it off, and get isotropic analysis done on it. It turned out they were extraterrestrial. But these materials, I mean, we're looking at something that's hundreds of years ahead of us. When you look under a microscope, on an electron microscope, you're looking at something that's composed of very small particles that seem to be communicating with each other. So, those are the things that I've been involved in that we can talk about, but I think it's one of the reasons why extraterrestrial materials are not really available to most people, because most of them are set to disintegrate if they get into the wrong hands. The isotropic analysis of the dust that's left behind tells you it's extraterrestrial, or at least where it was manufactured. We're looking at materials that can reconfigure themselves. They come in small subunits. That's interesting again. So, supposing that this is all obviously going to present itself to us and there's going to be no mystery involved and they're not going to actively be trying to keep us in the zoo. Right? Again, are people critically thinking about this when they dismiss it out of hand because things are conveniently given to them? No, they're fucking idiots. The type of things I looked at were something as small as a sliver of metal that would reconfigure itself depending upon where it was. It would cloak itself and try to blend into the environment. The ones that this one NGO used to get a hold of were technically broken, I guess. The ones that didn't really function very well. So you could collect them every once in a while and try to analyze them. You could do things like split them apart, but they would attempt to find each other, reconfigure. Some of the experiments they did were fascinating. We took one of those and put it on a very hot surface of about 3,000 degrees. What it would do is cool the surface around itself. Then when we took the device off and weighted it again, we found that the mass would be reduced by a certain amount. These are really curious types of materials. That's how we could tell they were extraterrestrial, because these things weren't just decades ahead of us, they were centuries ahead of us. We were looking at very little things that seemed to be deposited over the world. We were investigating, and there are probably trillions of these things that are deposited. Jesus Christ. And they have all sorts of functions. This really implies that maybe this group is actually manipulating our species. You can still acquire them if you know where to look. You can find them. Like I was saying, they were more like fusion materials. These subunits probably had computational functionality, right? Because they knew what their neighbors were all about, and they knew they could reprogram themselves to be something different if they needed to change. Well, let's look at it this way. Let's just think, we'll think hypothetically here for a minute. Look with AI. Okay. Let's just extrapolate AI out by, I don't know, 1,000 years. We've got this AI hive mind. We've got smart materials, right? What could be involved with the smart materials, right? And where the smart materials are almost somewhat conscious and understand when something's actively trying to dissect them to possibly try and reverse engineer them. Right? So is there some kind of AI hive mind or super intelligence that is here in the materials they have themselves that is actively preventing us from back engineering them or understanding them? That's a kind of creative thinking you have to kind of try and deploy to wrap your head around potentially what we're dealing with here. Right? Is that what's going on? Is that what's happening? Again, how recently have we been able to really think about this in this way? Pretty recently, when we started really fucking around with AI, right? So really, what's the wall here that's in front of, again, us, our level of advancement and understanding and reckoning what we're dealing with. And so until very recently, we wouldn't have any idea what the fuck any of this meant. Hive mind, AI, until maybe like 50, 60 years ago, we had no fucking idea about any of this until computers really started to take off. This was even a possibility that you could have some kind of artificial intelligence and on what scale. Right? Could it be disseminated all over the entire planet? Could it actively be affecting us subconsciously? Could it be interfering with our interactions with the phenomena whenever it wants to? Uh-oh. There you go. Right? There you go. Again, we're talking about the three-body problem last night again, but there's that scene where they have those quantumly entangled machines that ended up essentially flickering the night sky for the entire planet. I mean, we could have this stuff all over the place. It's actively flickering our perception of reality, right? It gets really uncomfortable though. That's the problem. It gets really uncomfortable, these scenarios. But this is where this all goes to. How uncomfortable is objective reality? It's fine. I understand why people want to create a comfy little place for them to live, but that might not be objective reality, right? You can be a coward all you want and just, refuse to try and contend with this, but at the end of the day, that's what you'll be remembered as if you don't really want to move forward with this. Now, this is hypothetical, but this is a little more than that because this guy's claiming this stuff is real and that he's fucked around with it. So again, you'd have to go talk to Richard further. Brother, what the fuck? Placed here by simulation to control us or stop us belonging to CPUs? Who knows, man? It's interesting that, I know this is just a woo anecdote, but some people may appreciate this, but John Vivanco's team, who are our remote viewers, recently remote viewed the drone incursions over New Jersey. And they found that those ones were the US government and that they started picking up weird signals in the ground from these devices. And these devices, according to John's team, were not from humans. They were from ETs that had been placed in the ground. And they were transmitting data back to the ETs about Earth changes. And if the Earth changes were beginning, if it was beginning, and they were anticipating some cataclysm. That's what John's team just got back in November, looking at the drone situation in New Jersey, which is always fun to hear from John because, and I'm sure John knows this already anyway, but it always seems to all come back to the aliens are waiting for a catastrophe to start, which is great to hear. Just what I want to hear. But yeah, keeping their great experiment on track. Rather, again, we have no fucking idea. We're in a goddamn zoo. We're leaving nuclear trace anyway. Well, who knows? Yeah, what their ability is. We're always going to underestimate them because The monkeys are always going to underestimate the capabilities of the zoo workers. Why? Because they're fucking monkeys. They don't understand we have anesthetics. We can just fucking hit them with and knock them out instantly. Next thing the monkey knows, it's back in the jungle. Like, it is no fucking idea. It's just, this is not a fun headspace to be in all the time. No, it's not. It's much safer to be like, everything's all right, everything's real, everything's okay. It's like, yeah, I get it. I get that. That's where you have to be probably 95% of the time. But sometimes you do have to walk out to this territory. If we're going to contend with this properly, this is where it goes. No bananas here. That's true. Well, here's our bananas right here. Here's our banana. This is a banana that we have to just stop thinking about all this stuff. All right. This is our equivalent. Quite literally, we started eating fermenting bananas. The fermented bananas, we figured out this is a great way to forget about all this shit. Don't worry about the zookeepers. Just have your banana. Anatomically modern monkeys. Couple sips of that, and you're just gonna go want to play some games. Play some modded Skyrim, brother. I've been getting the itch again to play Skyrim. All the games, I'm sick of all the games I've been playing. I might even go back. Who knows? Maybe I'll download it again. Maybe we'll go back. Play the same thing again. Right? Sneak Thief. Same thing every fucking time. But God, I have so much fun. I'm giddy. I'm like, wow. We're back in the Dark Brotherhood. We're killing Astrid again to take all her clothes and her dagger. I'm doing the same playthrough again, but I have so much fun every time, Just like the monkeys in the fucking zoo after a couple bananas, right? You're back throwing shit at the wall. But anyway, that's essentially it. Anyway, listen, I'm going to go throw my food. Actually, I'm making chicken wraps, so it's not going to the microwave, but I'm going to be going over and watching a couple things. I did kind of want to listen through to this a little bit. This is Abby's interview that set everybody off into a massive hysteria. So I kind of wanted to watch through a little bit of that. I've got some stuff pertaining to DMT, which I might not get to. I really want to listen to this, which might be the kind of deep dive I do later, which is Michael Masters talking about how he spoke to real aliens, which, Jesus Christ. I'm going to pass a save of Skyrim around. I wish I had one, brother. I wish I had a save. I don't have anything. Yeah, it's completely wiped. Yeah. Leather Thong save game. For people that were here, actually, I did do a playthrough. I did start my playthrough with the AI, but unfortunately they got corrupted. I don't know what I did. I installed something else, and yeah. We agreed to a mod list and passed it around. We could probably put something together. I do have a great vanilla mod list. That's effectively just a base game that doesn't have any issues, that just makes the game look better. I should really try and do that, actually. Oh, Rabbit, there you go. You just said you installed 1,000, which is what I thought about that. You mentioned last night you installed 1,000, yeah. That's what you installed, yeah. You just want a Senator Snowy Mage's Guild Castle, yeah. Honestly, my experience of the game more recently is that the special edition Skyrim is brilliant. The anniversary special edition Skyrim is brilliant. And all it really needs is maybe an EMB and some other mods that help with stabilization of the game. I played a straight up vanilla game and it was completely unstable. There's a couple mods you install. Essentially all the mods I installed made it more stable and expanded the weapons a little bit more. That was the only thing I enjoyed, having some more armor and weapons, some variety and whatnot. But yeah, we could do that. Anyway, I'm going to go throw my chicken wraps together and I'll be right back, guys. Dudes. Turn this back down. There we go. They got him. The hell? What was this? Julian Brown inventor missing plastic gasoline. Oh, that's the guy video we watched recently. Inventor Julian Brown feared missing after discovering how to turn plastic into gasoline. Now his mom tells Daily Mail the real story. Fuck, I can't read it though. Comments say his mom said he's laying low. For unknown reasons. Oh no. God damn, just like the water guy that was running the... What, did he run his Corvette on water? Can't remember. Bob Lazar did the same thing, yeah. It's all hype, I reckon, until he gets Clinton. Oh God, Jesus. Fantastic Plastics. Is that him? Is that his channel? Did you? Okay, interesting, yeah. Interesting. Plastic Fantastic. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, that is Buddy there. Okay, you got the picture. Anyway, I was gonna play a little bit of this meme here, see what this is all about. This is the Avi Loeb interview that set everybody into a fucking literal hysteria. So I thought, well, we should dig into that. These are the raps I'm gonna dig into. This is gonna be a fucking disaster already. Like one of them, you can't even see. One of them already came apart. For fuck's sakes. I hate eating stuff like this, like during like the stream, because I just get it all over my fucking self. You guys can't see that, but I literally get it all over myself. It's all over the floor, my shorts, my pants. It's just a fucking disaster. Slop in a bowl is the go-to meme. It needs to be in a bowl. It needs to be slop. That's the easy way. Eating handheld things is just a fucking nightmare. Chicken Caesar wraps. Not as easy, so yeah. Turn on the news and watch a turd flinging. Never mind, I saw that. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, we'll see what this is all about here. Kind of meme around a little bit. Eating floor tile hair 1 times. Oh, brother, just trust me, the dog hair is the other thing. Oh, my fucking God. I should have took a picture of our Subaru. We cleaned it out, man. You can't even imagine the level of hair in that fucking vehicle. It's actually fucking ridiculous. I can't describe how ridiculous it is. I don't know. You see those videos of people that live with like multiple, like 100+ pound, like long haired dogs? I'm like, how do you do that? How would you do that? I don't understand. You just literally be hair all the time. God damn. God damn. You have large dogs, Bones? That you're memeing on? Is like, you've got a bunch of large dogs at the shed? Man, one like around 100-pound dog that sheds like that, long-haired dog, it's just crazy enough. I can't. I saw those videos of like, I've seen videos of people that own those, the Newfoundlanders, like the huge dogs. They've got like 3 of them. I was like, how the fuck can you do that? I don't understand. Like, it'd be a full-time job just getting the hair off the floor. You make peace the tumbleweeds of hair, man. It's a bit much, yeah. They're usually rich, have 78 maids, and I guess probably must be at SAC. They just have people that'll clamp after them. I don't get it. Anyway. Especially like at our apartment, like the small apartment we were in before, man. Oh, fuck. It's literal, just like covered everywhere, every inch of it. Yeah. Shave our dog. You can't shave them, man. Yeah, you can't shave them, no. If you shave them, they can actually overheat in the summer and die. There is a Great Pyrenees around here. Some family had, and they ended up shaving them. They don't know that. I didn't know this either. But if you shave those long-haired dogs like that in the summer, they can die, they can overheat. Their coat keeps them cool. But, yeah, so that unfortunately is not a situation then. It's not a viable situation. So you just have to live with the tumbleweeds, I guess, anyway. I don't know who this guy is, Tim Ventura. Tim got the exclusive of a lifetime. We'll just watch through a little bit of this, and I was going to hop over to this interview for a while, and then later on I get some other shit I was going to go over to around an update with this. I was going to put this in the title. I forgot to put it in, but an update on the vases. This is a new update with the vase scans, which is extremely interesting. I was going to kind of dig into a little bit more. There's another video on this too I was going to get into. So anyway, see what this is about. And
joined today by Dr. Avi Loeb, the Frank B. Baird Jr. Professor of Science at Harvard University. Avi is a theoretical physicist who works on astrophysics and cosmology, formerly the longest-serving chair of Harvard's Department of Astronomy, the founding director of Harvard's Black Hole Initiative and director of the Institute for Theory and Computation within the Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. Among his many achievements, Avi is a best-selling author, has published over 700 papers and essays, made major contributions to scientific topics including black holes and gravitational microlensing, and received recognition and awards from dozens of prestigious scientific organizations and academic institutions. So Avi, welcome, sir. It is an honor to have you back with me. It has been quite a while.
Thanks for having me.
So today we are discussing themes from your Medium article, Preliminary Anomalies of 3I Atlas. And so I want to start by asking you for an overview of what this interstellar object is and what makes it unique.
Well, so the last decade was special in astronomy because we discovered the first objects from outside the solar system near Earth. It started with the discovery of Oumuamua by a telescope in Hawaii, given the name Oumuamua because it means scout in the Hawaiian language. This was a survey telescope, Pan-STARRS, that was looking for near-Earth objects and found this one, and it happened to be moving faster than the escape speed from the solar system. So that was the first one announced. About 100 meters in diameter, very unusual shape, most likely flat. The amount of sunlight reflected from it changed by a factor of 10 as it was tumbling every 8 hours. And there was no cometary evaporation from it. It was definitely not a comet of the type that we are familiar with. And nevertheless, it exhibited a non-gravitational acceleration away from the sun. And then came a very familiar object, a comet, discovered by an amateur astronomer, Gennady Borisov, in 2019, 2 years later. That one looked just like comets that we know about from the solar system, icy rocks that evaporate as they come close to the sun. And except that this one was moving very fast, therefore came from interstellar space, we expect icy rocks to be ejected from planetary systems because of passing stars. These are usually residents of the outskirts of planetary systems, the Oort cloud of the solar system going out to 100,000 times the Earth-Sun separation, where it's very cold and objects are moving really slowly there, is an example of the outskirts of a planetary system. And when a star passes through it, it can easily kick gravitationally an object from there to become unbound because they are these objects are very weakly bound to their parent star. And so we expect most of the interstellar objects to be comets, and indeed we found Borisov, the second announced interstellar object. And now on July 1st, 2025, half-a-meter telescope in Chile discovered a third one. Now, this one was at a distance of 4.5 Earth-Sun separation, and the fact that half-a-meter telescope discovered it means that it was extremely bright. In fact, this small telescope scooped the Rubin Observatory that was inaugurated the same month. The Rubin team looked back at the data and discovered images of this object before it was announced or discovered by the Atlas team. That's the survey telescope that found it. And actually, the Atlas telescope is very close to the Rubin Observatory in Chile. Both of them are neighbors. Now, as soon as I heard about 3I Atlas, this new object, within the same day, I was actually in the early morning hours, I was interviewed on Coast to Coast. I woke up at 2 a.m. and I learned about it from a listener to that program that emailed me and said, look, this was just discovered. And so I followed it, and within hours from the discovery I realized this one is extremely unusual because if it's a rock, if it's an asteroid, it has to be 20 kilometers in diameter in order to reflect enough sunlight to be so bright. And the problem with that is Oumuamua is roughly 100 meters in diameter, and there should be 1 million objects like Oumuamua for one that is 20 kilometers in diameter based on what we know about the solar system. And we haven't discovered a million Oumuamuas before 3I Atlas. And so that was strange. And also, if you were to take a rock that is 20 kilometers in diameter, and imagine that such a rock arrives in the inner solar system every 5 years, because the survey was looking at the sky for 5 years and found this one, then the supply of interstellar rocks into the solar system exceeds by a factor of almost 10,000 the amount of rocky material available in interstellar space based on my calculations. So actually on the 4th of July, instead of enjoying the vacation that I had with my wife, I wrote a scientific paper, submitted it for publication. It was accepted for publication within a few days, basically making the point that this object, if it is natural in origin, must be much smaller than 20 kilometers, probably less than a kilometer in diameter. So 20 times smaller, 8,000 times less massive. And then to explain the brightness, one would need to assume that it's surrounded by a cloud of dust that is much bigger and reflects much more sunlight than the object itself. And so if it's a comet, then everything holds together and it would be a small nucleus of that comet. You wouldn't need as much mass. It would be completely reasonable, not very different, maybe a little bit larger, maybe a factor of 2 or 3 larger than Borisov. But we don't know that for a fact, because when people tried to measure the spectrum of this object, they didn't find any evidence for the molecular fingerprints of molecules and atoms that represent the composition of comas, a cometary tail. Instead, all they noticed is reddening of the reflected sunlight, meaning that it could be a cloud of dust, but it could also be the surface of an object that is red, because we see a lot of objects that are red in the outer solar system. And so as of now, it's not 100% clear whether this object is a comet. When you look at the images, there is fuzz around the object and it could be a comet. The image is a little bit bigger than that of background stars that are point-like. But as it comes closer to the sun, it would become clear whether it's a comet, because if it's a comet, it will evaporate much more vigorously as it gets heated by sunlight. And but nevertheless, I was a co-author on a paper with Adam Hibberd and Adam Crowell, where we said the orbit, the trajectory of this object appears to be quite remarkable. It arrives within 5 degrees of the orbital plane of the Earth around the Sun. And the chance of that happening randomly is 0.2%. And moreover, it will arrive closest to the Sun when the Earth is on the opposite side of the Sun. And moreover, if you just play with the arrival time randomly, you would notice that only 1 out of 20,000 arrival times would come as close to the inner planets like Jupiter, Mars, or Venus. So that is an unusual coincidence. And why would such a trajectory be so unusual? Well, one possibility is if it was designed by some intelligent civilization, it also comes towards us from the direction of the galactic center, from the Milky Way center, where there are lots of stars and it's very difficult to notice it. That's why we discovered it so late. By now, it's impossible for us to launch a rocket that will intercept with it.
We're fucked. And brother, yes, it had the oxidized iron. That's why. Hypothetically, it is red. There's a lot of iron out there that, interestingly, has been oxidized. It's rusted. That contributes to the red color. This is Dr. Fauci, brother. Welcome, Edge. Yeah. Kind of similar, Rabbit. Check out this mod. Yeah, the Coast. I didn't know he was on Coast to Coast. It's very interesting. Oh, this is the Ultra mod that you installed. Yeah. I've seen a recent. I haven't seen this one though. I saw another Ultra mod that somebody did look pretty fucking incredible. Oh my god! Wow. It looks fucking next gen, huh? My only issue, I've installed a couple of these before that were like fuck, one of them was like 80 gigs back in the day. I know these ones are like 200 gigs. Is the instability that I was just kept getting crashes. But if you had a beast enough PC, maybe you could fucking run it flawlessly. Yeah. I'll look into this later. Actually, man, I'll leave this up. I'm curious. I'll probably watch through. Thank you, man. But yeah, he wants to gain a function of the comment. Yeah. What if they all got cooked next to the sun and we're all barbecue aliens? Yeah, Jim act like a kind of human being now. Yeah. I just had to throw that slot back, you know? Fuck, I made a mess again. All over the place. I hate wraps. Wraps never hold together properly. There's never enough wrap to hold together how much you want to put inside of it. That's my problem. I fill them up too much. I like a lot of filling. Lots of chicken and vegetables and, you know, some avocado and some cucumbers and some lettuce and some peppers. And multiple people shop at active shooter, New York City, crazy world, man. Oh, fuck, Jed. It's not good, brother. That's not the one I installed. I did try to install it, but it would not work. Oh, interesting. Fat boy issues. Big boy issues, brother. Big boy. Big boy. Right? Husky lad issues. Yeah. Goddamn. He's still on the loose. Oh, that's not good. Okay. I'll continue. I'm interesting. So it's interesting. Buddy, get out of there. Don't leave that alone. Interesting that, okay, well, we kind of went through it in the paper a little bit, the odds of it coming that close, but interesting that they're not even quite sure exactly what it is yet, though. It's funny, it's not that far away right now. They still are not able to determine, to decipher whether it's an asteroid, comet, or some other anomalous object. Like, that's very surprising, yeah. You tried Novelist Modlist, my PC's too weak. Yeah, that's a big one, isn't it? Yeah. This isn't the Novelist, is it? No, this is the other one, yeah. 3,500 mods, man. I find after like maybe, I don't know, 10 things sometimes start to get unstable. You get 10 big mods together, good luck. I don't know. I think the most I ever had was, I can't remember. It was well over 100. It may have been up. Well, when I tried to install one of those mods, it had hundreds. But like that I've actually modded on my own, it would have been over 100, probably something like that. It may have been up to 200. If you factor in all the other mods that made the game more stable and stuff and allowed some of the other mods to work. But yeah, honestly, the most fun I've ever had was when I played it vanilla on my fucking PS3 back in the day. PS3, vanilla, most fun I ever had. Because I wasn't worried about modding it. I just playing the game. That's my problem, is I get in and I just do too much. Yeah, 10 dungeon mods, yeah. Laura Ham, the third chapter, everyone says, it's a best for real RP and survival. Interesting. Novelist is for the fancy stuff. Interesting. Yeah. I think, man, honestly, like, there's survival options in the base game. I think the Anniversary Edition is really good. The Anniversary Edition is a really great addition into the game. It has survival mode, is all that shit in there. I really enjoyed it last time I played it. I really enjoyed it, but, anyway, interesting memes. We'll move on. I've kind of talked about this ad nauseum, so I don't know. Even deeper down the rabbit hole, on close examination, I see the worst case scenario as this. It dispatches a package of the proper point and a trajectory and a path causes to hit the surface of the sun, causing a huge solar flare, brother. That's pretty fantastical. I mean, one of those scenarios, like if that plays out, we deal with it when it happens. Yeah. Interesting, yeah. I'm glad he went in coast to coast. That's a proper meme. I'm glad he has the courage to like literally go on. It's not what it was. With George Norrie now, Coast to Coast AM is more kind of like a little more tame. It's not quite as crazy as when Art Bell ran it. Like it was more like a wild show with him. Anyway, it's not the same meme anymore. There's been too many famous people from Science World who've gone on there now. It's not the crazy Wild West that it was. Anyway. Oh well, interesting. There's other interesting things we can go over that's a little bit more. Yeah. We will survive to see the new Elder Scrolls. Will we survive? I haven't checked into that. Do we know like what's the new tea on this? Are the Elder Scrolls games still bringing traction to Bethesda? Man, if I could ever meet Todd, I'd slap him in the balls. I would. Unbelievable. I mean, it's crazy to think that it's been 14 years since the last installment. And preceding that, it had been, what, 5 years between Oblivion and Skyrim? And it was 4 years, 4 or 5 years, I guess, in between Morrowind and Oblivion. 14 years. Yeah, I don't know. Unreal. It's literally a crime. Yeah, literally a crime. End of 2026. That is fucking. Oh, that should be illegal. It's rumored to be released one day after the Cataclysm, brother. Literally, though. Yeah, it all waits because they gained so much from Elder Scrolls Online. I didn't even like Elder Scrolls Online. I spent a weekend where I went into Elder Scrolls Online, and the only thing I gave a fuck about was Morrowind. I ran around the island of Morrowind and just went through dungeons, and it was kind of fun, but it was like, I didn't really like, it wasn't like the same game. Like, it wasn't this, if it was just the Elder Scrolls Online, literally, I would have been like, fuck yeah, but it wasn't the same. They had to do this like unique thing. I was like, it's kind of fucking stupid. Starfield was a huge mistake. Oh my God, man, I know. Fallout or exactly, I know. They've just made so many missteps. I don't have any faith. I have to say it. I don't have any. I don't think. I'm not highly anticipating this next Elder Scrolls game. I have a bad feeling. I think Starfield may have been a test of this. Personally, I think it may have been a test. I think it may indicate a bad experience. But yeah, Sky Oblivion with mods will be the way. You're still in the Sky Oblivion train, Bonzi. Yeah. I really enjoyed Oblivion, the remake. I keep meaning to reinstall it to finish it, because I almost beat the game. I always get so close, and I never actually ever quite fucking beat it, because it's a bit tedious. I did break the game, too, because I'm completely invisible. I have 100% chameleon. So, like, I just kill everybody instantly, and like nobody fights back. It's kind of like a little bit much, honestly. But anyway, I said, shit, I still need to beat the game. Yeah, don't jinx it. I know I'm gonna try not to, but I don't know. Zach, I don't have faith. I don't have faith in them anymore. They lost my faith. Yeah. Anyway. Fuck. You get Oblivion on Steam Summer Sale. Oh, did you really? Have you not tried it yet? You mean the Oblivion Remastered? Yeah. Man, I played the shit at Oblivion too. I mean, Oblivion was one of my games. The Elder Scrolls are my games. Yeah, it's good nostalgia, but Skyrim with mods is just better. It's probably, yeah, it's a better game. Skyrim's still a better game, like gameplay wise, like game mechanics. It's still beautiful, but yeah, it was a great revisit though. I really enjoyed playing through it again and all the old mechanics and stuff. But yeah, Skyrim is definitely Skyrim's a deeper game. It's a much deeper game than Oblivion, but it's all more development time and stuff. Yeah, Skyrim multiplayer mod may come along by then too. Well, fuck yeah, remastered has to give your faith back. Well, it was another team that did it, Aaron. Yeah, it wasn't Bethesda that did it. Bethesda just commissioned it. So that team that did it, unfortunately, laid off a lot of the people that worked on it. I don't know, the times haven't been great for them, unfortunately. But that team did a great job. Virtuoso Studio, they did a great job. But yeah, the actual Bethesda, I don't have a lot of faith, but I don't know. They're objectively kind of like a smaller team compared to like Rockstar Games, for instance, would be another like larger team. I don't know. Yeah. Oblivion has the storylines and guilds, but Skyrim is Skyrim. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I wish you shooter unlived himself. Oh my God. Oh, lovely, man. Great. I just sent this message. I was worried the guys who made that remade within the Steam engine had wasted their time, but it confidently said they did not. I will still play their mod. It said this, your message failed to send. Oh, fuck. That's weird. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Well, who knows, man. People will still play it. I probably won't play it, personally, just because I kind of got what I wanted out of the Oblivion remake, but definitely will play Skyrim again with different mods. And there was a time with Skyrim modding that I enjoyed following. I was a huge fan of the Nexus. I was on there a lot when I was playthroughs of Skyrim. I checked the Nexus like at least a couple times a week. and see all the new mods. It was mainly just boob mods and sex mods and nude mods. That's still probably the majority of it, to be completely honest, and hair mods. But I did enjoy the gameplay mods in the expansion mods they had. Like they'd have these other realms people would make up. I used to love doing that in Oblivion, like going through and playing through these like little add-on side quest things people would do, and it'd be so funny. And some would be so memey. It'd be so fucking stupid. Like there were so many of them in Oblivion. There were so many dumb, and then they just break your game. You'd be like, holy fuck, now I can't save this. Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, lots of good memories though, just breaking the game with those. Same within Skyrim too, actually. Same kind of memes. So yeah. Yeah, but 2 messages rejected tonight for no apparent reason. Dan, brother, what are you doing? Message Dan Clancy, say, Dan, stop gooning and fucking get back to making sure this goddamn platform runs properly. I'm just an affiliate. I'm not a partner. That don't give a fuck about me. Hey, Jim, you're just a small fry on here, bud. You're just a small fry on here. I can't goon to you, Jim. We're not going to support and promote your stream. You're not goonable. At least not for Dan. Maybe after a couple tequilas, Dan will start doing that. Listen, that'd be wonderful, Dan. Fuck Christ. Tree mods, water mods, Skyrim. No, to water your garden. Goddamn. I would always get a good house mod that would be somewhere convenient. And then at the alternative start, so I didn't have to go through the fucking intro screen, and that'd be it. Usually, just some stability mods, like weather mods, visual mods, and stuff like that. But that's all I would do. Just play it vanilla. It's going raw. Just going raw, OG. Although the more recent iteration, like for people that played the original Skyrim, I remember launch week when it came out on the PS3. The PC was even worse. But I remember the glitches in the game were just unbelievable. I remember like the first thing that I saw, you come over the ridge and you see the Fighters Guild fighting the giant. And then you go up, and all I could see as I came up around Whiterun was just all these mammoths just falling from the sky. And they just all died. I was like, what the fuck? It was so glitchy, man. It was so bad. And visually, like when you look at what it looks like now, it was so fucking bad. It's not even the same game. Kind of like World of Warcraft, not the same fucking game anymore. Yeah. There's a lot of meme expansions. Oh man. One of my favorite ones was they added in a weed shop just outside of Whiterun. And you can go into this guy's weed shop and he has all these different strains. And the guy added in this special animation when you smoke it. So like, you have to get the you have to do FNIS, which edits the animations. But you just pull it. You can pull out a pipe. You pull it like a big blunt, and you just there smoking outside the weed shop. And then the colors start, and he did some like exaggerated hallucination. But you actually got some pretty good buffs off of it. I remember I used to love doing that. Just after I like killed a bunch of bandits, I just go fucking light one up, just smoking there. My old man. My decrepit old man, I'd usually play. I'd just be like, holy fuck, my skooma addict. And there's a skooma shop too. I played that one on stream, I think. Where for anybody that's doing a Skyrim playthrough, listen, this is fucking essential mod. You have to get the fucking skooma mod. That's so much fun. There's like, it's like 5,000 different things that can happen. But when you drink skooma, you can hallucinate. And it sends you into this different realm, some of them. There was one, I think, on stream. I went into this different realm and had to fight this giant mud crab that was ridiculously difficult to get out. Sometimes you'll just die, which is just like, or everyone will start attacking you, or they'll turn into like other creatures. Like, it's so stupid, but it's so much fun. It makes skooma so much more fun in the game. So much more fun. There is one house mod that will do it for me, and that's a certain castle that comes with guards and all the stuff conveniently placed close together. Lots of displays in the main hall. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. House mods are OP. Very hard to find a house mod like that in Skyrim. Yeah, I like the Hobbit like style houses, the small ones. My Jarl was bugged. He was attacking me for no reason. Goddamn. Let me know when I can play it on my Quest 3. Goddamn. Because of the troll on the Holy Mountain, I literally climbed that mountain 1 centimeter in 7 minutes jumps. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck yeah. So many good memories. So many memories, yeah. Sorry, Dermo. Nap is better at interviews than Nori. Oh, yeah, definitely is. Yeah. Oh, George is when George hosts, it's way better too. Yeah. I mean, I think definitely Art Bell was the best. Yeah, the Skyrim Bounce brother. Oh yeah. Well, the horses just like this. It can scale any terrain. Get a horse, you just climb any mountain. Anyway, it's a meme. It's such a meme game. Yeah, you always fell with your horse. Yeah. Oh, there was one mod. My other favorite mod was the Deadly Mutilation, the original one in the OG Skyrim, because it was such a stupid mod. You could with the Warhammer just blow people into a million pieces, like they just blow up into blood and guts everywhere. That was pretty entertaining. To go into like a city or something, or go into like a bandit den and just literally blow people into a million pieces, like blood everywhere. Guts everywhere, like arms coming off, legs coming off, heads coming off. It was pretty brutal. It was actually really fun, but I don't think it really works very well with the special edition of Skyrim, unfortunately. So, yeah. What is this? This is a different song. These are all different songs. Shit, they've all been playing in the background. Here we go. What's this now? Oh, her shocking discovery. They found a surveillance grid in space. Yes, we were just covering that. I've actually got an article up here about that. Yes. This is it here. They may have. The shit's popping off. Yes. Yeah, I just went over this a second ago. I think you're still working, did you? Yeah. I just kind of pulled up the PDF and did a TLDR on it. But yeah, this is essentially what it implies. Now, this here, I was going to read this. Maybe we can read this anyway here. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, yeah. I'll go over this again because I didn't get to read this. But we kind of touched on this last night a little bit, but I'll go over it here. So, some Gene Sticko on his Substack. The Sky Grid Theory, how Villaro's transients may reveal a pre-space age orbital platform. Peer-reviewed anomalies, lost Soviet physics, and the growing evidence for an artificial structure in Earth's orbit before the space race began. What if the space race didn't start with Sputnik? For decades, we've told ourselves that the space age began on October 4, 1957. That's when the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1 into low Earth orbit. But new evidence suggests we may need to rewrite that history, because someone or something may have been up there before us. In the clues, they were hiding in plain sight, captured by 1950s sky surveys and revisited by modern astronomers using AI. But the bigger breakthrough came when those mysterious flashes in the sky found a match in the unlikeliest of places. A Cold War engineer's forgotten notebook, except his theories seem to reach back further. They suggest a lineage of ideas and experiments that predate the Cold War itself. Interesting. Part 1. The Mystery of the Vanishing Sky Blips. In 2022, astronomer Beatrice Villaro and her colleagues published a study in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society that quietly cracked open a cosmic mystery. By analyzing old photographic plates from the Polymer Observatory Sky Survey, taken between 1949 and 1958, they found thousands of unexplained star-like points of light that appeared in a single 50-minute exposure and then vanished. These weren't meteors, they weren't camera defects, they weren't known satellites. In fact, they predate the launch of Sputnik. What's more, some of them appeared to align in structured bands. Most only showed up when the region of sky was illuminated by sunlight and none appeared within Earth's shadow. These anomalies, dubbed transients, were like silent flashes from nowhere. The team ruled out known natural and instrumental explanations. Then in 2025, Villaro and statistician Stefan Brühl published a preprint that went further. By cross-referencing the transients with the timeline of nuclear tests and global UFO reports, they found transients were 45% more likely to appear within 1 day of nuclear detonations. They correlated with spikes in global UAP sightings. Their presence declined after 1956, just as UFOs around nuclear sites also sharply dropped off. Which is very interesting. The data was noisy but statistically robust. The implication? These weren't random. Something was responding to Earth's most powerful events and leaving a signature. Notably, NASA played a background role in all of this, funding the digitization of POS-1 plates, hosting the data through affiliated archives, and developing modern survey infrastructures that help confirm the transients were not stars or known objects. But NASA, they've never responded to the anomalies, yes. So the blueprint that shouldn't exist. Enter Engineering Infinity, Earth's first interstellar blueprint. A 2024 book compiling and translating the personal notebook of Valery Sernajev, a Soviet aerospace engineer who claimed to have worked in the theoretical propulsion system during the Cold War. In it, Cernohajev, however you say his name, Cernohajev lays out ideas that would sound absurd. They didn't suddenly look like an explanation for Villerot's anomalies. Among the theories, solenoid propulsion systems, electromagnetic coils generating thrust and station keeping via structured vacuum interactions, sunlight responsive metamaterials, lattice surfaces designed to become visible only at certain solar angles or wavelengths, grid orbital mechanics, stable formations in geosynchronous or resonant orbits configured for passive longevity, vacuum harmonics and resonance, use of Earth's magnetic field and atmospheric resonance to enable sustained non-propellant movement or stasis. This isn't science fiction, it's crude Soviet-era engineering theory, handwritten in Russian, grounded in alternative electromagnetic physics, and now translated and annotated by his daughter and a small research team. What emerges is a speculative coherent hypothesis that Cernohajev was describing a real system, one we may have unknowingly photographed in the 1950s and has gone unrecognized ever since. Or more provocatively, that his ideas may reflect an older tradition of physics reaching back before the Cold War, rooted in the early 20th century experiments and theories lost to mainstream science. So this is all tying together Beatrice's meme here that she's discovered. That there may be these objects up in your upper atmosphere. Maybe this is some kind of, orbital grid that's been studying us. And kind of similar to Robert's meme we just went over a second ago, that Hendrickson shared, that was on Reddit, I saw as well, that maybe this is kind of all pointing towards the fact they have been watching us. We were just too stupid to understand what the fuck they were watching us with. Because we would think back in the day, oh, well, there's no like big satellite watching us. There's no big telescope out there that we see. It's like, yeah, again, it's like the smooth brains coming up with that argument being like, oh, well, obviously if there's no giant telescope out there looking at us in space and that's just outside our orbit, then there's no aliens. It's like, oh my fucking God. Yeah, they're way more advanced than us, right? It's taken us up to this point in time to even wrap our heads around potentially what they've been looking at us with, studying us with. So the match between sky and paper. So this is the overlap here between her anomalies and Cernohajev's. Sunlight dependency, transients only appear outside Earth's shadow. Cernohajev's lattice surfaces are designed to reflect sunlight only at specific angles. See alignment patterns. She found structured rows of flashes. He describes orbital grids arranged in tetrahedral or hexagonal formations. Temporal correlation with nuclear events. So they only showed up around the bomb tests. So there'd be some kind of field resonance phenomena triggered by high energy atmospheric events, or they just turned on at the same time when this was going on. We were able to detect them because they were turning on to study that event. Who knows? Disappearances in later surveys, POS2 and modern digital surveys showed none of these objects. Cernohajev's metamaterials were designed to become optically inert under different lighting or field conditions, so they'd be effectively invisible up there, floating around. Kind of like a Black Knight satellite. Yeah. Satellites left over from the wars in the Mahabharata, brother. Well, who knows who's watching us? Our old slave masters watching us from the Anunnaki, right? Or is it little gray people from Zeta Reticuli, or is it Alpha Draconans, the Pleiadians, or the Mantids, or Chablusky himself maybe is watching us too? That's hard to say. Even if none of this proves the reality of such a grid, the consistency between the theoretical framework and empirical anomalies is enough to merit investigation. It's interesting hypotheses. Yeah, absolutely. Hail Chud. We long to one day smoke space weed with Chud. The last thing from the blue leaf. The last thing we need is to end up in a situation where Chud will refuse to smoke space weed with us and will forever just be neglected and left in the corner. So what comes next? Interesting. So we don't have to believe he was right about everything. We should definitely reanalyze the archive. Yeah. Just continue, send it to Beatrice. Be like, hey, keep your eyes peeled, right? Who knows? But interesting. I was not aware of the guys. There's so many people that have so many different crazy theories, and not objectively crazy, but obviously were perceived as being crazy in the past, and they got thrown into a bucket somewhere. And now we just want to put them back in our slop bucket. Yeah? Grandmasters, please pay my rent. I can't take it anymore. God, yes, please. I practice right now to be prepared. The trick is to work 9 days a week until you become the landlord. Is that the secret, brother? Hard work? Is that the secret? Success? Just hard work? Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. God damn. I thought it was your trickery and stealth and stealing, sneaking. And, yeah, something bootstraps. Oh, put on the What the fuck was that? What are the boots called again? I fucked that up. Goddamn. God, fuck. They're in Oblivion, actually. It's an urban legend in the UK. Fuck. It's like jumping bootstraps, jumping boots. Fuck. It's this guy who was seen in the UK in the early 1800s, like leaping over 10-foot tall walls and shit. Forget what his name was. Didn't quite get here though. The Beatles were onto it 8 days a week. God damn. They run a lot of drugs too though, yeah. Almost Spring Hill Jack. Fuck. Thank you, Bones. Spring Hill Jack, yeah. The boots of Spring Hill Jack. They're in Oblivion. I stupidly gave them back to the Thieves Guild. I had to acquire them through the console commands after the fact. I was like, no, we're not losing those, you motherfuckers. You're in your mind, bro. Well, they're fucking, there you go. We're in the same wavelength, yeah. Yeah, get the boots of Spring Hill Jack and then jump into somebody's vault. Right? It's all through thievery anyway, these motherfuckers. Yeah. Sucking us dry. Industrialists. Milking us endlessly. Till it becomes uncomfortable. Which it is now. You jump after stealing a scroll, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly in Oblivion, yeah. You're supposed to take them off, Zach. You're supposed to level your acrobatics enough and take them off. Yeah, if you don't take them off, if you take them off and jump, you can keep them indefinitely. If you leave them on, but if your acrobatics, but you can get a potion of acrobatics, I think, or something, or a spell to increase your acrobatics to survive the jump, and then you can keep them, and then you get like plus 50 acrobatics. They're crazy. For like sneaky boys and girls that don't wear like armor, they're so good, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that. I added them in the console command after. I was like, fuck you. What's funny is after I did that, I had a literal flashback to doing it back in the day. But back then I could give a single fuck, right? I wanted to do a playthrough where I didn't cheat in this one, but I had to add them back in. I had a flashback to doing the same thing back and being like, what the fuck? I normally didn't do the Thieves Guild. I always just did the Dark Brotherhood. Almost always. That's usually the one I did, but I did a Thieves Guild in a long time anyway. Speaking of thieves, interdimensional aliens, time travelers, yeah. You didn't cheat either to get achievements, yeah. I wanted a clean playthrough myself too, yeah. I didn't want to cheat this time. I always cheat. Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't. I always cheat. If I can in any game, I always fucking cheat. It's one thing I've learned about myself. It's just fucking we're always cheating at some point. If we fucking if like console games kept me a little bit like on the straight and narrow because I'm like I couldn't just cheat and fuck the game up. But I remember in Monster Hunter, the new Monster Hunter that came out, I got tired of farming for like mats, not monster material mats, but the food stuff. Like the food stuff was so annoying. So I ended up using the Nexus mods to give myself a bunch of like meals, and then I corrupted my save file. And this is after like I don't know 180 hours. Like I was like. Ugh! Thankfully, I was able to recover it, but I learned my lesson, and I didn't cheat again after that. Yeah, greed is good. 99999 cents. Yeah, brother. Fuck, there it is. Always peering beyond the veil, brother. Yeah, into the console commands. Elder Scrolls game on the computer for me is a bad fucking idea, because I'll be so goddamn tempted to get on those, because I know the console commands so well with the Elder Scrolls games. Like I'll be in there adding items instantly. I'll hit the help menu. Then I'll regret it after, and I'll ruin the game for myself. I need to have some guardrails, kind of like how we've guardrails around the planet, maybe, right? I need some guardrails because in the end, it's better for me to have fun if I just actually don't cheat. Backups, yeah. You fuck, bro. Fuck, you know as well. So many of us here know so well all of the different fucking ways to ruin that fucking game. Oh my god, man. Same with editing you're editing your skills. That was always the worst. It's a fun playthrough though. If you get bored with the Elder Scrolls, you want to do a different playthrough. Someone on Reddit had posted this, but it was like a master playthrough. You effectively get in the game and put one skill to 100. And like that's your skill, like that you're going to essentially revolve around. So you want to be a fire mage, boom, that's what you're doing. So you start the game already like with a bit of a head start. And it actually is really fun. I do that with Sneak a lot, where I'd start with Sneak, but then I'd give myself the 30 times fucking dagger hit, and then the game be broken right off the start. But spend 500 hours for NPCs you killed, the side quests you'll never have. Fuck, god damn it. Yeah, it's bad. I have a problem. I did definitely have a problem with that. We're always trying to hack and break everything. This is why we have simulation peacekeeping satellites in space to keep Jim in his place. We're trying to break through, brother. We're trying to fucking break through. We're trying to break this goddamn thing apart. It's the same kind of thing, actually, honestly. It's not too dissimilar with simulation theory. It's kind of the same thing. How do we break the simulation? Hypnosis? I don't know. Substances? How do we break through? Yeah. It's legitimately the same thing. But I'm glad that I can't, because I probably ruined the experience for myself. Thank God we might have keepers on the other side that are maintaining control here. I don't have access to the console commands here. It would definitely be bad for everybody. Yeah. Speaking of which, I wanted to talk about this. Michael Masters, biological anthropologist, professor at Montana Technological University, says he talked to aliens, brother. What? Say what? A moment when he believes he communicated with alien intelligence through human beings. Okay. I vaguely remember this, maybe. Michael Masters is more down bad than I imagined, Astor Mary. Yes, you mentioned him before, Astor Mary. Yeah, you mentioned him. I'm familiar with him. You can call this area toll-free. 8333 Area 52. Brother, that's brave putting that up there. I'll call my own story. Okay. So he talked with a channeler who was channeling an alien. Listen, I've been in the room when somebody did some channeling. And yeah, it can be fucking weird, let me tell you. I didn't know really what to think of it. To be completely 100% transparent, I probably still have some legitimate PTSD after that episode. It was also from all of the literal woo that I encountered before and after, but the little part in the middle was pretty profoundly interesting. So it can happen. I mean, they can get you, man, sometimes. I don't know. There's a lot of shit we don't know. So maybe I can understand why Mike may have been like maybe caught up in it. I don't fucking know. It's a heavy thing to think about for people that are interested in thinking about like epistemological questions about knowledge and origins of knowledge, and they understand the arguments for acquiring knowledge through the senses, but they also understand the potential that there's maybe non-local knowledge acquisition that we might have. It's a rabbit hole. And then you start wondering, you're like, fuck, like, are some of these people on YouTube, is that Atlantean guy actually recalling stories and songs from his life in Atlantis? I would just kind of be a dick and laugh a little bit, because it's not at him, but it's kind of, it's interesting. It's interesting. The songs are always different every time he sings them. I'm like, wouldn't it be like the same song every fucking time? But anyway, maybe he actually is channeling songs. I have no fucking idea. I literally don't know. We're all just here to figure this out together. I thought I'd play through this a little bit and see what's up. So
Michael Masters, Dr. Michael Masters, a professor of biological anthropology at Montana Tech, term that you coined the extraterrestrial hypothesis or theory. The idea that these beings that we're interacting with are essentially time travelers, and their crafts are essentially time machines.
Some of them, yeah. And you can see these patterns reemerge over and over again from
Well, yeah, technically, if you can bend time and space, then you could end up being you're traveling through space and time. So technically, anyone that moves through space like that is a time traveler as well, yeah.
these cases. And what it seems to indicate
But are they
is
us?
that
Oh,
they're not just us from the future, but they're us from a lot of different points in that future.
This brings me to something I wanted to talk to you about, and something that you've talked about before, about an interaction you had at a conference a few years ago.
Multiple interactions.
Yes.
Where the high strangeness began is with a UFO encounter. I was kind of called out to look at them. I say compelled, it wasn't like I was instructed or anything. And then they flew off at high speed. So I was full on wanting to quit. So not long after that UFO encounter, I had this telepathic interaction with these entities. And then that fall
Jesus Christ, Chris.
of 2022
What the fuck that's terrifying, man.
is when I gave a talk at the International UFO Congress. I was taken up to a room. A stranger comes out, puts his chair right up against mine, face to face, and then tells me, we know you've been thinking about quitting lately, and we'd prefer you not do that. Problem is, I didn't tell anybody that. But yeah, that's
there was something
essentially what was
speaking
happening.
through him.
And not just something, Chris. This is the important part. It was the same entities whom I have had multiple interactions with since. They said through him, once you know who we are, you'll know how we know that. 3 women came out onto the balcony at one point and were sort of made to turn and walk back inside.
What do you mean made to turn?
None of us, at this point they came out, none of us were moving our mouths. He turned and said, "Can you close the door?" Like, that's all I remember. And all 3 of them turned at the exact same time, walked back inside, closed the door. Nobody came out the whole rest of the time that this is taking place. They eventually put me into a sort of trance where my eyes were open. Everything was black, so I couldn't see.
It went black?
Yeah, and they told me that would happen. This is what will happen. We need to put 3 things in your brain. You won't have access to the information. You'll still have your eyes open, but everything will go black from top to bottom, and then you'll start to see and feel information. That is exactly what happened. I did see the information. It did go in my brain like a freaking fire hose. And when it was over, I felt like my head was very heavy. I could barely even lift it. And I don't have conscious access to that information. Like, I couldn't talk about it. It was just so overwhelming.
It terrified you.
It terrified me.
Information pertaining to what exactly? Like, what are we talking about here? So let me get this straight. This man has been contacted by aliens who told him they are from 100 years from now, but they are also aliens from 200 years from now, 100 years later than the first aliens. Do the first aliens know the second alien's existence? Bro, that's a good question. I don't know. Did they stipulate if they were time travelers? I don't know if they did, actually, though. Did they? Did he just say that? I was trying to listen as closely as I could. They turned him into a zip file. Didn't tell him the password. Yeah, he's lying dormant, waiting to be activated. Who's gonna put their thing in this thing and start it? I don't know. I could do it. Maybe we could crack them open live here. Say, Michael, do you want to come on? Did they give us a password? I don't know. That'd be kind of fucking weird, wouldn't it? If we just unzipped them here live. That sounds even worse, doesn't it? Wow. Should I put that all in an email and send it to him? Yeah. The reel-to-reel tape is wrongly twisted. Bloody amateurs. God damn it. Yeah, it's all just for the fucking... Yeah, I see that, actually. Fuck. It's all just for the meme, brother.
Hey, Chris. I'm an Air Force veteran. I was in the Air Force for 12 years, and I'll never forget the moment I sat through a classified briefing with 300 people in an auditorium where Air Force Intelligence, OSI, stood up there on a stage and told us that this shit is real. I mean, they showed videos, they talked about investigations, they talked about sightings, they talked about everything. I mean, it took days for everyone that was in that briefing to get back to normal. I mean, it was life-changing. It got me into this subject, and since then I've been diving deep the last 5 years, and I've come to the same conclusion. This shit's real.
Yeah, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm joined by Michael Masters, Dr. Michael Masters, a professor of biological anthropology at Montana Tech, whose doctoral dissertation
Oh, you went deep.
is was on craniofacial growth and the development in hominin evolution.
That's true.
Fascinating stuff. Your name obviously has been synonymous with the idea of future humans in this space, and something a term that you coined, the extraterrestrial hypothesis or theory. Also your thesis was involved in analyzing temporal shifts in the skull and facial morphology of humans, turning slowly into these little guys here, actually. The gift from Paul Hynek, by the way.
Oh, those are beautiful.
Yeah, skiff gnomes, as he calls them.
Gift gnomes, doing little yoga poses. I like it.
Yeah. So, Dr. Michael Masters, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate you traveling here from Montana just to have a conversation with me. It means a lot.
It's been great, man. I appreciate the invite, and it's been a lot of fun bastardizing the French language while I'm here for a couple days.
Yeah, definitely not the same French language I'm sure you're used to.
I wasn't great at it there either when I was living in country, but it is fun to try. I do appreciate
definitely
the
not the same at all, yeah.
French Canadian, it's beautiful here, beautiful space. So yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Today we're going to talk about a lot of things, man. We had breakfast prior to this, and we were just going down like some crazy rabbit holes about, where our minds are at spiritually, also talking about time travel and all sorts of funky subjects that I hope we'll get into.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do want to sort of start, and this is, par for the course. Every podcast, we got to run through a few things to like catch people up on some of your work. Namely the first book that I have here, The Identified Flying Objects, which is basically taking your thesis to like...
Has anybody read his work? I have not read through his work. I've gone through kind of the anecdotes of it, I should say. What was the book on the extraterrestrial model was the thing that I saw a bit of, where he was looking at the face and the morphology of the face and how similar it would be to our own, and how you could maybe extrapolate us out, and you could see that's maybe how we would end up, right, with the bigger heads, and even the body too, or like the smaller body, and the frame would shrink, less muscle mass. We wouldn't really need that anymore, right? So extremely. My fucking phone's listening to me again. Jesus Christ, it's weird. You read it 100 years ago, but it left in my DeLorean. Goddamn. Toll free 1 minute per call, brother. Fuck. Should we call them? Yeah. He told me it was a curiosity from the start. It isn't running a career, but he had to build expertise and a voice in academia and anthropology in order to take a step into the taboo side of the science. Because an academic scientists are ironically closed-minded. Yeah, so very much so. Esther, very surprising, yeah. So you've had a conversation with Esther, yeah. So like he had mentioned that this was always his intention, though, I think, right? I don't know enough about him, which is why I was kind of listening through to this too, that he's had experiences himself, maybe. It's funny that tends to be something, that usually these experiences are what drive people into these different disciplines. Same with even Robert Bigelow. The reason he got involved in space after real estate, the reason he built his real estate empire to the degree that he did was so he could get into aerospace, because he wanted to figure out what the hell's up there, what's going on, because he had some weird experiences when he was a kid. Maybe he'd been abducted, is what he told Joe Rogan, so him and his brother. Very weird shit, And so, you never know. Yeah. He must be sure of things, yeah. It was because of his dad. Was his dad into it? That's interesting, yeah. Very interesting. I'd be curious, like, what would happen to me if my dad was into the stuff. My dad was always like, never wanted to hear about any of it, and would just argue with me about it endlessly, about how the distances are too vast, and I'd be like, oh my God. I'd be like, bud, that's such a dumb fucking argument. And then we'd be getting into a screaming match, or I would get into a screaming match. And then my mom would just tell us to shut up when I was growing up, essentially. Anyway, yeah. Interesting, yeah. Someone encouraging this, it's good though. I love that he had encouragement then, or he just became interested because of it.
Like that next level, creating the theory that you have and that you're
they're getting right into this
space, which is the idea that these beings that we're interacting with are essentially time travelers, and their crafts are essentially possibly time machines.
Some of them, yeah. That's kind of the main idea, and you're right. So it's interesting because I got into all of this when I was very young, because I had a sort of vision that popped in my head, something that sort of led me down this path. And it's funny because it's kind of the opposite of what a lot of people think. They're like, oh, how'd you get into UFOs? And it's more like, how did you get into biological anthropology? How'd you get into human evolutionary anatomy? Because this little image that popped in my head when I was 8 or 9 years old was sort of a chimpanzee-like early hominin form, a modern human, and then this archetypal, what did you call these little troll guys?
Skiff gnomes?
Skiff gnomes, yeah, with the big heads, the big eyes, the small
Skiff
faces.
gnomes?
And just that question then, could they be us from the future? So I started out in physics and astronomy and then switched to biological anthropology in my sophomore year to investigate that question. Obviously being aware of confirmation bias, selection bias. Like I just had an open mind to this question of could they be us in the future, coming back to visit and study their own hominin evolutionary past. In the same way,
or could we be them? Is the other potential as well. Yeah. Could we be a product of them? Yeah. I've heard the time traveler thing pertaining to at least grays before, are usually either directing our evolution or alternatively collecting uncorrupted genetics. Yeah. That's a popular one in the lore itself and in with other encounters people have had, that they've been told that we're a product of genetic manipulation, and there are many different contributors, not just them, but other alien races as well, which, you know, who the fuck knows? Yeah, not calling them grays. Fuck. My family is so into, they got me Star Trek posters when I was 7. I thought they were my uncles. Oh, they're into the UFO stuff, Zach. Interesting, yeah. Very interesting. And my family was never into... Like, my dad's side were, like, kind of all good old people. Like, they would have never even talked about any of this. My mom's side they were kind of more the intellectuals, and they were, oh, yeah, no, that's nonsense. No, that's just nonsense. No. Like, they just would never have anything to do with any of it. And I was like, oh, fucking God. Like, come on now. Like, maybe like one or two of my cousins would kind of talk, but, like, not really. Like, it was always kind of like they would never have this kind of conversation. I've usually just become the person to bring this kind of shit up. And I think probably they treat me more as a meme than anything else, but I'm dead fucking serious, right?
That I would, as a biological anthropologist, as an anthropologist in general, I'd be interested in their culture, all of the things that don't preserve in the fossil record, you know, to see those, the language, the social interaction, how they have sex, like you know, all these things that don't preserve, that would be really cool to know. And you can answer all those questions with the time machine. So I get the sense, based on what they're described doing
Alex Jones wavelength,
some of
holy
them,
fuck, brother, hell yeah.
Variation, and how they look too. There's variation in the form. But a lot of it is very indicative of what we as modern anthropologists would do if we had access to the same time travel technology. And we would look to them a lot like how these great aliens look to us now in our current present. If we went back even 160,000 years into the past, we have a big forehead, we have larger eyes, smaller faces, less hair on our bodies, but we still have upright walking, we still have penadactyly, we still have tetrapod configuration, 2 gut openings, eyes, nose, mouth in the same place on our skull. So there's so many similarities that seem to indicate that they are hominins, or at least the vast majority of them are, but just at a more evolved point in our own evolutionary future. So I think it's helpful just to kind of take now and look back in the same way that we might be seeing us in the future looking back on us now.
Yeah, so your work essentially draws a straight line in comparison from where we came from, where we are, and if you draw that line out even straighter, you get pretty much exactly what these people are describing when they meet these entities.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, again, there is a lot of variation, and we have to take that into account. You know, as scientists, we can't just toss out outliers. Those outliers might be really important for helping us understand the breadth of this phenomenon. So, but for the most part, and I oftentimes cite the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free study where they interviewed experiencers who, for even in recent history, have kind of been pushed to the side because it's just too weird. People don't want to wrap their head around it. But these might be the best sources. This might be the best information because they had the closest form of a close encounter you can have. And what they describe, based on the results of this study, the majority are human, just like us. Like, that was the most commonly described as human. And I overlooked that in my first book.
Yeah, Ed was on top of shit. Absolutely. I forgot about that, actually. Fuck. God. When did he die? When did he die? It was like 15 years ago, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. Not UFO, but science fiction generally. Okay, they study movie production. Okay, interesting. Yeah. She thinks interdimensional demons, too. Holy fuck, actually. Well, I mean, you could tell her quite literally they might be. Right? I mean, that's what people considered them in times past. But is that what they are objectively? Probably not. But that's what they were. Maybe. Yeah. 31 Atlas covers the science of Manhattan, Homo sapien. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Yeah. Yeah. 7 miles wide. Yeah. Same pick as the alien in Crowley's meme, but the head is off the page. Yeah. Lamb.
Identified flying objects, because I was solely focused on the grays. Long-term evolutionary changes, overlooking the fact that a lot of people describe people. who are outside the craft doing jumping jacks. They're collecting grasshoppers to study the ecosystem, also something we'd want to do in our future if we're living on the same planet. So they have kitchens, they have bathrooms, they have clothes strewn about the floor of their craft, and they look just like us. So I kind of tried to right that wrong in my second book by looking at a number of cases over about 90 years on 5 different continents to really bring in the scope of just how broad and variable this is, but also importantly, to demonstrate how many commonalities there are, how many similarities there are. And you can see these patterns reemerge over and over again from these cases. And what it seems to indicate is that they're not just us from the future, but they're us from a lot of different points in that future.
Whoa. Yeah, that would definitely fill some plot holes.
I don't get this personally. I think I've mentioned that before, but I don't. The anecdotes that he's pulling from of these encounters people have had where they mention that, I don't know if I've seen those. I mean, in almost all of the anecdotes I've encountered, which is a lot of the abduction phenomena, almost always it's implied to people that they're visitors from other worlds. I mean, I always just point to this one because it's just an easy one to remember, but Betty and Barney Hill really set the standard. It was the first probably actual encounter that we have documented. And in that encounter, my brain, they literally told her they were from Zeta Reticuli. They were from what we know, the constellation Zeta Reticuli, that we called Zeta Reticuli. They're literally from that star system. So they said that to people specifically. Now, maybe it's just lost in translation. If you are moving around, right, at a very high rate of speed, and you're manipulating space, you are manipulating time. So if you're moving very quickly between star systems, or even somewhat quickly, you're going to incur some kind of time travel that happens, right? So like, if you're coming from Zeta Reticuli to here, and you're moving at 99% the speed of light, I mean, by the time you get back to Zeta Reticuli, a lot of time's going to have passed, right? That's just, but not necessarily for you, but for people there. So unless you can move instantaneously, you're going to incur time travel. So maybe that's a misunderstanding. I don't know. I don't know if we know enough about time to say definitively that people can actually come back through it either. We know that you can have that kind of time travel into the future. Absolutely you can. But whether you can manipulate it back, I think it's still pretty contentious. Hypothetically, I think you can within general relativity, but there's a lot of argument around that, I know. So, yeah, pretty crazy. I think they will fake an alien invasion as a way of cementing control over us, Homo sapien. You're not alone, brother. There's a lot of people thinking that. Blue beam. Yeah. In Muslim countries, dimensional jinn belief is really high. Yes. Oh, but someone just said that recently, Sag. I don't know who that was in here. It's talked about someone's mother believed in jinn. It wasn't you, Edge. It was someone else that said something about that. I can't remember who the fuck that was. Yeah. Betty even drew the constellation she was shown. Yeah, it was determined the arrangement was as viewed from the perspective, not ours. What, from their perspective, not ours? Yes, Dermo, yeah. It was actually, it was deciphered by a school teacher too, not Betty. But there was a, I don't know if I don't think they told her, sorry, Zeta Reticuli. Did they? I might be getting that wrong out of the story. I think maybe they just told her they were from there. And then there was a school teacher who had deciphered the star map and figured out that it was Zeta Reticuli, I think. Years later, like a couple of years later, that she had figured it out, I think. And figured out where it was in the night sky they were actually from. Maybe they did still tell her, she just didn't remember. There was a lot that she didn't really possibly recollect of the incident. Like, Barney didn't recollect anything because he was so traumatized. The only thing that they recollected with Barney was that they picked them up. That they landed, they walked them onto the craft. They both at first misinterpreted them, or there was an overlay in their mind that these were little humans that came out, little military men came out and grabbed them. But as they peeled back the layers, they turned out they were little gray aliens. And that was very hard for Barney. And then they started probing Barney's pee hole or something like that happened. And that was very traumatizing for him, as it probably would be, actually. They were doing experiments on Barney, and they did the same thing with Betty with a needle through her navel. But Barney had a hard time with that. Probably we would all have a hard time with that. But hey, listen, if it gets us in the ship, then fucking you go at it. Do what you gotta do. Yes, he did. Yeah. Well, he died. He died very young. Yeah. Well, objectively pretty young, at least. I think he was like 49 or something like that. Like,
Was there. You know, a lot of the cases, you know, some cases which you have cited in the extraterrestrial model, which, you know, you look at Travis Walton, where he had this encounter primarily with these beings in these orange suits that, you know, physiologically looked a little bit more like this. I know there were some differences, but they had the larger heads. They were shorter,
with humans
bigger
too.
eyes. But then throughout that, he encounters humans, or what seems to be humans at least, and they possess like great strength. You know, they beautiful. Yeah, they're like prime,
flawless.
Yeah,
With I think he said they have like a familial connection almost, like they look like each other.
that's right.
Yeah. And again, those are things we'd expect based on another common trope throughout the phenomenon is the hybridization program. So it's important for the theory as a whole to understand that based on the biological classification of species concept, where if you have two organisms that can mate and reproduce viable offspring, they're considered the same species. Classic example is the donkey and the horse. They can make a mule, but that mule's infertile, so we consider them separate species. However, if we're reproducing with these advanced big-headed aliens, by the definition that we've established for what two species are, as the same species, they would be considered the same species. But it's also that, you know, that familial connection jumped out to me, because you might be taking the same gametes from one individual who have certain characteristics that you've already identified in that person. That's why you took them up and extracted sperm and egg from them in the first place. And then you reuse those in other individuals. So you would expect to have that sort of sibling resemblance, maybe even twins resemblance, because you're using the same gametes to make these same hybrid individuals. So, and another thing too, like the whole walking amongst us question. You could easily create humans to fit in any time period throughout the past by taking the gametes of certain individuals at different points in that past and hybridizing them in just the right way, that they would retain certain characteristics, maybe telepathic or sort of high intellect, intuitive characteristics that are indicative of the human future, which they seem to be based on these encounters, but give them the physiological characteristics of people at any time throughout the human past.
Well, I
mean, I'm not saying that's happening. I don't have proof that any of these things are happening.
You fucking do. Jesus. He's no. He was alluding to potentially that there could be people inserted through history who technically looked like everybody else, but didn't possess abilities unlike everyone else. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Michael, like every other human being that's interested in this phenomenon, has read through like Bob Lazar's stories of what he saw at S4, what the aliens told the government. Supposedly, if that was even fucking true, that could have been like you just slop they put on there. Who knows? But that the aliens genetically altered Jesus and two other prophets to try and create some kind of religion so we'd stop killing each other, which didn't really work very well, unfortunately. If that's the case, so interesting.
And I haven't seen it myself, but the whole point in writing these books was to just look at the broad degree of variation in these accounts and try to pull information from those and recognizing patterns. And that's a big thing that we do in anthropology in general, is just try to understand human variation, but also those commonalities. We have this thing that's sort of at the heart of what we do, where we're focused on cross-cultural variation over time, over space. But what's even more important to us are the commonalities, what we call cultural universals. And there's a lot of examples of this, things like marriage, for instance. Like every culture throughout the world has some form of marriage. Obviously, there's a lot of difference in how we do it in different places and throughout time. An incest taboo. And these make sense if you think about them. Like, you could have people throughout any culture in the world start making babies with close relatives, and you get an increase in homozygous recessive characteristics, their negative traits, they're bad, and you go, oh, I only see these when I reproduce with my relatives. Maybe we make a rule against that. So a lot of these have sort of an innate biological origin point. But those things tell us so much about what it means to be human and about the human past and the way people organize themselves. And I feel like if we take these accounts seriously these encounters that people have where they're actually in the presence of the beings, communicating with the beings, and we start to focus on those commonalities, those sort of abduction universals, if you will, it might give us deep insight into not just who they are, where, when they're coming from, but why they're doing what they're doing, what their intentions are, what our own future might look like based on...
Well, yeah. Is there going to be one, I guess? That's when you go through the anecdotes here, Mike. She looks kind of bleak when you listen to what they've been telling people about why they're doing the hybrid program. It's not every instance, but there's a lot of them where they tell these abductees that they're doing this because there's going to be a cataclysm. If you have a time machine, you can drop off hybrids in any period, drop them off young, pick them up later when they're able to gestate and speed up your experimentation. You can get a lot done in a day. Man, fuck, I mean, yeah, it's... If you had a time machine. Yeah. When any story includes time travel, it creates loopholes. I mean, maybe even without time machines, it's just at different periods in history they were able to insert people in, and don't know. Not that it would require it a lot. I mean, I don't know. How do you enhance a what does it mean if you were to really meme on this? Like, what does it mean to enhance a person? What does that even mean? What are you, telepathic capabilities? Like, he was just more intelligent, is usually like what I would interpret it to be. Like, he was able to like understand why, like ethics to some degree, like why communicate to people ethically, why they should behave well. Like, is that what it was about? I don't know. I you know, it's such a woo anecdote. Anyway,
the physiological and cultural aspects.
They're getting right into this, so it's good.
That's so interesting. And again, so interesting that these might be from different points in time. Like, that we're not dealing with one all-encompassing species that's traveling back, because, you know, as you know, this is a strange area, and in this strange area there are so many outliers. Like, we're already dealing with an anomalous topic. Within this anomalous topic, there are a million anomalies that we have to consider, right? And there's a case that you talk about in your book, Antonio Villaboas, which I first heard about through Corral Lorenzen in an old book. I thought it was just one of the most interesting, obviously one of the earliest sort of documented abduction cases.
Yeah.
And
it was right around the Betty and Barney Hill time, I think, like late 60s maybe.
Yeah.
The exact.
I think it predates Betty and Barney Hill.
I think you're right.
And but the interesting thing about that interaction, well, first of all, you have all of the same characteristic traits of an abduction. You have his tractor not starting or like shutting down. You have an egg-shaped craft, you know, tripod sort of landing on the ground. And you have these little men in spacesuits chasing him, bringing him into the craft.
I don't think I've ever heard this one.
And then
it gets hot.
And then it gets busy.
Yeah.
But there are some interesting points. So for those that don't know, what ends up happening, they stick him in a room, they forcefully undress this gentleman, and prior to this, actually, they undress him and they lather him down with a clear liquid, which he later perceives in an interview to be some type of aphrodisiac.
Oh, this is the artist guy. Oh, yes. I've heard this, yeah.
Yeah.
Where Corral Lorenzo was like, no, I'm pretty sure they were just wiping the germs off you.
Yeah, it was probably a cleanse.
Yeah, it's probably a cleanse.
And based on his description of the woman, I don't think he would need it.
Right. She was super hot.
He was into it.
It was also strange because she was like below 5 feet. She was like shorter. She was a shorter person, had like fiery red crotch and armpit hair, but like high cheekbones, big eyes, beautiful, but like very strange physiological traits.
But still very human.
Yeah.
He said she was human.
She had all the parts.
Just different from the humans that he's been familiar with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they did the deed twice.
I didn't know about the second one.
It was twice.
I'm going to have to read up on this.
He went back for a third time and she pushed him off. And he felt slighted at this. He's like, oh, I felt like a stallion, like I was being used. And so he was kind of heartbroken. I
do remember him saying that he felt like just kind of a baby daddy from the stars or something. He didn't use those words.
Yeah.
I think that's how we might express it, but I didn't realize that's why.
Yeah, and then she pointed to him, her tummy, and then the stars, and he interpreted that as, oh, she'll be back.
Yeah.
Which, wild interpretation of that. But could tell you, it's interesting just psychologically what he was going through. He was going through some type of like heartbreak and like, scenario where to her it was completely transactional.
It was, yeah. It was for a purpose.
Yeah.
I would love to know more about the selection process too, because he did have an encounter with his brother where they saw a light come toward them. He looked at it for a while, then they both got the classic UFO amnesia or ambivalence or whatever. Like, whatever, we'll just go to sleep. So clearly there was like a vetting that happened beforehand.
That's what happened with Bob Bigelow too. Yeah. You read better fan fictions? Yeah, I don't know much about the case. I've seen him, the guy who that happened to. I've seen the interview with him talking about it. He was an artist. Anyway, yeah, it was happening to Andrew Tate. Fuck, the Alpha Draconans got Andrew. The evil ones got Andrew, maybe. But yeah, fuck it, man. Yeah.
It was really interesting too how they lathered him up. They also made him puke.
Yeah.
Beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a full expunging of everything, get rid of it, wipe them down. And that's something I overlooked too between my first and second books, is that if we do share an evolutionary relationship with them and they are human and we are human in different forms, then we could obviously have more vector diseases, communicable diseases that are spread between us. And that's not even something that crossed my mind in the first book. But then I started reading all of these cases. There's another one of Mike and Leo Dworshak, one of the first cases, where they were eventually allowed. It was kind of like
the children, right?
They were boys. Yeah, they were just young boys. Leo was older. Mike, I think, was his
7.
younger brother.
Yeah,
eventually died in the Korean War. But it was like Tammy and the Fox and the Little Prince. They were just allowed to get a little closer each time, and it's almost like they were instructing them how to approach, but also being mindful of the space and blowing their minds. And they eventually were allowed on the ship, and they made them go through a little like spray cleanse and change clothes, which makes sense. Like we can exchange more pathogens with chimpanzees because we share a more recent common ancestor. 98% plus of our DNA is the same. So obviously we can harbor the same types of viruses and bacteria and parasites.
Kirking it up. Yeah.
But it makes sense that across time we would be doing this, because there's got to be a whole different pathogenic load in those different times, and we could be bringing things to them that they eradicated long ago. They could be bringing things to us that are completely novel, and as we know from what happened with Native Americans and all parts of the Americas where they were exposed to novel diseases that hadn't existed here before, they just decimate a population.
Yeah.
The reason most people in Europe weren't affected is because they were exposed to those diseases from all of the agricultural groups that they had descended from. So yeah, they could be protecting us just as much as we're protecting them. In fact, it's more likely that that's the case because they have arguably a better medical system than we have.
Yeah, kind of like how we're treating those sort of tribes on these remote islands that we're not allowed to be in contact.
Islands,
exactly.
Yeah, most of that's to prevent diseases. Same thing happened with rubber tappers when they would go into the Amazon. Just decimated these populations. And unfortunately, here in the Americas, it created something called terra nullius, where it was the impression of open land, which wasn't the case. There were a lot of indigenous groups that inhabited all of these lands, but they had been so decimated by the new diseases that it created this false impression of open land that could be taken over by whoever.
Right. Wow. This video is brought to you by Huckberry. Okay, I'm going to be real with you for a second here. One thing I don't...
Sure, that they were studying in space and it got loose, and then it was coming down to affect the whole planet. Ryan Reynolds probably wasn't even in it. I really suck at like movies and names.
We get it.
Yeah, but look it up, I guess. I don't even know what you would use to look that up. But that does come into play from time to time, and that's kind of why I feel like an idiot for overlooking that in the first place, you know? And there were a couple other things that I didn't think about in the first book that I brought into the second one, like the role of technology and AI. You know, it's occurred to a lot of people, myself included, that some of these smaller grays are likely
drone-like.
Yeah, droid, drone, avatars, whatever. And they might be biologically constructed.
Yep.
And a lot of what I try to do in each of these books is to draw a correlation between the past and the present and what types of technologies, not just morphological changes that go into our craniofacial anatomy, but also what...
Sorry, this is obviously 3.5 hours long. Claire's son, E. What's up on YouTube? I'm trying to just kind of, I want to go through here and kind of, I'm going to jump around a little bit. Because I know they're going through time and space. Consciousness might be the foundation of reality. Maybe. Hi, Claire. I'm mainly on Twitch here right now. Claire, we got 25 people on Twitch here and 1 person on Kick. Maybe, yeah, interesting. Okay. Or, I mean, it's not. Information is, and we're just tapped into it. Telepathy is a universal language. Lucid dreams, OBEs, and precognitive states. Time travel without paradox. Stopping time to avoid detection. That's interesting because that's an anecdotes from the experience as well that people have had. So, abduction experience. It is biological drones versus true beings. Could UFOs be part of a planetary defense system? Yes, possibly. Why are they here now? I want to hear about his experience that he had because I'm not really familiar with that. Ancient depictions of time travelers. Time travel hidden in plain sight. The download from an unknown intelligence, yes. I desperately want to, because this will take up another fucking hour at least, just going through this. I want to hear about his experience that he had and what he got. And why has he gone and sought any kind of work with a hypnotherapist to try and dig into this? I mean, that's what anybody who's had any kind of anomalous experience with a missing time should always go and work with an accredited psychologist, not just Jim Bob, who went and did his hypnotherapy thing over a weekend, and get them to put you through hypnotherapy and say, I have a weird experience. I have a traumatic experience, and I can't seem to remember what happened. Don't even tell them it's anything to do with aliens. That's a really good. This will cost you a couple $100, by the way. But don't even tell them it's about aliens. Just go and tell them you had something weird that happened. Right? A traumatic experience you can't remember. Don't even get into it. Just get them to go put you back and see what happens. That's what I would do. Yeah. The Shield brother, tinfoil hat of language. Holy fuck, there you go. God damn.
But not even that, just the whole thing, you know? We've all been there. I know you have too. Mm-hmm. Everybody I've talked to that researches this has always had at least one time where they're like, oh my God, it's too much for whatever reason, you know?
Thought
so not long after that.
My thought ball I had when I was a young boy. I was up on the craft. Oh. I smell it. Thank you. Fuck, that's hot. Ooh. I had a thought ball. I had a dream. That's what I had. People that don't know this story, everyone probably knows this. Shut the fuck up and play this guy's story. But just quickly, I had a thought ball. When I was 11 years old, I had a dream where I was laying on a metal bed, like a doctor's thing, and I was laying down and there was something over my genitals. And I looked over and there was a tall gray alien there. And just for whatever reason, it didn't freak me out at all. I was like, oh. And there was just silence. And then I couldn't feel anything. I was completely numb. And I looked over to him and I said, like jokingly, trying to like look for some way to have some kind of a conversation. Like, hey, could you at least make it feel good? That's what I'd said, right? Like just trying to be like clever. And then he just looked at me, or I always say he, and just gave me a thought ball. And it woke me up. Freaked the fuck, scared the shit out of me. It's just a dream. That's all it was. It's all it was. And who the fuck knows? Yeah, happy ending, brother. Well, it wasn't really. I just woke up. After he gave me that thought ball, the thought ball essentially was all this complicated jargon about how you wouldn't want to imprint any kind of a memory onto this, and like it could lead to like perversion or something like that. I still remember bits and pieces of it from the dream where I had a hard time understanding it. The analogy I gave, which is why I still just have mentioned it, could just be a dream, but it was all of this complicated jargon. And it was the level of thinking that got imprinted into my brain that really fucked me up a little bit for a little while, because it was like I really spoke with like a clinical psychologist about why you shouldn't remember this memory or imprint any kind of feeling along with it, because it could interfere with your development sexually or something. Like it could fuck you up essentially. But it was more complicated than that. And at the time I was only 11 years old, and I didn't know if it was a phenomenon where kids could have dreams about complicated concepts and like think like that. Like, could you watch it? Could I just watch a TV show about something like this? And did I just imprint all those complicated concepts in my brain? And did it just, I don't think so. It's a weird thing about it for me. But anyway, that's the only weird experience I've ever personally had.
UFO encounter. I had this experience where I felt
maybe I should,
like I was
brother.
communicating with a light.
Fuck.
And the reason I bring up
maybe
the
there'll be a happy ending
is because there's these various protocols that I employ to achieve the out-of-body experience. And the common thread that I've noticed is light. And this was my first interaction with light. You know, I remember as a kid, I was raised to like, you know, divert thine eyes, don't look at the light, but also we're supposed to be seeking the light and seeking enlightenment. And in the beginning, there was light. Like clearly light, to circle back to the earlier part of our conversation, I think it's kind of fundamental to everything. I think consciousness exists in light, or light is consciousness somehow, and this physical world grows out of that. It would probably be much easier if I just told you about these things and stopped trying to interject my own analysis. So, Cliff Notes version, I saw the 5 UFOs. I had this telepathic interaction with these entities. I don't know what they are. I didn't know what they were then. I still don't know what they are.
Where did that happen?
That happened in my front yard. Apparently, a lot of these things are related to where I live, but it's a bright light in my neighbor's yard, like a security light. And I was just out, I think I was getting ready for a ski trip or something. It was February or March, but it was right before I was going to this conference at Rice University. And it was, you know, telepathic conversation. I was having an actual conversation, and then afterwards was like, no, I wasn't having a conversation.
So there was a light present. You were observing a light.
What if thought ball implanted in your brain anytime you think your brain fights with it? Maybe that's where everything went wrong to begin with, Zach. I don't know. Maybe that's where it started to go downhill for me.
I just looked at it.
You just looked at it?
I looked directly into that light and just stared at it for a little bit.
And you felt a telepathic exchange?
And heard words.
You heard words, like a language.
It was back and forth.
Male or female? Hard to tell?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good question. I don't think I can say, to be honest.
Okay. And what exactly was exchanged?
It was mostly about my anxieties. This was right before I was wanting to quit everything, but it was that same year.
Sure.
And a lot of it was anxieties, not just about traveling, but leaving my family and, you know, going to do all of these things that take me away from them and my job, and like just the anxiety associated with safety, well-being, being present for my children, not wanting to be gone so much, because I was gone a lot. I had to be. You know, I felt like I had to be to do all of these things. So it was kind of like a cry for help, like a seeking reassurance. That reassurance was given to me in this conversation.
That's what began the
The
wrestling.
problem was the next day, I just assumed I made it all up in my head, which naturally people would. Telepathy is not real. You know, I was sort of starting to move away from, actually later that same summer in July of 2022, I gave a talk at Esalen and opened my talk with, hi, my name's Mike, I'm a recovering materialist. Because at the Esalen Institute, very few materialistic people there, you know, with that mentality. But I was already kind of starting to move in that direction. The reason I'm harping on this light and that experience for so long is because what I found later, and we can get into this if you want, is light seems to be at the root of all of it. And I don't think just for me personally. Like if you look back at a lot of descriptions of sort of really intense events, interactions, light seems to be involved. You know, light seems to be involved in this UFO thing too, in the way they manipulate time and space. Like light, a photon is a timeless entity. Eric Wargo talks about how, you know, in the Gedanken experiment, the delayed choice, Wheeler's delayed choice experiment, the photon, the electron, it doesn't seem to care whether you open or close that slit before or after. It's timeless. And I think...
Yeah, not that I remember, man. I mean, it was like bright. Like, I guess after it had happened, it was like a flashlight, but that was me opening my eyes, I guess. Like, it just shocked me awake. I still remember, like, where I was. I remember how my bed was set up, everything. I remember the whole... It's crazy. It was at it was that memorable, that whole dream. I think everyone has dreams like that, though. You always remember. That one's obviously pertaining to something that I talk about here a lot, which is like UFO stuff. But yeah, it's just a flash of light. That was it. But it was like, it's kind of like, it was always kind of dumb because it like wasn't like some of these other stories that people have in these encounters, they have profound visions of the future and it's changed, or there's comets raining down from the sky, or there's a new world and civilizations restart. And it's like, you're like, no, you shouldn't remember this because you might become a pervert. That's essentially it. Like, that's like, put less poetically, like that was like my fucking dream. I'm like, Jesus Christ, guys, like, is that all I get if you actually pick me up at some point? Like, that's all I get is that? Like, what the fuck? Like, how, what the fuck is this? Light is timeless. My flashlight disagrees with that battery. Fuck. Everything dies.
You know, God, I don't know. It's so hard to like give this holistic description of what happened because it all seems to be related to all of it.
You just have to say
in
it,
different
brother.
ways. And I'm just recently starting to see the entire picture more clearly over the last 6 months. But then I try to articulate and it sounds like absolute gibberish. So I apologize. I apologize to you. I apologize to
It sounds
your
fine.
viewers.
No need to apologize.
I will try to keep a train of thought, at least
Just
to
say
have
it.
a timeline.
Yeah,
Sure.
you can't
Because
beat
I
around
feel
the
like
bush.
that would be useful. And if you want, just cut it right here.
I'm not going to cut anything.
Stick it back there so
No,
at least
sir.
people can follow what the hell I'm
They're
saying.
following just fine.
Saw the 5 UFOs late 2021, early 2022, but it was warm. I remember it being warm. I had a glass of whiskey looking up. It was probably fall time, so fall of 21. February
Really?
or March of 20.
It said that's enough gooning for you. You fucking delete that folder right now. You move on. God damn. Fuck. Brett, listen, people have fucking weird experiences. You never know, right? How they're going to reach out to you for whatever reason, right? Whether it's like, don't be a pervert, stop being a gooner, wake the fuck up. Like, you're going to save humanity with your story. I know all our stories have like, ours are just down at the bottom of the totem pole here. Mike's is up a little bit higher, unfortunately, but yeah, unless you show me your face, you're not getting any more porn. Oh, fuck. God damn. Some heavy shit. God damn. It's Thai weed. Interest. Fuck. They don't fuck around there, I've heard.
Right before the opening of the archives of the Impossible
God,
Conference
Jesus.
at Rice, I had this telepathic interaction with this light.
Yeah.
I went to Rice, amazing experience.
That's still the meme,
Went
though.
to Esalen that summer, and then that fall of 2022 is when I gave a talk at the International UFO Congress in Mesa, Arizona. I just call it all Phoenix because I don't know the suburbs that well.
Fuck.
And yeah, in that particular instance, I was taken up to a room, taken to a balcony. A stranger comes out, puts his chair right up against mine, face to face, slides his leg between my legs.
Oh, hold on here. Hold on here. We're going to have a Billy Harrington moment here. Good Lord. That's up close. I don't know if I could do psychic session like that. It'd be a little bit strange, honestly. Who are these aliens exactly?
Again, complete stranger. And then tells me, we know you've been thinking about quitting lately, and we'd prefer you not do that. Which, as I mentioned,
Can you imagine? I mean, God, that would be traumatizing enough just to like be sitting there, just as some guy just stare you right in the eyes, just pull his chair up so goddamn close that he just essentially almost like is on your leg. Like that's such a weird. That'd be a funny thing to do to somebody. Just like almost like insert your legs and like a piece of like Lego into their legs and just look them in the eyes and start speaking to yourself in like the third person. That fucks somebody up. Yeah. Show me where the ET touched you, bro.
mentioned earlier
Christ.
was something I had wanted to do. Problem is, I didn't tell anybody that. That was just a thought in my head when I was washing dishes about 2 weeks before this conference. I was just standing there. It's like, I'm done. It's just too much. I need to be home. I need to be with my family. I'm sick of all of the pains of traveling and preparing talks and doing these talks. So I just decided I would do this conference and dip out. So to have a complete stranger come up and tell me that shook me to my core, obviously. You know, like that's not, like how could you know that? And this is where it's really important to stress this, and I haven't done this enough, and I apologize for people, well, I also still don't know what's going on, but I didn't know the first time I started talking about this with Jesse Michaels, who that individual was. I had no way of knowing. It was a complete stranger to me. But I have learned things since that allow me to frame that conversation more, and not just because I've gotten to know that individual, but because of a number of other things that have continued to happen with the same entities that were speaking through this individual that night.
So this individual was channeled. There was a channeled entity coming through this individual who you didn't know prior, who was a complete stranger to you, who you now have come to know the body of the entity in which it inhabited, the person. You know this person now.
Yeah, and he doesn't like the word channel.
Okay.
I don't either, but I don't. We run into so many limitations with our language.
Yeah.
Deep trance mediumship is one I've seen.
Well, but fuck, I mean, what's he doing now?
Yeah, that's
he flipped the channel to somebody else. That's how I look at it. I don't know. Who cares? It is what it is. I mean,
there's something speaking through him.
And not just something, Chris. This is the important part. It was the same entities that I was talking to before that Rice University conference, and whom I have had multiple interactions with since. That one was definitely the most impactful because it was an intervention. Not just because I wanted to quit. They very politely asked me not to. That was the very first thing is, we know you've been thinking about quitting lately. We'd prefer you not do that yet. So they politely asked me to not do this thing that I had only thought in my mind while washing dishes. I wasn't looking at that light that time. I was just minding my own business, washing my dishes. But they referenced that thought specifically through this individual. The individual was, yes, a conduit of sorts.
Sure.
I think it's hard because it takes some of the agency away. Like, he is a person.
Yeah.
He was there. Heidi was a person. She was there. But there was some sort of interaction taking place with a high intelligence that has the ability to speak through other individuals and through light. And it was the same ones. And I know that because they referenced that conversation we had early in March before I went to that conference. That's how I know it was the same entities. And I've come to realize that it's always these same entities.
Now, like, Jim circa 2016, I was always very skeptical of these communities. I didn't know what to think of it. I mean, I would still watch videos, but I was like, there's always a possibility, but I was like, I don't know. Like, so many of them just seem so fucking, like, legitimately woo. And the other thing, too, is they seem kind of, like, very ungrounded. But then 2017, I went to that psychic. I'm not going to go through the whole story again, but essentially, she had channeled someone that was very close to me who died very tragically. And like, the whole thing's a very similar kind of thing. Now, obviously, that person wasn't reading my mind. I didn't necessarily get that sense, but at the same time, I don't know. It's hard to describe it. I don't know really what that would feel like. But there was something that happened there, absolutely. Like, just an impossible thing. And, you know, I don't really... I mean, my bet is that after that, I was like, we're in a fucking simulation. Like, I was 100% all in Newtonian, not Newton, but Michael Newton, Newtonian simulation. We're in a fucking simulation. That's what nothing communicated that to me. I knew that at that point, I was like, oh my fucking God, there's no way. Right. And no one will ever know. Just a subjective experience for me, but I kind of have an idea what that feels like to have somebody channel something to you. To me, it was someone who had died, who I knew this person knew nothing about. Like, his mannerisms, it was just so spooky, man. I can't even describe it. And you go speak to someone yourself, you might have a similar experience, but I mean, I couldn't imagine having that and then having them like read thoughts into your head or something. It'd be more fucking weird, man. But it will, man. That's the thing, though. I mean, obviously, we look out in the world for objective proofs about things because it helps ground us, and it's a shared experience we all have, and it helps kind of collectively share us in this community, the civilization that we're in together. But there are those experiences you have in your life that do shape you and shape your perspectives on things. And especially with the unknown, how you approach those things, I think absolutely. I mean, people who have had profound experiences looking at lights, craft, right? They'd be like, I didn't hallucinate that. I wasn't hallucinating. I know that, right? Like, it was there. So this phenomenon is real. Ghosts, some people have literally seen people and just vanish. And like, oh my God, I believe it. I've seen this thing that everyone's talked about in this place. Or you've had experiences like that happened to me, where you're like, came through. I guess there's some other side to this. And under the right circumstances, some people can access that, as crazy as that sounds. Not super effectively or efficiently. There's definitely some holes there, but like, for, I don't know what it was, however long, it didn't last very long, but like, that was it. It's all it took for me to be like, fuck. But that's the thing, like, you kind of like Michael, probably, you have to kind of seek it out a little bit, or he got himself involved in doing this for a living, and they decided he's clearly an important character, right? He's a highly accredited person who's speaking very openly about the phenomena. He's getting people thinking about this. He's a integral part, actually, of a much larger, he's a cog in a much larger system of this awakening that the general public's having. So I think absolutely it's an important meme. What's this? This is dank. Oh, distraction. Okay. I sent Terrain Beast something similar today, except the Pharaoh was Bob Lazar. And it had Jacob, and Jeffrey Epstein wasn't there. But there was an Israeli UFO being chased by an American bomber. And it said, fresh balls was how it started. And I was like, what in the fuck is some weird timeline we're on right now. I haven't quite figured it out yet.
Okay. So forgive me for wanting to be hyper granular on this, but it is something that I am like, and I'm sure I'm not alone. It's very fascinating. So these individuals, you got approached by this one individual, but there was a second individual that was there as well. You referenced Heidi.
Well, Heidi was the one that took me up there in the first place.
She took you up to the balcony specifically to meet this gentleman?
She knew that at the time.
She knew that at the time.
Well, no, that's where it gets tricky. Was
she compelled, just like you were, to walk outside and look at those UFOs, or was...
Kind of. She was involved in this same sort of being swallowed up, I guess, by these entities. I found that there's... And actually, I think they wrote a book recently describing their interaction.
Their side of the story?
I mean, side of the story makes it sound like, you know, we have different sides of the story.
No, but
we're all involved in the
their
same
perspective.
thing. Their perspective,
yeah,
of what was happening. She asked me to write a foreword to it at a time that I was completely swamped with things, so I haven't read it yet. But part of me doesn't want to, I guess, because all I know is my perception. All they know is their perception, and even though we were all enveloped by these same entities working for the same purpose, yeah, we have different, not just experiences, but levels of understanding of the experience too.
Right.
Because Heidi didn't remember. Maybe she has since, but I reached out to her a year after. It took me a year to even process this stuff, to be able to reach out, because it scared the shit out of me. And I started asking her a question prior to going to talk to Jesse about this, because I knew he would want to. And I actually happened to tell him about it only a month or two after it happened, when I was still just losing my mind. And I think it kind of stuck with him. So when I went back almost a year later, I kind of had the sense he would want to talk about it. So I reached out to her, and she was like, you know, I know something really weird happened that night, but I can't answer your question because I don't remember those details.
My God.
So she was clearly coerced even before to take me up there.
Yeah.
And then kept saying, well, we can't go down yet. My friend Eric wants to talk to you. So yeah, this is where it gets really interesting.
His friend, the Eric, is the channeler that did this. You'd be curious to hear what they have to say about things. I mean, again, it's same with the lady that I spoke to. I mean, she's had experiences with people who I heard were not good. She's experienced with people that were good. When you are around someone like that, now that's the thing though, I could say honestly, I won't ever say what her name is just because I don't want to dox her. And also, I'm not speaking completely positively of her, where that incident that had the start of it for about 3 to 5 minutes, which is like, what the fuck? And then there's probably about an hour and 20 minutes of just like slop. But that's me being maybe a bit of an asshole too, where like, I don't know what she was talking about. She was talking about past life stuff and this other life where there was like this like stone in my hand, like this white egg-shaped stone in a past life and how important it was to me. And I was like, what? And I was like, what the fuck? I was essentially, I barely even remember any of it because the entire time I just had completely shut her out after that. It's because she changed after it had stopped, the communication, my buddy. And she had like almost she kind of come back to like her again, essentially. And I barely remember what the fuck she said. I was like, fuck, whatever. A friend of mine drowned in the bath. My other best mate was this girl's boyfriend, so I was uniquely placed. Fuck, man, I'm sorry. Yeah, my mother went to a medium show a few weeks later, and they told the story of the drowning and for a message to be sent to the girl's mother that she was okay in the afterlife. I delivered the message, and it seemed to bring a lot of peace to the family. I believe the whole event, 100%. Who are we to judge, right? Holy fuck, man. Yeah, there are so many anecdotes and stuff like that, man. It's unbelievable. Where people, like, it's just that. There's like some little add-on to the incident that they'll give. And again, people will always have some kind of explanation think it. And maybe once in a while, yeah, some of these people are psychopathic mentalists, that, like, research the whole crowd or something. But I think, again, kind of like UFO sightings, there's too many anecdotes from people having experiences, like untelevised or outside of an event too, with these kinds of people where they bring forward these messages and they're profoundly affected and they're too specific to just be random. And that's the thing, like, we live with this element of doubt about all of this stuff, right? Like, we live with an element of doubt around all of this esoteric stuff, but occasionally those kinds of experiences pull back the veil, but in a subjective way that only you know. So it allows for the element of doubt to remain for the rest of the world, for everybody else, except for you. And it become a bit of a plague sometimes. It did for me a little bit, where I was really kind of, obviously it was, yeah, another tragic event that happened with my buddy, which was mad at him, and we were musicians, and, you know, ended up, you know, taking his life. And it's like it felt like out of nowhere, and very sudden. And so there's a lot of mixed emotions, but I didn't know how to, even for someone like me who like solve these metaphysical questions about things and always talk with people about this stuff, it was like the first time in my life I actually faced it, where I was like, whew, like you're like, oh shit, like this isn't just fun stories anymore. Like, I'm living this now. This is real. There's no fucking way, right? Like I've heard those anecdotes over the years just from scenarios like yeah, your experience, Aaron, that you just told, where they had that happen to them, where like they're in a grocery store and like the crazy lady in the town or the psychic in the town would come up to them and they're having a bad day and they lost their father, and he always said, oh, don't worry, sweet pea. Like, it was some saying that he would say to her. And she came up to them and, I just want to tell you that your father said, don't worry, sweet pea. Like, had no connection to them, no idea who her father was. And like, it just, their whole worldview just shatters in that moment where they're like, that's not real. He's gone forever. And it's just bang. Like, people don't understand how much that can shatter you instantly. Everything you thought was real, right? It's subjective. Ultimately, it's a subjective experience we have here. So yeah, crazy. Yeah. Knowing and feeling that they're in peace is all. Well, yeah, and that's important too, Zach. Yeah, and that's also probably people feel that, but I've heard of the profound ontological shock that comes along with some of those things as well, where you're just left adrift to some degree. But that's kind of what happened to me a little bit. But I just kind of came to as I was betting anyway to some degree. But I was like, fucking yeah, we're in a simulation. At least that's my bet. I don't know that with complete conviction. I just strengthened my belief in the occult. This was a long time ago, many years before Woo was on my radar. These experiences make us stronger. It's part of the journey to soul development. Exactly, man. Yeah. It's part of the hero's journey that everybody goes on in their own life, right? You have your own journey everybody is on. It's like this Jungian idea that we're all in our own movie, essentially, going through our own experiences. And at the end of the day, I mean, people can come and insert doubt into those experiences. Sometimes it's helpful, I mean, you know, but for the most part, at the end of the day, yeah, if it shapes who you are, irregardless, it's just a part of your experience, yeah. Yeah, we're starving on jobs. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, it's interesting to hear these experiences from others, even from Michael.
Talking about individual, cogent people with self-autonomy sort of being brought into this situation to mini abduct me, to politely ask me not to quit this thing, and then we can get into all the other things that happened too. But it's really interesting in the context of like
it was orchestrated.
It was orchestrated. Yeah. And it started with her taking me up to this room that she had a key to. It was the place where the party was sort of like a meet and greet. You know, when speakers do a thing and go meet them or whatever, which I was already super late to because I took a 3-hour nap before this thing. I don't take naps ever. But I was like put to sleep even prior to all of these things happening. It was almost like they were clearing everything out because some shit was about to get put in there, which it was. So I was already late to this thing. I go down. She takes me back up. Only an hour or two later.
No worries, man. Feel free. Thank
one,
you for
maybe
sharing
2 beers. So alcohol, drugs, not in the equation. It sucks we even have to give that caveat, but it is important apparently. And I guess I could see why. Takes me back up. Knows he's coming for this purpose, I assume, because she brought me there and wouldn't let me leave. And then, all the things that happened after that were clearly a part of this. And it was apparent that both needed to be present. She was very much involved in it. It was kind of like a shared mind space.
I'm going to share Darren's comment. I recommend an episode, season 3, episode 20 of the X-Files, called Joseph Chung's From Outer Space. It's about different people's perspectives on an alien encounter and the life directions of the participants, as well as Mulder's basically chasing his tail, trying to a hold of any objective piece of it. Interesting, Guillermo. I'll note that. Yeah, this is actually pulled up on the side.
Where I know I was elevated out of my body. I was like up here, and there was a clarity that came with that. You know, the classic time-space thing, but also just instant communication. It turned all telepathic at some point, but she was just to my left, and he was in front of me. And then eventually, we had a question-answer session.
Cool. I want to take a I want to like slow things down here a little bit, if you don't mind. You had a so he's here. He pulls you in. At this point,
he pulls himself in.
Okay.
I was just sitting here like this.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden,
this stranger comes to you. Heidi
locks in.
Is beside you on your left,
brother, and
he tells you, "We know you want to quit. Kindly ask that you not quit."
Very kindly. All of it was very polite.
You said you had a question and answer session. What type of questions and what type of answers, and how were they given?
Yeah. Well, this part was all still vocalized speech.
Verbal speech. Okay. As in, who are you? Like, is that the type of question? Like, what am I doing here?
Well, that's the very first question.
Yeah.
After how the hell do you know that? My next question, well, that's kind of wrapped up into it. How do you know that? And they said, again, I feel like it was an individual. That's why it's hard to answer your male or female question.
That's fine.
Because it was like, I don't know, a more holistic, like social mind complex, to use the raw terminology. That's what it felt like. Like not one individual, not male or female.
Collective, some type of collective consciousness that was... Yeah.
That clearly has some amazing and impressive abilities to manipulate space-time. Not just in that moment, but again, think about it. Like, she brought me up there.
Yeah.
Brought this other individual there, so we're all 3 collectively involved in this thing. Like, that takes some manipulation, let alone the manipulation of a mouth to do this, the eyes to lock in. She had her hand on my shoulder for most of the time. I assume that was involved in some kind of energy exchange thing. I don't know. But yeah, my first question was, how could you know that? They said through him, once you know who we are, you'll know how we know that. And my next question was future humans, because that's all I could think. Like, well, why would you give a shit if I'm doing this or not? All I'm doing is talking about future humans. So future humans.
You said that out loud?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, that I actually did say in my head. Yeah, I did say that in my head. And they responded instantly. No, they didn't. You're right. I thought future humans. That was the first instance of telepathy. Yeah, and I'd never, other than the light thing, I'd never had like a with another human. Yeah, no, so
you said future humans in your mind.
Yeah, but they didn't answer the question. They didn't say yes. And I always am quick to point that out because that wasn't confirmed, you know? And it's also important to point out there were no UFOs involved.
No.
There were no big-headed aliens.
Fine.
It's a person just like you or me.
Sure.
Who's clearly not, and Heidi's not either. Like, I hope people, they have had some amazing experiences that I think play into all of this too. But yeah, I asked future humans. I don't remember exactly what they said afterwards. This was a few years ago now. But I do remember being allowed to ask a lot of questions because they said, do you have any questions for us?
Was there any question specifically that you recall that was like just, whoa, I can't believe they allowed me to ask this question or the answer to this?
That's what sucks about it is that I kind of squandered some opportunities to be
in hindsight 2020.
In hindsight. But you have to recognize that my mind in that moment
just scattered
all over the place.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's happening? Is this real? How do they know this? What?
So
I did ask a few questions.
Some guy just pulls up and interlocks with you like that out of nowhere. You'd be like, you wouldn't know what to do. You'd be like, oh my heavens.
How I know that conversation with the light before Rice was the same entities, because I asked the same question I asked of that light, and they specifically said, we already talked about that before you went to Rice.
That's what the answer was.
That was the exact answer verbatim.
Verbally. Whoa.
Verbally. So that confirmed to me, and was another instance of me being like, you know, there were like a lot of sort of waking up things throughout this. Like, well, obviously the big one, how could you know that? There was a thought in my head. Why are you so close to me was something else that kind of made me like what's happening. But yeah, when they specifically referenced that conversation that I had already written off as being a figment of my imagination, that made that whole thing real, and also brought an element of recognition and kind of safety and comfort to it. Like, oh, okay, we've already done this. That was real. And from that point on, honestly, there was like this trajectory of it becoming normal and comfortable. And oh shit, I already know these entities, whatever they are. We've been doing this together already for a long time, and I'm acting like a little bitch, wanting to quit, and oh, my life's so hard, and I have to sit in airplanes when it's too hot sometimes. Like, I started to have this sense of, shit, that's right. I agreed to do this. Why am I complaining and threatening to quit? It was like... We started to talk about this earlier, but kind of pre-incarnate remembering. So that was one of the questions. The other one I've never told anybody because it was kind of embarrassing. But I figure I'm already making a mess of this question and answer session anyway. So maybe some of your viewers will think it's comical, because I did. But I asked him about like the safety of myself and my family, and like, you know, will they be okay? That was the main point based on the anxiety I was having before I went to Rice. Earlier that day, I met with a guy that was, his life was saved by future humans that he interacts with, and has for decades. So I asked a question about my health, and this is the one I've never told anybody, because their answer was instantaneous and hilarious. I was like, you know, so do I have any health problems or anything? And they said, well, you could stand to party a little less hard. Just like off the cuff.
Wow.
And I was like, oh yeah, that's true. Because I was, you know, definitely enjoying the social aspects of camaraderie and whatnot.
But they knew that, like, it was just a matter of fact for them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That caused the powder, brother.
Party a little less hard. So in addition to knowing my thoughts, they also knew
your history
and potentially future.
Whoa.
You know, like, take it easy. You know, they didn't tell me I have a problem with my health right now. that was like some indication of a path or a direction.
Yeah.
And I took it quite seriously. Like I cut back on everything after that. I do still enjoy a beer, or a scotch, or a whiskey, but definitely not like I was. But yeah, at some point, the conversation did shift from being vocalized to telepathic. I don't really know exactly when that happened. And already, like after a few years, I feel like I'm forgetting little details.
Yeah.
Like when you asked if they said that, or if I said that vocally about how do you know that, and I said future humans, like that was the first instance of telepathy in this conversation. Fortunately, I wrote all of this down in addition to all of the other weird shit that's been happening since, because I feel like that's like we were talking about earlier, the way we remember things is very it's subjective, obviously, but also subject to other influences. So I do have a record of like the way all of these things took place, even though that in itself is probably slightly different, and obviously different for Eric and Heidi too, for the same reasons. And the 3 women came out onto the balcony at one point and were sort of made to turn and walk back inside.
It's like quite the party.
What do you mean made to turn?
They clearly weren't just controlling us 3, but these 3 women came out because there were people inside watching, and they were concerned about me. I knew them, some of them. I'm pretty sure I know who all of them are now. I wouldn't try to bring them into this because I already feel bad that Eric and Heidi have to be a part of this, even though they were and they are, and it's sort of inescapable for all of us. But there was some conversation taking place, like what the fuck's going on? If you think about it objectively, like there's a dude here, I'm just sitting here, and there's a woman to my left with her hand on my shoulder. Just imagine looking out from the glass at that. None of us, at this point they came out, none of us were moving our mouths.
And you're just sitting there looking at each other. My God.
This far away. So, and I did talk to one of the people who was also inside, a male, who didn't come out, but the 3 women came out. And I remember I was locked in. By this point, we'd already been speaking telepathically for a while. It was really hard for me to move my head. Like I could move my eyes, but not really my head. And I do remember he turned and said, "Can you close the door?" Like that's all I remember. And all 3 of them turned at the exact same time, walked back inside, closed the door. Nobody came out the whole rest of the time that this is taking place. And by the time it was over, there were probably 15 to 20 people inside. Like we were out there, I don't know exactly how long, because they eventually put me into a sort of trance where my eyes were open. Everything was black, so I couldn't see.
It went black?
Yeah, and they told me that would happen. They very politely asked, could we do this? This is what will happen. We need to put 3 things in your brain. You won't have access to the information. But the way this will happen is that you'll still have your eyes open, but everything will go black from top to bottom, and then you'll start to see and feel information. That is exactly what happened. I was clearly in some sort of deep trance state because I don't know how much time passed, but in that time, nobody else came out. And when I went in, there were way more people in that room than there were before. So just real quick, because this is an important part of the account, is I did see the information. It did go in my brain like a freaking fire hose. And when it was over, I felt like my head was very heavy. I could barely even lift it. And I don't have conscious access to that information. But importantly, they very politely asked about each of these things, and I agreed to it because I remembered, I was allowed to remember. I was allowed to look back across the river of forgetting and remember that I had already agreed to this. And all of it was so polite and so loving. I heard some misinformed statements made on,
"Hey, can we fill your head up with stuff?" It was, "You can't look into it though." I'd be like, maybe not. No. Like, no, he didn't. I don't think he knows it. Yeah. Jim's been on the spaceship. I've been there. But I don't remember, brother. That's the problem. I don't fucking remember. They put it inside my head and I don't remember, right? We're just going to put it inside you, but we're not going to tell you what it is. Yeah. Pizza Sled, New York City shooting. I heard about that, brother. Yeah. Yeah, that's very terrible to hear, actually. How many people, a couple people died, I think. 5 people, someone was saying earlier. Yeah. Yeah, fuck. Actually, just a second here. Just a second. I'm assuming this is on Drudge Report. Targets Blackstone in New York City. Not Black Rock. 5 dead. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking, man, I don't even like, whatever it's another CEO type deal. I don't know, man. I hate even talking about these fucking idiots that do this shit. Then anyone who blew his brains out, there he is there. ID'd after deadly shooting that killed New York police department officer. There he is right there. What a fucking idiot. What a hero. Wonderful, yeah. Dank. Great. He shot himself in the head. Yeah, what a dank. Yeah, but Hopkins' brother, let's freaking go. Man, I like if I was Mike, I mean, I would go. Why would there be someone to access that? Like, go to a hypnotherapist? I don't know. Like, I'm trying to figure out what that is. I've heard that before. I'm sure he's probably looked into this himself. He knows that he's probably heard this before as well. That there are people who have had. I don't know who this was. I don't like just offhand referencing, being like, oh yeah, there are these reports. It's like you need to be more specific with who they are. One of the guys I would always think of when I'm referencing a famous abductee who kept talking about a future catastrophe was Pat. Fuck, I just had his last name in my head. Pat something, but he was the guy who Linda Moulton Howe interviewed about the cattle mutilations initially, and then he saw the lights on his ranch, and then they picked him up, and he got Leo Sprinkle, who was a famous psychologist who worked with abductees, kind of like John Mack, but earlier, had regressed him on TV, and it fucked him up. But there's another abductee who had a similar experience too, where they had essentially told them that knowledge of what to do, where to go, will be implanted in their head in the future, but a change is coming. I don't know if it was necessarily pertaining to a cataclysm, but it's a phenomena too. It's a phenomena that people have these seeds planted in their mind about things, and they'll know what to do when the time comes. It's like, what?
I think Sean Ryan or something, where somebody was talking about how it's brain rape, telepathy. If you come up and you talk to somebody in their brain, it's violating them, and that's their space, and you shouldn't be in there. This wasn't like that. And a lot of these instances aren't. Some people do have that. There were a number of people at the Soul Conference, the first one, for instance, who claimed to have been approached by these really shady characters who are getting into their minds and violating their mind space and
Soul
trying
Conference?
to extract information, put information in. I've heard that from 3 different people.
Jesus.
So clearly there are instances where that happens. This was not the case for me. This was very much
very
an
consensual.
Interaction. A what?
Very consensual.
Extremely.
Yeah.
Everything was like, are you okay with this? Do we have your permission to do this? And by the time that more overt thing was happening, where this flood of information was coming into my mind, I remembered. I was allowed to remember. I didn't have... there was a level of trust that was like, shit, of course. Like, why are we even having this conversation? But they couldn't just come up and do that. There was this whole process that started with this complete stranger coming up, breaking me down with the "we know your thoughts" thing, and then sort of developing a rapport. And that whole time, I'm just kind of like lifting up. And then apparently, it'd be so cool to see like the soul body, if we could visualize that, or use like, some sort of thermographic technology, because there was a point where I'm just here, like the crown chakra or whatever it says, and that's when our mouths stop moving and we all just hive mind communication.
Do you remember any of the specific communication that you were experiencing during that time, and how long roughly? I know you probably have like a different sort of frame of reference for time, but how long do you think, with everything that was happening around you, was that telepathic communication going on for?
I mean, yeah, objectively, I have no idea.
Yeah.
Subjectively, I also have no idea, but based on, I would guess maybe 15 to 30 minutes.
That's an awful long time to just sit in front of
I
someone.
don't know. It's like, you fall asleep.
Pretty weird.
Sure.
You're in that same sort of deep trance state. You wake up, it can feel like hours passed, and you're only asleep for 10 minutes, So I don't know. I'm only basing that on how many people were in that room. But again, by the time before they blacked my eyes out, I could only see out of my peripheral vision anyway. So that's not a great metric to use. But by the time I was released from that, the room was full of people. And that's my only gauge for how much time passed. All time disappeared.
What was the reaction to, like, afterwards? I know that you said that you've communicated with some people that were there who will remain nameless, but what was some of their reactions to that post it happening, and you now, coming to terms with what happened? Did anybody ever say to you, like, dude, that was so wild watching you just sit there? Like, what was going, like, was there confusion at all?
I remember, I don't know where the fuck I heard this from, but I remember there were people at the conference before he ever publicly came out and talked about this who noted that something weird happened to him. So whenever this happened, I feel like, what was it, that long ago? It wasn't that long ago. He said, was it a year ago, 2 years ago, something like that, 3 years ago, something like that. So I had heard about that. I don't know. I don't see, no idea who he is, but anyway, yeah, I mean, fuck, brother, you get your notepad out, take some notes. I mean, don't we all wish we could have this experience? So I guess he's the chosen one. We're not. I mean, he is doing an important job within this whole phenomenon. This is where you get to, we're in a fucking playpen again, where it's like they're just actively involved with like all of these other communicators in the space that are slowly disseminating more and more information out that's slowly awakening people to this reality. Again, I think it was someone like John Bavanco. I'd love to talk to John. John ignored me. I was pestering him too much via email. Well, there has to be some people, man. Well, at least in regards to bringing this forward, right? I mean, maybe we'll all have our time in the sun. But I think John had talked about how he had some kind of dream himself where very vivid dream. He's a remote viewer where he was in a secured facility somewhere, but this wasn't a human secured facility on Earth. And there were these little grays, and there was a group of people. It's a dream that he had, but very vivid. And they were all communicators in this kind of woo space. So people from ufology, the whole shebang. He didn't name any names, but he alluded to who some of them may have been. Yeah. I think one of them, David Wilcock, was maybe one of them. So I don't know what the fuck David was doing there, whether they were talking with David, but anyway. But anyway, at this meeting, in his dream, there were all these communicators from this space, right, in ufology and kind of the woo, and they said, they were speaking to all of them, and they were saying, you're all communicators, and you're all going to be communicating to the general public the reality of this situation here on Earth, and you're going to be communicating the awakening. Essentially, that's what you've been tasked with, if you so choose to accept it. And that was his dream. And I remember he just saw him in conversation, somebody talking about that. And there's been a couple of people that noted that as well. It's like, obviously we talk about simulation theory and are we beings, consciousness players that are tapped into these physical avatars we're using to have an experience. But is there another layer in between that where, and I don't know why or how this has happened or why it would be allowed to happen, that like within simulation, there's a veil on top of that. And the veil is that people have had experiences with these beings en masse already. And that there's a bit of a game going on here, right? Kind of a game within a game, a little bit, right? And for whatever reason, maybe it's just to maintain sanity of the general public that might go insane otherwise and create a lot of problems and kill everybody. Witch hunts, right? Again, for the communicators with the dead and the demons. I mean, we think that wouldn't happen, but let's just be real here. There's a lot of fundamental people still out there, right? So, I don't know. Fuck, it's another schizo layer. Just what we need. Wilcox believes that too. Well, I mean, you know, to be fair to Dave, I mean, he has been. You can think what you want of his content, but I mean, whatever. He's communicated all this stuff. He's a communicator, yeah. What kind of game I'm playing? Slave of corporations. Well, yeah, fuck, that's the game that needs to end here that we're playing, but maybe there's another one that behind the veil has been going on that we're going to wake up to. That's the thing. We don't understand what's going to happen. I mean, people keep thinking that's going to be Donald Trump's going to walk out or some official from the government. They're going to say, hey, here's a piece of aliens. I mean, maybe the veil gets pulled back. We all just wake up and remember that, oh my fucking, we have no idea. That would almost be preferable if we wake up and just have this giant recollection, everybody collectively, oh my God, we've already talked to them. They've already talked with all of us individually. That would be preferable, honestly, if they went and talked with everybody. They have that capability then to speak, because ultimately the power should lie with the people in democracy. Right now, the power does not lie with the people. It lies with a bunch of psychotic elite. Undoubtedly, they've become psychotic, considering how it's all the control measures coming down, like we're seeing in the UK and across the globe. But the power should be with the people, and so that would be a very empowering moment, wouldn't it? We wouldn't be relying on a high priest from the government or from the global elite to come and communicate this to us. We would just all know, right? That'd be preferable, I would think, to the former, right, where we have some communicator. They just all communicate with us at will anytime we want. I mean, that would be, I hope, but that hasn't happened. So wake up, remember we all chose to come to this prison planet for the experience, but maybe, yeah. There's also the soul harvesting layer with Greys, according to a few. No idea what to do with that. The Loosh brother, yeah. Well, maybe some of them want that. I don't know. I mean, when do we wake up? That's the question. When do we wake up? Right? I don't know. But these experiences are interesting. Obviously, it's mainly a subjective experience for him. I have no fucking idea. I've had my own weird experience, not like telepathic or like anything, but just like weird, strange, disorienting. So, like Severance. Have you seen Severance, Jim? Have you seen Severance? Oh, hold on. Is that the new show? Like, is this a movie or show? No, I don't think so. Is this it here? Attacked by a murderous group of poachers? No. Gym teacher, wife hypnotic regression online. I mean, maybe we should do that. Maybe that'd be fun. I would want somebody, no offense to her, but I would want someone who is more accredited to do that. But the problem is the cost. And also, if you mention anything to do with aliens, you're gone. Oh, it's a new, that's yes. Sorry, yes. I have not seen it this act. I do know about it though. I've been told to watch. Others have told me to watch it. Yeah, won an Emmy. Yeah. It's about going into the work every day and they don't remember, right? Like they go back. It's like a separate life. Yeah. It would effectively be like the reality here. Yeah. That there's a layer where even conscious as human beings, we've already been exposed to the objective truth around all of this, and we just can't remember it. It's been relegated in the back of our minds and hidden there, and I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. Even if they did it for the best. I'm not sure. Yeah. Macon GA478, tell us about your experience that changed you. I mentioned it earlier, Macon, but it was essentially just a psychic who inadvertently, unexpectedly channeled someone that passed away very tragically in my life. A very good friend of mine. And just all of a sudden, just essentially said... She asked me, she said, did you lose someone? I said, why? She said, well, there's someone's coming through, and it just happened, and it's like 5 minutes long, but mannerisms, the same kind of speech pattern, like just spooky as shit. Him coming through, very emotionally coming through her, and yeah, that was essentially it. Yeah, that I had some run-in with someone who had died, and she had no idea who he was, and just one of those impossible things you run into. You're like, there's no way that even honestly, somebody mimicking someone like that, I've never even seen that, where Like maybe a really good actor could cover, like the guy did Wolf of Wall Street, but there's those Leno mannerisms in people, like in their speech and even how they hold themselves, like how he held himself, kind of like when it creeps me out. And I know it's not a creepy thing, but even thinking about it still creeps me out. I was very suspicious while it was happening. I was in shock too. I just didn't believe that this was happening. And yeah, that was it, essentially. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. You have those experiences in your life, you just don't know what to do with it. Yeah. Well, we're in a simulation. That's really all I can come up with. I mean, because I know, I don't really know this lady well, but I knew her well enough to know that she didn't know who he was. She had no idea. So, I mean, she claimed that he came through her, and I honestly think that's what happened. I don't know how that makes sense aside from simulation theory, honestly, and somebody just said, hey, here you go. There was a message too. There was a message that came along with it, which is, I mean, this is all kind of heavy shit for my friend group or group of friends that lost him, but like the message was essentially that out of like a lot of the people who lost him, I mean, I was the only kind of metaphysician talking and thinking about these things. And even that was a lot for me. And I think everybody else kind of was a little bit more hardline materialist, thought that he was just gone, that you're just dead. Once you're dead, you're dead. And he himself was like that, actually, oddly enough. And he wanted me to just tell them very much so that he was okay and that he's sorry and that he just knew that they didn't believe that he was okay. Like it was tearing them apart. And he just wanted me to tell some of them that he was okay. And that was it. And yeah, so I did tell some of them that. And so I don't know if it helped at all though, but yeah. There's an outer you who has all the fun and sends you to get the money. Well, maybe. If that's not proof of the afterlife, I don't know what is. Yeah, he knew you were the one and you were going to be here. Well, I mean, at least be the one that would communicate that message, maybe, man. I sought now, to be completely transparent, I sought that psychic for very different reasons. I was just, well, I had some money, which I never really did in my life up to that point. And I was just fucking around. And, you know, again, myself, the metaphysician, I love asking these questions about reality and epistemology. And I wanted to go out the woo and I wanted to find a real psychic. And I wanted to ask her questions about things like Planet X. So I wanted answers to questions I knew I couldn't get. That's effectively why I sought her out. I wanted answers to questions about things I knew I couldn't get. And I just wanted to see, I was almost testing. I was kind of being a dick, maybe. I wanted to test her to see, like, what could you get? Like, what could you get from me? What could you get from me? Right? Like, what could you get from me? Could you give me some, because I would kind of know, depending upon the answer, like, you know, okay, well, like, is this on base or you off base here? And then that's how it started, and I was just in shock for the rest of it. So it's almost like somebody was just kind of like flicking me in the fucking head, like, fuck you. Like, you know, haha, like, oh, you think you're gonna, no, sorry, bud. Like, now you've got PTSD. From the, on top of it, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Maybe wonder I should try, but I'm so afraid that if I disturb any soul, it's disturb your own peace, Zach. That's what you got to think too, right? That's a big thing you have to really just, and this is just take it from me. And this was not even a particularly profound experience in comparison to other people that have had some experiences like this, but you'll disturb your own soul. Like you'll disturb your peace, and then you won't be the same again. You won't look at the world the same again. These subjective experiences can be incredibly. Same people have used psychedelics over the years, like my friend who passed away. Lots of my friends who used them. I don't know if they had any particularly profound experiences themselves, more just for fun, but like I've heard of people who've had life-changing, profound experiences. They're not the same after. You're no longer the same person anymore. You don't look at the world the same anymore. That's the thing you don't anticipate, or no one tells you, that after having some of those, that subjective experiences can be that profound, you no longer look at the world the same anymore. And consequently, you're not really the same person anymore either after living in that space, right? So, forever. So, I do believe that some have special gifts, but I'm yet to come across any. Yeah, Macon. Yeah, I mean, I was in the same way, man. I never had anything really too crazy woo happen to me ever in my life. I just had death happen, and that was it. And you know, but that was one experience where, yeah, it's very profound. Yeah, classic case of fuck around and find out, mate. Well, that learned you exactly. It's exactly what happened. Yeah, I did. I fucked around. I was literally just fucking around, not anticipating I was going to get anything else out of it. And that's what I got out of it ultimately. And then I went to another psychic, and it was a complete disaster, and then I stopped. Absolutely nothing valuable out of that one. Ever tried DMT? No. I've known people that have, Macon, but yeah, I haven't. But I was obsessed with Terrence McKenna back in the day. Yeah, he's on Kick. I'm on Twitch too, man, right now. We got 27 people on Twitch right now. Yeah. One fortune teller told me that when you open the door of souls, you don't know who might be on the other side. Yeah, well, literally though. I mean, you've no idea. You have no idea what they might say to you, how it might change you. Again, it's like I think we rely on objective data a lot to shape who we are and our opinions on things, and it's important. All right, knowledge about the world, but there are sometimes there are things that happen that are literally just subjective experiences that affect you more profoundly than any other objective data you could ever come across. Right? It's those experiences and it's really metaphysical experiences that make you question reality and your reality. But it can happen. It can happen in the world, and it's not something that you know until you experience it yourself, ultimately. Sometimes people never experience it, but the thing is you have to kind of go and look for it sometimes. That's a Jungian kind of meme, but like you have to kind of go out and expose yourself to those areas of the world if you want to experience it. Like if you never expose yourself to those kinds of people, I never had before. It wasn't until I did that I realized, oh shit. Yeah, that's changed people's lives 100%. Yeah, Mike Tyson says he's going to speak with God when he does it. I've heard same with Mike licked the toad, the same thing happened. Yeah. Well, that was one of the ways he did it, I guess. He can lick the toad for people that don't know, but yeah. Yo, NASA said aliens are on their way. Alien party chess. Yes, bro. We hope so, brother. Yeah. The Spraymeister, you have to open it. Yeah, fuck, man. Literally, yeah. You have to open the door, but you might just waste your money too. I don't fucking know. Who knows? You never know. I mean, it was unanticipated. It was not something I anticipated, but I speak about it now on the internet because it's relevant to some of this psionic stuff that's being talked about in some circles. So, is there something to the psychic phenomena? There's a smooth brain materialist kind of reductionist approach to it, which is, oh, that's not possible. It's like, well, guys, like again, we're two bananas out of the zoo here. Like we gotta slow down sometimes. Right? And on top of that, the material world is slowly fading in front of our eyes as we learn more about reality. Yeah. What if aliens came by, opened the door, played Rickroll, and rolled out, and never to be seen again? I'd be impressed, actually. I'd be impressed, brother. Yeah, I'd be really impressed if they did that. That'd be nice. Yeah, or they could goatsy us even, or they could do Jar Squatter as well. They could do all of them at the same time. Actually, they could Rickroll goatsy into a Jar Squatter. That'd be better. Yeah. It's never gonna give you woo. Never gonna give us up. Never gonna give us any fucking answers. But hey, listen, the only thing they will give us is potentially Atlantean secrets. So listen, everybody, thank you for coming around this evening. Good talking to everybody again.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm
hey,
not
listen.
Expecting visitors, so
Zero
I
guitar
can
outros
stream
out of
all
Atlantis.
night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing.
It's gonna come around December.
We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception. Ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.